정신없이 흘러가 버린 요즘 똑같은 너의 하루는 해낸 일 없이 마음만 바쁘게 지나가 버렸지. 어쩌면 내일도 모레도 같은 하루가 반복되겠지. 별거 없고 특별할 일 없는 그저 그런 날들 말야. 그럴 땐 단순하게 생각하는 것도 좋아. 널 위한 이 노래로 우리 행복을 바래. 모두 행복해져라. 모두 이루어져라. 나를 아는 사람들 모두 다 하는 일 모두 큰 탈 없이 모두 행복해져라. 모두 다 이루어져라. 나를 믿는 사람들 모두 흐르는 대로 흘러가게 두면 돼. 나만 제자리에 있다는 그런 생각 안 해도 돼. 누구에게나 이런 순간들이 스쳐가는 거야. 정답은 없는 거야. 하고픈 대로 하면 돼. 널 위한 이 노래로 우리 행복을 바래. 모두 행복해져라. 모두 이루어져라. 나를 아는 사람들 모두 다 하는 일 모두 큰 탈 없이 모두 행복해져라. 모두 다 이루어져라. 나를 믿는 사람들 모두 흐르는 대로 흘러가게 두면 돼. 모두 행복해져라. 모두 이루어져라. 나를 아는 사람들 모두 다 하는 일 모두 큰 탈 없이 모두 행복해져라. 모두 다 이루어져라. 나를 믿는 사람들 모두 흐르는 대로 흘러가게 두면 돼. 정신없이 흘러가 버린 요즘 똑같은 너의 하루는 해낸 일 없이 마음만 바쁘게 지나가 버렸지. 어쩌면 내일도 모레도 같은 하루가 반복되겠지. 별거 없고 특별할 일 없는 그저 그런 날들 말야. 그럴 땐 단순하게 생각하는 것도 좋아. 널 위한 이 노래로 우리 행복 스쳐가는 거야. 정답은 없는 거야. 하고픈 대로 하면 돼. 널 위한 이 노래로 우리 행복을 바래. 모두 행복해져라. 모두 이루어져라. 나를 아는 사람들 모두 다 하는 일 모두 큰 탈 없이 모두 행복해져라. 모두 다 이루어져라. 나를 믿는 사람들 모두 흐르는 대로 흘러가게 두면 돼. 모두 행복해져라. 모두 이루어져라. 나를 아는 사람들 모두 다 하는 일 모두 큰 탈 없이 모두 행복해져라. 모두 다 이루어져라. 나를 믿는 사람들 모두 흐르는 대로 흘러가게 두면 돼. 정신없이 흘러가 버린 요즘 똑같은 너의 하루는 해낸 일 없이 마음만 바쁘게 지나가 버렸지. 어쩌면 내일도 모레도 같은 하루가 반복되겠지. 별거 없고 특별할 일 없는 그저 그런 날들 말야. 그럴 땐 단순하게 생각하는 것도 좋아. 널 위한 이 노래로 우리 행복을 바래. 모두 행복해져라. 모두 이루어져라. 나를 아는 사람들 모두 다 하는 일 모두 큰 탈 없이 모두 행복해져라. 모두 다 이루어져라. 나를 믿는 사람들 모두 흐르는 대로 흘러가게 두면 돼. 나만 제자리에 있다는 그런 생각 안 해도 돼. 누구에게나 이런 순간들이 스쳐가는 거야. 정답은 없는 거야. 하고픈 대로 하면 돼. 널 위한 이 노래로 우리 행복을 바래. 모두 행복해져라. 행복해져라. 모두 이루어져라. 나를 아는 사람들 모두 다 하는 일 모두 끈탈 없이 모두 행복해져라. 모두 다 이루어져라. 나를 믿는 사람들 모두 흐르는 대로 흘러가게 두면 돼. 정신없이 흘러가 버린 요즘 똑같은 너의 하루는 해낸 일 없이 마음만 바쁘게 지나가 버렸지. 어쩌면 내일도 모레도 같은 하루가 반복되겠지. 별거 없고 특별할 일 없는 그저 그런 날들 말야. 그럴 땐 단순하게 생각하는 것도 좋아. 널 위한 이 노래로 우리 행복을 바래. 모두 행복해져라. 모두 이루어져라. 나를 아는 사람들 모두 다 하는 일 모두 끈탈 없이 모두 행복해져라. 모두 다 이루어져라. 나를 믿는 사람들 모두 흐르는 대로 흘러가게 두면 돼. 나만 제자리에 있다는 그런 생각 안 해도 돼. 누구에게나 이런 순간들이 스쳐가는 거야. 정답은 없는 거야. 하고픈 대로 하면 돼. 널 위한 이 노래로 우리 행복을 바래. 모두 행복해져라. 모두 이루어져라. 나를 아는 사람들 모두 다 하는 일 모두 끈탈 없이 모두 행복해져라. 모두 다 이루어져라. 나를 믿는 사람들 모두 흐르는 대로 흘러가게 두면 돼. 모두 행복해져라. 모두 이루어져라. 나를 아는 사람들 모두 다 하는 일 모두 끈탈 없이 모두 행복해져라. 모두 다 이루어져라. 나를 믿는 사람들 모두 흐르는 대로 흘러가게 두면 돼. 정신없이 흘러가 버린 요즘 똑같은 너의 하루는 해낸 일 없이 마음만 바쁘게 지나가 버렸지. 어쩌면 내일도 모레도 같은 하루가 반복되겠지. 별거 없고 특별할 일 없는 그저 그런 날들 말야. 그럴 땐 단순하게 생각하는 것도 좋아. 널 위한 이 노래로 우리 행복을 바래. 모두 행복해져라. 모두 이루어져라. 나를 아는 사람들 모두 다 하는 일 모두 큰 탈 없이 모두 행복해져라. 모두 다 이루어져라. 나를 믿는 사람들 모두 흐르는 대로 흘러가게 두면 돼. 나만 제자리에 있다는 그런 생각 안 해도 돼. 누구에게나 이런 순간들이 스쳐가는 거야. 정답은 없는 거야. 하고픈 대로 하면 돼. 널 위한 이 노래로 우리 행복을 바래. 모두 행복해져라. 모두 이루어져라. 나를 아는 사람들 모두 다 하는 일 모두 큰 탈 없이 모두 행복해져라. 모두 다 이루어져라. 나를 믿는 사람들 모두 흐르는 대로 흘러가게 두면 돼.
M&A for your Monday. Phil Orlando, Chief Equity Strategist at Federated Hermes, he's going to join us and give us his market call. We got more people, I think, turning a little bit positive on this market. Aaron David Miller, Senior Fellow at the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace, who's going to recap the Trump-Putin summit and, more importantly, preview what we might see in Washington, D.C. this afternoon. So we've got a lot of economics, got a lot of earnings, and we've got a lot of geopolitics, and it's Lisa Mateo and Paul Sweeney with you. Right now, let's kick it all off with John Tucker in a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, not a lot of movement because there's so much we're waiting to happen. This Bloomberg Business Flash being brought to you by IBKR. Will the median new home sales price exceed $430,000 in July 2025? At IBKR Forecast Trader, the yes was recently at 34%. To check the data, spot the trends, start predicting today at ibkr.com/forecast. Last trading day for this contract is August 25th. Let me start off with data. Home builder confidence falling this month. So right now it's matching the lowest level since 2022. The report shows that building contractors are having to increase their already liberal use of sweeteners to get people to buy these homes. And let me check a Toll Brothers, one of the home builders, that stock right now. It is a little changed, appearing some of the earlier advances earlier in the morning. Again, not much movement in the averages. S&P 500, after hovering around a record last week, unchanged at 64.49. The Dow Jones Industrial Average 47 points lower, and the Nasdaq 100 right now is 13 points lower. Traders waiting for some word on progress to end the Ukraine war and any hints on monetary policy from the Fed confab that's taking place in Jackson Hole. We also expect to get some reading on the health of the consumers. Major retailers, including Walmart, they're going to report their earnings results this week. ADRs of Novo Nordisk, they are climbing this morning. They're up 4.8%. The company slashing the cost of Ozempic for cash-paying patients. After the diabetes shot became kind of the poster child for high U.S. drug prices, you can now get Ozempic for $499. That's $499 a month, about half of its U.S. list price. And we check the markets for you all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker. That is your Bloomberg Business Flash. Paulin, hi, Lisa. She's back.
Good morning.
She's
yes,
back.
I'm back.
Yes. She's been working. Like, she did the what's the show before surveillance?
Daybreak.
For like 2
What's
hours.
the show before surveillance? Oh, brother.
Daybreak. So she
I've
did
been
that.
going since early.
And then, yeah, so she's been here. We can't get rid of her. All right, let's take a look at some of the stocks on the move today. I'm Paul Sweeney alongside the Lisa Mateo, and we're joined by Bloomberg's Tatiana Daria. Tatiana, what are you looking at today?
Well, it's Deals Monday in the mid-cap space, Paul, as you mentioned earlier. Starting off with Dayforce, your ticker is DAY, up about 27% right now after Bloomberg reported that buyout firm Thoma Bravo is in talks to acquire the HR management software provider. The deal would take the company private as soon as the coming weeks, our sources tell us. Today's rally gives the company a market value of about $11 billion, and that's up from about $8 billion on Friday. So even though we don't have financing details here, that gives you an indication of what investors are expecting. And to just give you a little bit of context, the stock was down about 27% through Friday, down about 60% from its 2021 peak. That's after it saw a big boom after the post-pandemic reopenings. But since then, companies have been pulling back. So it's interesting what this actually tells you about the economy, right? In this uncertain times where companies are pulling back on some of their capital expenditures.
All right, Tatiana, one of the things you know, Paul Sweeney has the in to like all the fancy places, right? In the city, in Vegas, he knows where to go, right? They let him in. But one place I have been that Paul Sweeney has not been
Exactly.
is Soho House.
Wow.
That would have been my question first, Paul.
Yes.
Have you been there? Because this was I'm new to this company. I have to say, Soho House. It's kind of a co-working space, often compared to WeWork. The ticker there is SHCO, up about 16%. This is after a group of investors led by hotel owner MCR agreed to buy the company in a $2.7 billion deal. It calls itself as a club for creatives, where suits, ties, and corporate attire are discouraged. So curiously,
That's not me.
not you.
I'm not the demo.
It doesn't cater to people working in finance or politics, but rather to the more creative classes. So it will be very interesting to see what the new sort of owners do with this. Do they continue with this strategy, or do they choose to sort of branch out in this other avenues? And the price there is a premium of about 80% over the stock's closing price in December, on December 18th. We go back to that date because that's the date we finally found out that they received an offer. And since then, shares have been rallying about 50%. Yeah, it looks like co-working places are a great idea, but just a very difficult business model.
Okay, very good. How about United Healthcare?
United Healthcare, another name on the move today, up about 2%. This is more like extending the rally that we've seen on Friday when we learned that Warren Buffett's Berkshire Hathaway and other investors bought shares in the insurer. Among those investors, David Tepper's Appaloosa, some of the world's wealthiest management, like George Soros investment firms. So this is great relief for this stock that has been so beaten down this year. I mean, shares are still down about 40%. And I just had a look at their valuation. So the PE ratio there is about 18, which is lower than the 5 and the 10-year averages. So that tells you that those value investors are onto something there, but it will just take a lot of time to shift this boat around.
Tatiana, thank you so much for that. Appreciate it. Tatiana Daria covers all the markets for Bloomberg News. For more conversations like this one, subscribe to our new Stock Movers Reports. Listen for 5-minute audio reports on the biggest winners and losers in the stock market. Subscribe to Stock Movers on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, and anywhere you listen. All right, this to me, I think, is an ideal summer weather environment. You wake up mid-50s, have a day of sunshine where it tops out in the mid-80s. No humidity. How's that?
That's better
That
than
sounds
here.
like that sounds like Jackson Hole, Wyoming, which is why all the smart people in the world of economics get out there every year at this time, and that includes Michael McKee, International Economics and Policy Correspondent for Bloomberg News. Mike, you're back out there in Jackson Hole. Another tricky one for Fed Chairman Jay Powell because the data seems to be all over the place, but the market's pushing for a rate cut. What's the feeling as you get to meet all these people out there in Jackson Hole this week?
Well, I think most people are expecting the Fed to be as careful as they can be. They don't want to make things worse in either direction. They just don't know which way the market, the economy is going. The markets have decided, as you said, that we should have a rate cut in September, but that's a month away. We're going to get another CPI report, and the inflation numbers that we had last week weren't good. And we're going to get another jobs report. And the jobs report we got last month wasn't good. So the Fed's mandate's being pulled in two directions. So my guess is that Jay Powell will try to finesse it and say, we can go either way, but we're not ready to say which way yet.
Now, what about the tone he's going to take, Mike? Because it's not only, you know, about rates, but it's also his last speech to the annual symposium before his term expires next May. So is it going to be like a reflection more so, or how do you see it?
Well, we've had a lot of Fed officials make their last Jackson Hole speeches here, and none of them have really done that. They've left it up to other people at the meetings to talk about them, and we've had that. We've had a lot of people who have said nice things about Janet Yellen, had nice things to say about Ben Bernanke, and in 2005 it was quite a famous event when Alan Greenspan finally left the chairmanship. The whole conference was dedicated to what had happened during his term. I don't think we're going to do that again, given what happened a couple of years after that meeting with the great financial crisis. But we would expect others to say nice things.
Hey, Mike, what's the level of consensus for the Federal Open Market Committee here as you head into Jackson Hole here? Because again, boy, the economic data, you could read it one way, things are pretty darn good, or you could read it the other way that, boy, if you look under the surface, there's some troubling signs out there. How's the consensus?
It's really hard to tell because the numbers are not good either way, but they're not terrible either way. What we saw was inflation creeping into the CPI and PPI from tariffs, but not a huge amount yet. It could be, though, by the time we get to the September meeting. We saw the dismal jobs report in terms of jobs created, but the unemployment rate is still very low. So both are giving us mixed signals. The market would like the lower rates because it will increase their value, the value of equities, and everybody wants to see their stocks go up. But the Fed is more concerned with whether we're going to see inflation pick up more than the economy slows or vice versa.
Mike, in the last minute or so we have here, you talked about the data, but what about the increasing pressure from President Trump, the Trump administration? I mean, how much of that is going to play a factor into what's said?
It's not going to play any factor. The Fed chair, Jay Powell, doesn't want to talk about it, so he won't bring it up. And even if he's questioned by somebody, he'll say it's just part of the job, and we're not focused on that. We're focused on the economy. And I think the rest of the Fed will say the same. They'll talk about how Powell is doing a great job, because they've been doing that, but they aren't going to acknowledge any pressure from the president is going to affect them. It hasn't traditionally affected the Fed, and the good news for Jay Powell is he's only got like 6 more months to go, so he can let it roll off his shoulders because there isn't much the president can do to him.
Mike, do us all a favor. Go to the Western store out there. Get Tom Keene an outfit, because I think if you don't, he's going to wear his suit and his bow tie all Thursday and Friday when he's reporting from out there.
We have tried, and he fights that idea, but maybe we can get him a bolo tie.
Yeah, that might work. That could be a nice medium there.
I feel like he would do the boots. He would do the cowboy
Yeah, I can
boots,
see the boots and the bolo
Yeah.
tie and the suit. That could be a look for him. Michael McKee, thank you so much for joining us. Michael McKee, he's international economics and policy correspondent for Bloomberg News. He is live from Jackson Hole, Wyoming. Again, big conference as economists gather out there. And again, Friday speech, Fed Chairman Jay Powell, full surveillance coverage of that Friday. This is Bloomberg. Good morning.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg Newsroom with this Bloomberg Business Flash, and we're being brought to you by Oracle. Attention growing businesses, Oracle offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move to Oracle Cloud Infrastructure. This for new U.S. customers with minimum financial commitment. See if your company qualifies at oracle.com/Bloomberg. Not a lot of movement with the major averages as we wait from Jackson Hole, the Fed officials there, and what monetary policy is going to be like moving forward. Jerome Powell is set to address the confab come this Friday. Also waiting for some word out of Washington, D.C. as President Trump and European leaders meet, whether or not there's going to be some sort of a peace framework for the war between Ukraine and Russia. Novo Nordisk slashing the cost of Ozempic for cash-paying patients. Patients cannot get Ozempic for $4.99 a month, about half of its U.S. list price, through Novo's cash-pay pharmacy, NovoCare. They're also partnering with GoodRx Holdings to offer Ozempic and its sister weight loss drug Wegovy for the same price at pharmacies across the United States. ADRs of Novo Nordisk, those shares 5% higher right now. United Health Group shares, they're up just about 2.25%, set to extend the 12% rally on Friday after Warren Buffett's Berkshire Hathaway bought shares in the health insurer. TeraWulf shares, the ticker symbol here, WULF. Those shares are up over 17%, reversing some of the earlier declines. This comes after Google agreed to boost its stake in the Bitcoin miner and data center operator to about 14%. And later, we're going to get to earnings after the close from Palo Alto Networks. Tomorrow, we're going to hear from Home Depot, Wednesday, Lowe's and Target, and then Walmart later in the week. Of course, the big focus is going to be for the commentary on the health of the U.S. consumer. Like, is Lisa still buying stuff?
Lisa's on hold right now.
Really? Well, that's an early economic indicator.
Yes.
Anyway, we check the markets for you all day long, right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker. That's your Bloomberg Business Flash. It's like live Lisa data as it happens.
Thank you very much. John Tucker, as always. We do have some possible deal-making news. So sources saying Thoma Bravo in talks to buy human resources management software provider Dayforce and take the company private. So what does this all mean? Well, we have the right person to break it all down for us. It's Niraj Patel. He's Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Software Analyst. Niraj, you're joining us from Princeton. Thanks for joining. I want you to see if you can talk to us about Dayforce, because I'm reading through the article. It says shares are falling about 60% from their 2021 peak through Friday. Can you talk about some of the things that this company has been struggling with?
Yeah, hi, Lisa. This has been even beyond a Dayforce struggling point. The HCM industry, which they play in, the HR and payroll software, that has been under pressure along with application software. And just for a little bit of valuation perspective, application software companies, they're in the 17th percentile of their historical range, and Dayforce is at an all-time low. And this is telling because they are facing a lot of deceleration on the top line. They, in 2021, 2022, they were at 22% sales growth. Now we're looking at 11% for this year and next year. And there's a lot of factors coming into play here. They have a lot of competition. The customers are slowing in terms of new ads, as well as the upsell and cross-sell to existing customers.
So is this just the spending and human resources part of the pie? Is that slowing, or is it competition here? What's the problem for some of these companies?
Yeah, their competition push is limited. They play in the larger enterprise segment, so they run into UKG or Workday. So it's not so much competition, but it's a little bit of a macro trend. You have the U.S. labor non-farm payroll additions, which decelerate significantly, and that's growing at about a 1% pace. It averages 2 to 3%. So we have a macro factor. Second, they have a portfolio which is common to a lot of peers. So there's a lot of portfolio convergence in HR software. It's covering like payroll scope, account administration, workforce management, talent management, learning management. So these players have all converged on the same portfolio. They're trying to push that sale, but there's only a limiting sale per customer that they're able to translate to. For example, they're selling about $13 of software per employee, and it's only growing at a 5% pace.
Now, Niraj, were you surprised by this report? Because it seems like from how you were talking, I mean, kind of this path was leading to the way it is that this report came out today.
Yeah, no, this didn't catch us by surprise in the sense that we're expecting more consolidation. Paycheck acquired Paycor in April, and that was a smaller player that targeted more small SMB segments. This player, Dayforce, they're targeting a large mid-market customer, so we're not surprised. The valuations are quite low. The one positive factor here is HCM ranking in terms of AI disruption across app software is on the lower side. Sales and marketing is on the higher end. IT service management is on the higher end. So that may be a little bit of the appeal coming from Thomas Bravo's lens, where the AI agents are not going to take over the app function in HR software so easily.
Neeraj, thanks so much. We appreciate it. Neeraj Patel, he's a senior software analyst for Bloomberg Intelligence down there in our Princeton office. Looking back at these markets, again, still kind of a mixed tape out there. Not a lot of direction, but boy, this has been a wild year to date for these equity markets with a big 20% sell-off earlier in the year on that initial tariff discussion from the White House. And then, boy, we've gotten that all back and then some. And somebody who's been there and has been through many, many cycles in these markets is Phil Orlando, Chief Equity Market Strategist and Head of Client Portfolio Management at Federated Hermes. Phil, the Fed Reserve and some other economists that will be gathering out in Jackson Hole this week. We will hear from Fed Chairman at the end of the week. People are really kind of split on what this Fed could do, should do in September. How are you guys approaching it?
No, I mean, that's a fair point. And first of all, Paul, thank you very much for having me back on the program. I do think that Jackson Hole is going to be critically important this year with the follow-on to what is the FOMC do at their next policy-setting meeting on September 17th. Our view is that Powell, when he delivers his speech on Friday morning, which I guess is 8 o'clock their time, 10 o'clock our time, will provide us some clues because he is supposed to be talking about the labor market, inflation, monetary policy, and those are all the things that the market's focused on. So as we take a step back and look at the Fed's dual mandate, there's no question in our mind that the economy has slowed as measured by GDP, the private domestic final sales component, over the last year or so. And the labor market has also slowed. And that's one of the Fed's two dual mandates, full employment. The bugaboo, I guess, is that there are some members of the FOMC committee, the voting members, are concerned about what might inflation look like in coming months and quarters based upon President Trump's policies with regard to things like immigration, tariff, trade, et cetera. Now, inflation is in pretty good shape in our view. It's, just off of a 4-year low as opposed to where we were, 4 or 5 years ago at a 41-year high. But there's some concern looking forward as the tariff situation works its way through the pipeline. Are we looking at a potential explosion of inflation? And is it prudent for us to sort of sit tight and do nothing? Our view is that the Federal Reserve should start to cut interest rates in September. We think there will be 6 quarter-point cuts looking out over the next 18 months or so, taking the upper band of the funds rate from 4.5% now down to about 3%. And we'd love to see Powell provide us with some meat on the bones, with his speech on Friday morning.
Now, Phil, you mentioned a couple of things there. One of the things you mentioned was GDP. Can you dive more into the underlying trend that we've seen with GDP?
Sure. So I referenced not GDP overall, but the sort of the core component of it, the private domestic final sales component. And that's comprised of three things: personal consumption, corporate capex, and housing, residential construction. Now, the housing market's in tough shape. There's no other way to slice that. And we need lower interest rates in order to get that going. But the other two pieces are in pretty good shape. That you look in consumer spending, which accounts for about 70% of GDP, and we saw a nice uptick in July spending with a positive revision in June. So the back-to-school season is going pretty well. The Marpril season, the March, April, Easter season went pretty well. So the consumer's still spending. In that part, we're pretty good. Now, the other thing, the corporate capex thing, as a result of the one big beautiful bill being passed, last month, the single most important component of that, in our view, was the fact that we're going to see 100% expensing of capex spending. Now, we saw a decline in productivity growth at the very beginning of the year. The reason we saw that, we believe, is because companies, knowing what was likely to be in the bill, were holding back their capex spending, saying, let's wait until we see what the president's able to pass, and then we will come forward with a tsunami of capex in the back half of calendar 25 and all through calendar 26. We think that's coming. And so as a result, the personal consumption's in pretty good shape. Corporate capex, we think, is going to move materially higher. We think the housing market will pick up over the next 18 months as the Federal Reserve cuts interest rates. So the lull that we're seeing in GDP right now is justification, we think, for the Fed to cut interest rates in order to facilitate much stronger GDP growth in calendar 26 versus calendar 25.
Phil, thanks so much for joining us. Always appreciate getting your insights there. Phil Orlando, he's the Chief Equity Market Strategist and Head of Client Portfolio Management. He's over there at Federated Hermes and really constructive on the markets, gives us some good thoughts on both sides of the equation here. And again, as we think about Jackson Hole, I'm not sure what the Fed can do, Lisa, other than, we're looking at the data. We've still got some more data between now and our Fed meeting, so stay tuned. But the market's kind of pricing in.
Yeah, and it's a lot of pressure. I mean, it's his last, speech before, the symposium, and what are people, thinking as far as, President Trump's pressure and the Trump administration on him as well.
Yep, exactly. So we'll have to see kind of where a new Fed chairman comes from where and what that person's policy thoughts are. So a lot for the market to discount as it looks towards Fed policy. And again, we'll have full coverage. Michael McKee is out there for the week covering all the economic doings out there. And then Bloomberg Surveillance will have a live show from Jackson Hole on Friday. Tom Keene, Lisa Abramowitz, Henry Horton, they will all be there. So we'll have details of that coming up later in the week. But that'll be on Friday morning and have the speech for President Jay Powell at the conference out there. Markets, just a little bit of red on the screen. Nothing moving really at this point here. Yields on a 10-year Treasury pretty much unchanged, 4.32%. On your 10-year Treasury. WTI crude oil, $62.50.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg Newsroom with this Bloomberg Business Flash. An air of caution in today's trading ahead of the Fed's annual retreat at Jackson Hole later this week. Chairman Jerome Powell's speech going to be the highlight for any guidance on September interest rate cut. The money market's pricing in around an 80% likelihood of a quarter point cut next month and at least one more by the end of the year. Look, right now, the major averages, S&P 500 pretty much dead flat. The Dow Jones Industrial Average 17 points higher, and the NASDAQ 100 right now down 26 points. That's a decline of about 0.1%. So let's focus on some of the individual shares that are on the move. Shares of Dayforce 26% higher after we reported that Thoma Bravo in talks to buy the human resources management software company. And then you have GoodRx shares. They are soaring on the news that Novo Nordisk slashing the cost of Ozempic and partnering with GoodRx to offer the drug at U.S. pharmacies. TeraWulf shares, they are up right now 17%. Google agreed to boost its stake in the Bitcoin miner and data center operator to about 14%. This is part of the Fluid Stack deal at TeraWulf's Lake Mariner Data Center campus. That's up in western New York. Investors this week going to turn their attention to the health of American consumers. You have major retailers, including Walmart. That's Thursday. Target, I believe, is Wednesday, and Home Depot releasing their earnings. And, of course, again, the focus is going to be on the American consumer. And we check the markets for you all day long. Right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker, and that's your Bloomberg Business Flash. Lisa and Paul.
All right, John Tucker, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Lisa Mateo, Paul Sweeney live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio in New York City. We're streaming live on YouTube. How about this for a list of who's who coming to the White House this afternoon? President Macron from France, Keir Starmer from England, Mr. Stubb from Finland, Mr. Merz from Germany, and of course, Mr. Zelensky from the Ukraine, all come to meet with President Trump in a historic afternoon of meetings. Let's break it down here. Aaron David Miller joins us, Senior Fellow, Carnegie Endowment for International Peace, joining us from Washington, D.C. via the Zoom thing. Aaron, why are all these leaders, including Mr. Zelensky, why are they coming to the White House this afternoon?
I suppose backup, using the February 28th meeting earlier this year, which was a catastrophic meltdown, unprecedented. I worked for Republicans and Democrats from Jimmy Carter to Bush 43. Never has there been a display, extraordinary display on February 28th. So I think all the sounds and signs for the Europeans, I think, are pretty running in the wrong direction. We've moved from ceasefire to permanent agreement, and if you could get one, that would be great. But I think it's not going to happen anytime soon, which will allow Mr. Putin to continue Russia's advances, however insignificant they may be right now along this very long front line. And then, of course, you have the issue of territorial concessions. So the point of departure for Mr. Trump appears to be the ball is now with Zelensky and the Europeans, and Putin all but said the same thing in Anchorage, hoping that the Europeans and Zelensky would not, I forget his word, sabotage, intrigue against the understandings that he and the president had reached.
So, Aaron, with your background, what needs to happen in order for these talks to be successful? And then are all the elements there?
I mean, talks can be successful. The question is, Lisa, and I think your question cuts to the core. And as I mentioned, I've been around summits and negotiations in Middle East for a better part of 20 years. And I know there are fundamental differences, but basically you need four things. And I just don't see them. Number one, leaders both who are willing to negotiate seriously. Second, a mediator that not only appears to be, but is prepared to use both honey and vinegar, incentives and disincentives, and hasn't adopted fundamentally the side of one over the other. You need urgency. You need enough pain and prospects of gain to get the parties to a negotiating table and to keep them there. And then finally, you need a deal that both sides can walk away from the table and say to their respective constituencies and to themselves, We won. Frankly, guys, I mean, I've been wrong before. I just don't see any of these four factors present in the current circumstances.
Aaron, what's the likelihood that President Trump will effectively wash his hands of this whole thing and just kind of let the Europeans deal with the Russians?
I mean, so far that approach, walking away from the table, appears to have not cost him much politically on just about any issue. Walking away from the table, I worked for Bush 41 and his immensely talented Secretary of State, James Baker. Baker threatened to walk a couple times with both Israel and Syria, and it worked. But then again, there is no James Baker here, and there is no Bush 41. So yeah, walking away from the table, if it's meant as a tactic to get the parties to get serious, both of them, I might add, can be an effective tactic. But walking away with no strategy, walking away out of disgust and frustration, walking away because you really don't want to press both sides to the end game because your attention is easily distracted and lies elsewhere, that's not a good look.
Now, what about the last time? I just have to point out, President Trump met with Zelensky. It didn't go so well. There was a shouting match. There was a briefly pause of military aid to Ukraine. Are we expecting something a little bit more civil this time around?
I would expect the answer is yes. I think, and again, I don't know what the reason for this next step would be, but I think Mr. Trump would like to have one more round. You have Anchorage with Putin, got Zelensky and the Europeans in Washington. I think President Trump would like to have a trilateral. Now, if in the wake of that, he could walk away, he'd have a little more credibility, but I don't see, frankly, the point of a three-way meeting right now. And Zelensky has to make a decision. Is he going to shake the hand of Vladimir Putin while Vladimir Putin kills Ukrainians? Literally yesterday, today, tomorrow, coming week, without any promise that that meeting would lead to, at a minimum, ceasefires. He's in a bind, and Trump put him there, as did Mr. Putin, who, to use the president's words right now, by the president's own choice, I might add, because Trump has many cards to play, but right now, Putin's got them all.
Yep.
And Trump appears not to want to take any of them back.
Aaron, you referenced Secretary Baker back in the Bush 41 White House. Where is the State Department in this White House? Where is the Secretary of State? It just seems to be Donald Trump and Donald Trump alone. Is that kind of the where it is and where it should be?
That would be my read. I mean, I worked for half a dozen Secretaries of State of both political parties. I mean, I think Marco Rubio, probably of all the national security team that the president put together, is clearly the most knowledgeable. And before he accepted this job, sympathetic and empathetic to many of the policies, including the dissolution of USAID that Mr. Trump has presided over. So, no, I don't think Marco Rubio is an effective Secretary of State. To be an effective Secretary of State, you need the supreme confidence of the president. You need to be a really good negotiator. Baker and Kissinger come to mind here. One other thing, you got to be willing to sit your boss down and say, you know, you are not headed in the right direction. And I have a way we can try to make this better. He's not willing to do that. If loyalty is key here. Blind loyalty is a disaster. And if Marco Rubio isn't willing to say to the president, or Witkoff for that matter, the envoy for everything, this isn't going to work. I mean, of what value are these advisors?
Right. Aaron, thank you so much for your time. Really appreciate it. Aaron David Miller, he's a senior fellow at the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace down in Washington, D.C., joining us via Zoom for what will be, promises to be, a historic set of meetings between President Trump and European leaders as they continue to try to move towards some type of peaceful resolution in Ukraine. Those meetings will begin this afternoon. Bloomberg will have full coverage of those meetings as they happen. So that should be very compelling. S&P 500 down 5 points. We'll have more coming up. This is Bloomberg Morning.
You're listening to Bloomberg Intelligence with Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, welcome back to Bloomberg Intelligence. I'm Lisa Mateo alongside Paul Sweeney. We had some FDA approvals. They're pushing gains in some pharmaceutical companies, specifically Novo Nordisk. So here to break that down and a whole lot more news that's coming out about Novo is Madison Muller. She's Bloomberg Health reporter. Now, I got to point out, okay, so Novo ADRs, they're up about 4.5%. But the big news, so the weight loss drug Wegovy got this U.S. approval to treat a form of liver disease. So what does this mean for the company?
Yeah, so on Friday afternoon, late on Friday, Novo Nordisk got approval for Wegovy, which is its weight loss drug to treat a liver disease called MASH. And this sort of is we've seen over the last couple of years so many studies come out to show the potential health benefits of these weight loss drugs beyond just, reducing the number on the scale. And we knew from studies that there was some benefit to the liver from taking these drugs. And so Novo was able to notch an approval for that, which helps one with insurance coverage. Wegovy and then Eli Lilly's drug Zepbound are still not super widely covered by insurance companies for weight loss, but having some of these other health benefits shown and proven in studies helps them convince insurers that they are worth covering. And so this gives them an edge against Lilly. Lilly's drug Zepbound is not approved yet for this indication. And so it gives them sort of a leg up there. And then it also gets, it sort of is another benefit for Novo because they've been struggling over the last year, just with Zepbound sort of making waves in the market and taking market share from Wegovy. This gives them a leg up there as well. And just with the tumultuousness of the last few weeks, they had a CEO ouster and a few other moving pieces. So this is good news for them, and we'll see. But it will maybe help them gain back some market share.
Again, one of the issues for these weight loss drugs is the cost. And if you're not covered by insurance, they really are expensive. So by slashing the cost of Ozempic in half, does the company believe that's going to open up a big new vein of new customers maybe?
So it's interesting because if patients are on Ozempic, they are usually on it. It's a type 2 diabetes treatment, and usually that's covered by insurance.
Diabetes, but does it have a side benefit, I guess, of weight loss?
Yes. So, there are two different drugs, right? There's Ozempic, which is the diabetes drug, Wegovy. They both use the exact same active ingredient, which is semaglutide. Okay. Wegovy is a higher dose version. If you're on Ozempic, it's lower doses. So it's not quite as strong. But there is that weight loss side effect on both drugs. Previously, Novo actually did cut the cost of Wegovy down to about the same price, $500 a month, back in March. And now they are doing the same for Ozempic. But it's interesting because the question of whether or not this is going to expand access for more patients sort of remains to be seen because, again, if you have Ozempic, you usually are covered by insurance for it.
Now, something I also said, they're partnering in this article. It said with GoodRx to offer Ozempic Wegovy for the same price at pharmacies. But didn't Novo try the partnership thing with Hims and Hers, and that didn't work out so well?
Yeah. So Hims was one of several partners that Novo has sort of worked with over the last couple of months, again, to really make waves and get into this market or gain back market share because it's really lost ground to Eli Lilly. Hims was one of the companies that they partnered with. They've partnered with a couple of other telehealth companies, as well as CVS, to make this cash pay price more widely available. But this is the first time that they're dropping the price of Ozempic as well. So this partnership with GoodRx, any patient is essentially a coupon. Like any patient who goes to a pharmacy uses GoodRx is going to be able to get this cash pay price for Ozempic and Wegovy.
Mention the Hims and Hers, those compound drugs. How effective are they vis-a-vis the GLP-1s themselves? Because that would be if I were like Novo Nordisk, I spent all this money to develop it, that would be a bummer to see these guys come out.
And that's a really good question, actually, that question of how effective are these drugs, because that's the problem, is we don't know. There are studies that drug makers are required to do. They have to go through a lengthy FDA approval process to prove that their medications are safe and effective. Compounded drugs don't go through that same approval process. So there's no actual studies showing how effective those medications are. And it's a little bit of a gamble. I mean, we've seen patients losing weight on these compounded medications, and we haven't seen a tremendous amount of side effects that are really different from the branded medications. So the problem is just more that we don't actually have a lot of visibility into that compounded market and don't know how those drugs stack up to the branded medications.
In the last 30 seconds or so we have, where does this all put Eli Lilly then? I mean, they already had the setback with the weight loss pill. So now we're hearing all this about Novo. Where does this put them?
Yeah. I mean, it's interesting. Like the two companies, I think last year, it was just, they were so red hot and there was like nothing, the expectations were sky high. There was really nothing that seemingly could bring them down. But now we're seeing a couple of stumbles. And I think that, shows, again, how high the expectations are for this market. There's just no room for failure. But we'll see what happens next with Lilly.
When is the pill going to be available? 6 months, 12 months, a year?
Sometime 2026. So they said that they're planning to file for FDA approval by the end of the year and then hopefully launch next year.
As someone who administers the shots, they're no big deal. But the pill is going to be huge.
It just makes it so much easier.
Yes.
All
right, very good. All right, Madison Muller, thank you so much for joining us. Madison Muller over there at Bloomberg News, giving us the latest on Novo Nordisk. This is a story that just keeps on giving. I mean, I think this market, it's just, although it's funny, like if you see someone overweight, you're like, boy, isn't there a pill for that? But there's a million different reasons why people can't get them, costs or all that kind of stuff. So you have to see how the market develops
and
here.
how the side effects too.
Yeah, exactly right. For our listeners in the U.S., a reminder, you can listen to us via satellite radio on Sirius XM Channel 121. Access the world's only global audio business network, coast to coast, 24 hours a day. Bloomberg Radio on Sirius XM Channel 121 is presented by Oracle. Stay tuned for the latest market news and industry research. The next hour of Bloomberg Intelligence starts right now.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Paul Sweeney.
The semiconductor business is a really cyclical business. The market's telling me, here's another AI play. Just bid it, buy it. Is the market over their skis? Are people just too exuberant out there?
Breaking market headlines and corporate news from across the globe.
This was a big success story for Apple.
We like bonds. We think bonds are attractive.
Private markets have become very diverse.
What we're telling people is be cautious here.
Bloomberg Intelligence with Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
All right, Luis Mateo, Paul Sweeney, live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, streaming live on YouTube as well. Coming up, we're going to check in with Mike McGlone, Miami Mike. He's our Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Commodity Strategist. Talking about gold, talking about crypto. I'm going to talk to him about some of the soft grains out there. There's a story out there that I want to bring in front of him and see what he's got to say, because he used to be a farmer out there in, I don't know, Illinois or something like that. Mandeep Singh, Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Tech Analyst, is going to bring us the latest on what's going on out there in the world of technology. Francis Duflo, Bloomberg Intelligence Aerospace and Airlines Analyst. Air Canada pulls its forecast, citing the flight attendant strike. I thought they had that thing settled over the weekend, but apparently not. So it's also BNEF. We're going to talk to Anastasia Davies, head of renewable fuels, on the renewable fuels industry. Where are we on that? Is it still as supported by this administration as it has been in past administrations? We'll get the latest there. But first, let's kick this hour off with Charlie Powell.
Thank you very much, Paul and Lisa. Here's what's going on. We've got the Dow higher, the S&P, NASDAQ. They are both lower right now, looking at a loss of just about half a point on the S&P 500 index. Little change, 64.48. Dow Industrials up 15. That is an advance there of just under 0.1%, while NASDAQ slumping by 13 for the NASDAQ Composite Index. A drop right now on NASDAQ of just under 0.1%. 10-year at 4.33%. We've got the 2-year yielding 3.76%. Gold down $2.50 the ounce, 33.33. That is a drop for the precious metal right now of under 0.1%. West Texas Intermediate crude 62.90 a barrel, up 0.1%, and Bitcoin down 1.6%, 115,750 on Bitcoin. As for the overall market backdrop on this Back to Work Monday, Scott Cronert is head of equity strategy research at Citigroup Global Markets. He was a guest this morning on Bloomberg Surveillance.
Part of the storyline here is that, great, we've got this AI tech-related leadership. Understand that. It's going to perpetuate for some time here. The broadening is when you continue to navigate something that looks and feels like a soft landing, but with enough constraint on inflation that it enables the Fed to continue to go down the easing path into the tail end of the year.
Scott Cronert of Citigroup Global Markets interviewed this morning on surveillance. You can hear more of the conversation on the Surveillance podcast. You can download it wherever you get your podcasts. Air Canada's Canadian shares down 2.3% right now after pulling its financial guidance through year-end, citing the impact of that strike by flight attendants that has caused the airline to cancel hundreds of flights. We've got more on Air Canada and the strike coming up in just a moment right here on Bloomberg Intelligence. Again, recapping, S&P 500 index wavering lower, little change right now, down by 1 point. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie Pell, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Let's take a look at some of the stocks on the move today. I'm Paul Sweeney alongside Lisa Mateo, and we're joined by Bloomberg's Tatiana Darrier. Tatiana, what are you looking at today?
Well, starting off with Novo Nordisk, which is ADRs are up about 4%. Your ticker is NVO. And I know you guys just discussed the story, but what is interesting to me is that it all comes after President Trump has been putting pressure on pharma companies to lower drug costs. So the company slashed the cost of Ozempic for cash-paying patients to $4.99 a month, about half of its U.S. list price, saying that this move really caters to patients who don't have insurance. So it looks like maybe companies are trying to work with the president here to avoid more public shaming, because Eli Lilly also last week raised the list price for its obesity shot in the UK by as much as 170%, as President Trump also asked companies to increase prices in Europe and to lower them for Americans. Well, for the record, Novo said that the offer is unrelated to discussions with the U.S. government. And it's also worth noting that the stock was rallying there a little bit even before the news, as Wegovy received FDA approval to treat a serious form of liver disease. So it looks like there is different parts here, but it's interesting to follow sort of that the government or Trump's push to low drug pricing, and if that is really having an impact already.
And then GoodRx, is this tied into Novo Nordisk too?
Definitely tied to this story. Okay. You know, the company and the stock is up 33% right now. The ticker is GDRX. The CEO on Bloomberg TV making the case for the company this morning, explaining really how this company works, because a lot of people had questions. And it says that it's a digital marketplace for drugs pricing. It really doesn't fulfill or dispense the drugs, but it negotiates the most competitive prices with insurance. And analysts are saying that this deal with Novo Nordisk will allow the company to monetize about 17 million patients looking for GLP-1s. So huge opportunity there for them.
All right, what else?
Well, staying with the pharma space, looking at CVS, UBS upgrading the stock. Your ticker is CVS, up about 3%. The analysts are writing that the upgrade follows 2 strong consecutive quarters, an early sign that the healthcare benefits segment fixes are on track. As a reminder, the company is exiting the Obamacare individual health insurance exchange market next year, and it is focusing on higher margin segments like Medicare Advantage. And it looks like that is really catching analysts' attention, because this upgrade comes after a similar boost from Baird on Friday. The stock now has 23 buys, 6 holds, and no sells, Paul. And the average price target is $81, signaling analysts see growth potential, because we're trading at $70.66 right now.
You know, I think I know more about AI than I do about healthcare economics, which I've been following my entire life, studying my entire adult life. I still have no idea who pays who, where the money comes from, where the discounts go, who gets insurance, benefit menu. I have no idea.
I don't know if they know either.
I just, you know what? I never paid like my doctor's bill, because there's always stuff going on, and there's always insurance payments hitting. And at some point, I don't know, at some point though, it'll catch up to me. But I mean, like, I haven't made a payment in like forever. It just keeps rolling and rolling and rolling. So anyway, that's how I think about healthcare economics. Tatiana Darrier, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate that. The great thing, for more conversations like this, subscribe to our new Stock Movers reports. Listen for 5-minute audio reports on the biggest winners and losers in the stock market. Subscribe to Stock Movers on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or anywhere you listen. The great thing about Mike McGlone, you can talk to him about pretty much anything that is remotely connected to or could be characterized as a commodity. I'm talking crypto to like gold, oil, and then even the grains. We're talking corn, and I got to lead with this corn story here. There's a story out there that there's maybe some problems with the corn crop, but the U.S. government is forecasting a record corn crop, but pictures of corn with missing kernels due to, quote, tight tassel wrap, unquote, have triggered concern about the upcoming harvest. Mike, what is tight tassel wrap, and should we be concerned about it?
It's part of the corn growing process. Right now, if you go out to the Midwest, you will see a sea of grain tassels from the corn. If you can get high enough, typically you have to go like over an exit ramp on a expressway to do that because it's so flat. But it's just an absolute sea of tassels because there's so much supply coming on. USA had upped their estimates. I did enjoy that article about some of the grain not looking so good. That's going to happen everywhere, particularly sometimes like you might not be raining on your farm, but it's raining on your neighbor's farm, so that's a problem. But it's just the overall macro is very bearish for corn. And I enjoyed that article because you can do everything you can to make the prices go up a little bit. But the thing is, corn's in an enduring bear market. There's excess supply all over the place. And typically it takes it to get down to near 3 than stay above 4. Right now, the December contract is right around $4 a bushel. Speculators are short. The market's going down. We know what happens. Sure, we get a short covering rally, but if we can get a little short covering rally, and if this kind of article sparks it, your prudent investors will probably be looking to sell into that rally.
I'm learning everything about Mike McGlone. So he has a farming background.
Exactly.
Who knew? Okay, so I want to switch gears from corn to gold. Now, it was inching higher. I'm looking at COMEX gold right now, down about 0.1%. Spot gold, little change. But this is all ahead of the Federal Reserve's annual gathering, right, in Jackson Hole. Potential interest rate signals. Mike, can you school me a little bit? I mean, why do lower rates typically benefit gold?
It's competition. So, for instance, if you have U.S. T-bill rates at 10% and the stock market on a tear, why buy the rock? Why buy gold? But what's happening is all those interest rates are heading lower, particularly in the rest of the world, almost 1.8% in 10-year note in China, and deflationary forces. So the best things for gold are either deflation, T-bill rates going down, or inflation, big signs of inflation. But typically that happens in other countries that have debasing currency. The key thing to think about corn right now, it's almost a perfect bull flag. It's been at the price right now of $3,333 an ounce for 5 months. It first printed that place in August. Remember when the VIX took off, the stock market collapsed, and it collapsed, and just waiting. But what's happened since then, central banks are buying more, deepest pockets on the planet, and the most significant development is massive buying from ETFs. We had 4 years of outflows from corn ETFs. It's shifted very positive so far this year at about almost 93 million ounces total gold holdings. It's up almost 11%. So investors are tilting over to the rock, potentially anticipation a little bit of a back and fill in stocks.
All right, so we got all the economists heading out to Jackson Hole, Wyoming, because why not? It's mid-80s, no humidity, sunshine, great mountains. I get it. That's why Mike McGlone, he's out there early to make sure everything's perfect. So good for him. Mike McKee. What do you expect, Mike, from the commodities space? Anything this week are you looking for? Are you waiting for Chairman Powell to say something? What's your market telling you?
Yeah, unlikely he's going to say anything. So last year at Jackson Hole, Ira Jersey pointed out he tipped his scale a little bit, point out we'd be easing. But the market's already priced for it, and there's still a lot of data coming. There's so much pressure. But just the concept of easing with inflation above its targets, unemployment okay, and the stock market on a tear, and crypto's on a currency on a tear. I mean, I'm old school, Paul, like you don't ease in that environment. You tighten. But okay, we have a new world, a new environment. So the key thing I'm watching in commodities is copper, Dr. Copper, because copper made a significant high this year, just like crude oil did in 2008. It's on the cusp of potentially tilting down in the year, which would tell everything with it. It's the last vestige of bullishness in commodities outside of gold, because crude oil's going down, corn's going down, so I'm really keeping a close eye on copper. And this is the bottom line for copper. The world's facing tariffs from the world's largest goods importer. That's a pressure factor for Dr. Copper, the metal with a PhD in economics.
There you go, Mike. As always, appreciate getting your thoughts. We went from copper to Bitcoin to corn. There you go. Mike McGlone will do pork bellies next time. Mike McGlone, senior commodity strategist for Bloomberg Intelligence. Let's switch to tech. Like when I go to vacation, I go to like the Jersey Shore. Mandeep Singh, no. The dude picks Calgary, like in Canada. Like, who does that? I mean, I love skiing out there. So I don't know, maybe he knows something we don't. It's beautiful out there. I get it. Mandeep Singh, Bloomberg Intelligence senior tech analyst. Mandeep, here's the story I want to get to. Back in my day, if you were in a public startup company and your stock was all tied up in a private company, you had to wait for an IPO. Then you had to wait for the 6-month lockup, and then you could begin starting selling. That's not the case today. The people in OpenAI, they're selling about $6 billion in stock here. This is becoming more and more common, isn't it, for your tech companies?
It is, and I think Meta exacerbated that trend by, the acqui-hires they've made in the last 2-3 months. I mean, there are startups that have just disappeared without an outright acquisition because Meta acquired their top 5 people or top 10 people. And look, when you have that sort of risk of losing talent, you got to find ways to, liquidate your stuff, the stock that you have in your company. And for OpenAI, I mean, talent is paramount. This is a company that may end up doing, almost a $20 billion revenue run rate by the end of this year. And the same thing for Anthropic. Anthropic started off the year at $1 billion run rate. Now they are at a $5 billion run rate. When you 5x your revenue like that, you have to find ways to, keep your employees happy and retain them. And I think this is their way of making sure the employees can liquidate some of their stock.
So is this a perk for all OpenAI employees? I mean, do you have to be there a certain amount of time, or can anyone take part in this?
I mean, we don't know that level of detail, but suffice to say, I think they've allocated a certain amount, and the private valuation of this company has gone from almost $250 to $300 billion to $500 billion now. And so clearly there is a lot of appetite for a company like OpenAI, which is at the frontier of everything that's going on in generative AI. And, there are buyers of that kind of stuff.
All right, I got to satisfy the banker gene in me. Is there an OpenAI IPO at some point?
Probably they will. And my hunch is, when you are a category leader, in any sort of technology trend, you want to be a public company because one, it clearly helps you get more long-term investors for your stock, and also it's great PR. So I can't imagine an OpenAI staying private for very long. With that being said, their financials don't look great. I mean, from what we know, they're burning a lot of cash right now. So it's not a very profitable business model, but the top line growth is really what is getting them all the attention right now. So they will have to clean up that OPEX side if they plan to go public. So I don't think it's imminent in the near term, but I wouldn't be surprised if it happens in the next 2 years.
Hey, Mandeep, in the last minute we have here left, does this put, OpenAI as the world's most valuable startup? I mean, does it push it past SpaceX? Is it sustainable?
By far. And look, the top line growth, as I said, both for OpenAI and Anthropic, this is not something we see very often. So at their revenue base, I mean, they are clearly the most coveted and the most talked about name. And that's going to be the case for a while.
Mandeep, what skill is the AI skill? Like, what are these people acquiring in these acqui-hires when they're paying out these big packages? Is it coding? Is it just engineering 505? What is it?
So right now, when you think about how GPT-4 and 5 became smarter and smarter, it's about, engineers who can help these models become smarter and smarter in terms of answering more questions, doing more types of things. And that requires a certain knowledge of probability, statistics, tokenization, that, the way large language models are built, there is a neural network aspect to it, and that refinement of LLM is what is making them more intelligent. So you need to have that basic level understanding of tokenization and what are the tokens that makes these LLMs smarter and smarter. And I think that's why they deserve to get all the attention.
Yeah. All right. Mandeep, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it, bud. Mandeep Singh, he's a senior tech industry analyst at Bloomberg Intelligence from Calgary. Stuck because of Air Canada. Jeez. No kidding. I love these notes. So the dude's out there for vacation with his family. That's cool. He gets caught up with the Air Canada strike. So, hey, there's worse places to be than Calgary. Beautiful country out there. A lot more coming up this season.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 11:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ. They're all trading lower right now. Stocks, bonds, and the dollar did see a quiet start to a pivotal Fed week. Geopolitics, though, coming into play as Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky and his European allies get ready to meet with President Trump. So here's where we stand. We do have the S&P down 2, drop there of just under 0.1%. The Dow back in the green right now, up 12, has been swinging between gains and losses. Little change. That is the key takeaway right now. NASDAQ down 24 for the NASDAQ Composite Index, a drop there of 0.1%. The Russell 2000 Index of small cap shares is gaining up 0.3%, while our Mag 7 Index is down 0.3%. The 10-year on this Monday morning, 4. 4.34%, with the 2-year 3.77%. Gold flat on the day, $33.35 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.3%, $62.98 a barrel. And Bitcoin now down by 1.7% at $115,709 on Bitcoin. Ukraine says it has carried out a fresh attack on Russia's Druzhba oil pipeline system and halted a conduit that is important for crude supply to parts of Central Europe. Right now, we've got West Texas Intermediate crude higher, up 0.3%. Among some of the oil names, ExxonMobil up 0.1%, BP lower, down 0.8%, Chevron lower by 0.4%. This Bloomberg Business Flash brought to you by Oracle. Attention, growing businesses. Oracle's offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move to Oracle Cloud Infrastructure. For new U.S. customers with minimum financial commitment, see if your company qualifies at oracle.com/Bloomberg. Recapping, S&P little changed on the day, down now by 3 points. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, no.
Go, you hit it, dude. Let it rip.
Hit the button. All right. Thank you, Charlie Fellows. So Air Canada, right? They pulled their financial guidance through year end. Thousands of Air Canada flight attendants, they walked out over the weekend. So what we're going to do is find out more behind the strikes, more behind of what's going on. Here with us to explain more is Francois Duflo. He is U.S. airline aerospace analyst here. Francois, thanks for joining us over from the Princeton office. First off, I mean, this is the peak travel summer season. How much of an impact is it going to have for the company?
Yes, good morning. Yes, exactly. That's the worst time that it could happen. August is one of the busiest month of the year. And when we look at the number of cancellations during this weekend, almost 80% of the flight and the seat were canceled during this weekend. So it's really significant. When we try to do the math, we get to something around 200 million impact revenue. So that would be about 3% of the 6.2, 6.3 billion revenue expected for this quarter. So it could be big. And the question is, how long does it take for Air Canada to resume and get back to the full operation? Because it's not just the flights and the seats canceled during this 3 days, but it's also how long does it take to resume and return to a normal operation, knowing that we are not even sure when flight attendants will go back to work. So that's a big question. And then obviously the lasting impact on bookings, fares, and the brand name that the strike could have through the rest of the year, because when this kind of event happens, you usually end up having to discount a little bit fares to lure customer back to your flight. So there is also those questions, but that's the kind of amount that we see for this quarter. And just to give a little bit also of context, this happens at a time where Canada is hit by the US trade disputes that not only impacts the GDP, but also impact the travel patterns. And Air Canada was definitely facing big headwinds because of this and had to reallocate seats from the US to somewhere else, and that had an additional impact on yields during 2Q and likely 3Q.
Air Canada, what's the market? How's the market share shake out in Canada?
Oh, in Canada, they have almost 50% of the market in terms of capacity, between 45 and 50, depending on the market, depending on the quarter. But it's very significant. And then you have a second competitor, WestJet, which has about 30%. So you have a very two strong airlines in Canada that have a sizable share.
All right, Francois, Canadians this winter, when it gets cold, you telling me they're not going to fly down to Arizona and Florida?
Probably less. At least Air Canada cut travel to the US. Right. They cut 8% in 2Q. They were likely to do the same through the end of the year. That's the only way in order to make sure that yield remain kind of stable. They managed this in 2Q. The hope was to do it again in 3Q and 4Q. We'll see if that can happen, and we'll see what kind of deal flight attendants can get during the negotiation, because that's also some things that the market will be looking at.
Francois, thanks so much for joining us, my friend. Francois Duflo. He does all that airline and aerospace stuff for Bloomberg Intelligence. He's based down there in Princeton. Let's get to the private equity space. Here's my big thing. Anybody can raise money. Anybody can invest money. It's getting an exit that is tough. That's my Elizabeth Weymouth joins us here. She is founder and managing partner of Graphene Partners. Elizabeth, talk to us about the market to actually monetize investments, because I hear so many funds, you know, the 3 to 5 year hold, well, they're now in year 6, 7, 8. Talk to us about the ability to get monetization in the private equity space today.
Well, thank you, Paul, and great to be here. Good to see you. I think the good news for us all is that monetizations are picking up. So in 2025, we've had a little more robust of an exit environment. While the number of exits is around 215, so that's down year over year, the volume and the size of the exit is bigger. It's around 308 billion or so. So that's provided much needed liquidity to the LPs. We talk to LPs all the time, and that's the number one concern, but it's picking up.
And M&A activity, IPOs, every time we just kind of mention these, I always hear woohoo from Paul, you know, like gets excited about it. Do you see it picking up?
We do, we do. I see some IPOs are coming out very strong. The big ones we hear most about are from the tech sector. But IPOs are not the only means of liquidity that is being provided to the private equity market. I think, you know, because the LPs were pounding the table on the needing of DPI, so distributions per invested dollar, the GPs listened. So then the environment has been more accommodating for the exit. So apart from the IPOs, apart from the M&A activity that's involved in the IPOs, there have been some GP solutions to provide liquidity to investors as well. So you hear the secondary market is alive and well and growing and at its peak, actually. And then you have CVs, so continuation vehicles, continuation funds, and then you have LPs leading the way to do this, and not even to mention new forms of capital coming into the market with the democratization of private equity.
So at Graphene, I know you guys invest in new private equity managers,
yes,
as well as doing your own deals. Talk to us about the capital markets for middle market deals. Where's the debt coming from these days?
Interesting question. Well, the debt's coming from, you know, you'll see banks like a JP Morgan get back into understanding that private credit has stepped in, and they are now providing other alternatives in addition to what they have done in the past. But private credit is also alive and well and providing some debt financing. The good news about where we focus, which is the middle market and the lower middle market, because that's where we believe the alpha is in private markets, is that these are generally companies that use lower debt. So that's a very important metric for us when we get involved in investing in those companies. But you're right. What we have done is found a space that really wasn't occupied to provide investors with alpha in light of the big firms getting bigger. So we have a different strategy that sort of complements the mega funds.
And Elizabeth, in your notes, you say the U.S. economy remains strong. Interest rates could start moving down again soon. How soon do you think?
Well, it's hard for anyone to predict.
Yes.
I know what's going on in Jackson Hole this week. We'll all be waiting with bated breath. But, you know, I think conditions are such that, at least my personal opinion, is that there's certainly room for a moderated, lowering of the interest rates. And that will, of course, be a nice boost for the private equity markets and deal making and liquidity providing back to the investors.
Are there industries that you guys like more so than others these days? Because it seems like you have to have AI in your pitch book somewhere, in your deck somewhere. But how do you guys think about it?
Yes, no, it's a great question. We've been focused on really finding this unique off-market, high alpha private deal flow. So the reason we all came to private equity in the first place. And as the big firms are getting bigger, the returns are compressing. And so we think about sectors, to your question, in the sense of really who's starting the firm. So we're actually putting entrepreneurs who are starting new private equity firms in business. For the first time in history, we have people, I think over 50% of the private equity firms in the US are over 20 years old. So people inside of those firms have 15 to 20 years of experience in a certain sector with a track record you can verify. And for one reason or another, notwithstanding the terrible fundraising market, they are leaving to start new firms. This is when you can get alpha. So on a specific sector, it's really about, we tend to back the athlete, for lack of a better term, and where they've had success. And if the conditions that led to their success in the past, we deem are available in the future, then we'll put them in business, and then we'll co-invest with them, and then we'll do direct deals on our own.
How do you talk to your clients about, I mean, there's a lot of geopolitical tension, a lot going on in the news and the headlines. We hear it. You have the U.S.-Russia summit, then we have the Putin summit. How do you talk to your clients about that and put them at ease?
Yes, it's a constant source of conversation with respect to how it might impact U.S. private equity, and our focus is U.S. private equity in particular. We also have an office in London, so we do get involved, and we back European managers as well. So as it relates to the deal environment, it's absolutely a factor we take into consideration, but we can't wait for it to be resolved, and we do go ahead and do find deal opportunities. And I think that the conversations with our investors are usually robust because we tend to back investors who have an opportunity in hand at that moment, and it's usually a deal that has resulted from a dislocation in their own sector. And so all of the macro factors have been taken into account about the projection of how that deal might do going forward with their help.
I'm going to give you 30 seconds here. How bad is the capital raising environment these days?
It seems to go to new lows as far as the availability of capital every year. So we're at a new low right now for the private markets, and it's the worst since 2016. It's bad, particularly for the sector that we focus on, which is more these new emerging managers in private equity. Capital from LPs has consolidated to the bigger players, and they're expanding their franchises. So for us, it's an opportunity, but for anyone launching a new platform or for people coming to market again without a distinctive strategy necessarily, that's a tough road to hoe.
It mirrors what has been happening in the hedge fund business as well.
Yes.
All the money's going to those big platforms. Elizabeth Weymouth, thank you so much for joining us. Elizabeth Weymouth, founder and managing partner at Graphene Partners and a double UVA. A lot of time in Charlottesville, undergrad, and then the Darden School. The Darden kids, they just work too hard. I mean, that's why I didn't go. I'm like, I just got out of 3 years of being an investment banking grunt, and now you want to work me even more so? Oh, yeah, so I went. All right, Elizabeth Weymouth, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Markets absolutely doing nothing here today. The Nasdaq's down 50. We're waiting for the news coming out of Washington, D.C., and then, of course, Jackson Hole later. We'll have more coming up. This is Bloomberg.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 11:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got the Dow Jones Industrial Average swinging between gains and losses. Right now, lower, little change, down just about half a point. Stocks, bonds, and the dollar seeing a quiet start to a pivotal Fed week with geopolitics coming into play as Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky and his European allies get ready to meet with President Trump. Keep it locked into Bloomberg for the very latest on any geopolitical developments out of Washington. Right now, the S&P down 5. That is a drop of just about 0.1%. The Dow higher again, up by 2 points right now. The key takeaway, though, little change. NASDAQ down 36. For the NASDAQ Composite Index, a drop there of 0.2%. Our Mag 7 Index slumping 0.4%. Right now, the 10 years yielding 4.34% with the 2-year 3.76%. Gold down $1 the ounce. Little change, 33.35 the ounce. While West Texas Intermediate crude is up 0.2%, 62.94 for a barrel of WTI. Wall Street looking ahead to Fed Chair Jay Powell's remarks Friday morning in Jackson Hole, Wyoming. Elizabeth Weymouth is the founder of Graphene Partners. Moments ago here on Bloomberg Intelligence, she told us she'll be listening for any remarks about potential rate cuts.
I think conditions are such that, at least my personal opinion, is that there's certainly room for a moderated, lowering of the interest rates. And that will, of course, be a nice boost for the private equity markets and deal making and liquidity providing back to the investors.
Elizabeth Weymouth of Graphene Partners interviewed moments ago right here on Bloomberg Intelligence. Home builder confidence fell this month to match the lowest level since 2022, forcing firms to lean more heavily on incentives to counter high mortgage rates and persuade unmotivated buyers. Among home builders, a mixed picture. Toll up 1.1%. Pulte Home flat on the day right now. KB Home down by 0.6%. Sources tell Bloomberg Thoma Bravo is in talks to acquire human resources management software provider Dayforce. They say the buyout firm is planning to take the Minneapolis-based company private in a deal that could be announced as soon as in coming weeks. Dayforce right now is trading higher, surging 27%. And Air Canada pulling its financial guidance through year-end, citing the impact of that flight attendant strike. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right. Thank you very much, Charlie. Okay, so here's a stat for you. We have over 66 million gallons of renewable jet fuel. It was supplied to U.S. markets in the second quarter of 2025. This is a big milestone, but why? So we want to go to someone who knows why. That's Anna Davies. She's Bloomberg NEF's head of renewable fuels. Anna, you're here in studio with us. This is the first time quarterly volumes exceeded 50 million gallons. So what's the reason behind it?
There has been an influx in attention and growth in the sustainable aviation fuel market. And this is basically a market to produce a jet fuel molecule, but not use fossil fuels. So usually they use biofuels instead of fossil fuels. So something like used cooking oil out of a fryer. You can clean it, purify it, upgrade it. And then you can make a hydrocarbon molecule like jet fuel from that oil. And it's a way to decarbonize a sector like aviation, which if you don't have these fuels, it's very hard to decarbonize because there's no real alternative to jet fuel, and jet fuel is so highly carbon emission.
How efficient is this jet fuel, this renewable jet fuel?
So it is almost identical to fossil jet fuel.
Okay.
So in terms of, it works the same way. You burn it in an aircraft engine. It releases CO2 like fossil jet fuel does. But the main thing is that it's from a plant or some other renewable source. And so if you think of agriculture, they absorb carbon dioxide for photosynthesis. And so therefore you can think of it as sort of a net CO2 neutral-ish technology because it at least absorbs some CO2 in the growing of the fuels.
So are there any challenges with renewable jet fuel?
There's a lot of challenges.
Okay.
And the main challenge is cost. It's very costly. So the cheapest way to make these fuels is kind of what I've been describing. You take an oil, like use cooking oil. That alone is at least 2 to 4 times the cost of fossil jet fuel. And that one is tough because there's only so much used cooking oil out there. You can use other oils like soybean oil, but that has fewer emission benefits associated with it because then you're growing soybeans to cultivate further oil. So you have land issues, you have, all the pesticides and fertilizers and emissions that come from agriculture with that.
Who makes this stuff?
It is mostly the oil refineries these days.
Really?
Because they can utilize existing oil refineries and upgrade them to handle a bio oil similar to a fossil oil. The process for making it becomes quite similar. So your largest producers are things like Neste, or here in the US, Phillips 66, and Valero have some pretty big operations.
Now, you talked about 2025 numbers, right? How do you compare that to 2024? Like, was it a significant jump?
Yeah, so this was a really big, well, 2025 numbers so far is on track to double 2024 numbers of production of this fuel in the US. 2024 was a quadrupling of 2023 volumes. So these are really growing at a quick rate. That said, it's growing from a very small number. So even with this quadrupling and doubling, we're still at less than 0.5% of all US fossil jet fuel, or less of all US fuel.
So it seems to me this is probably one of those supply and demand situations. I need demand to ramp up production to bring down the unit costs here. So what are the airlines committed to taking this fuel?
This is definitely a chicken and egg scenario. The airlines have targets in place. A lot of them want to have 10% of their fuel being SAF, sustainable aviation fuel, by 2030. But these are just targets. There's no real ramifications if they don't meet it. Some countries, like the EU and UK, are setting very strict mandates. So both of those regions have 2% mandates for SAF use in 2025, and that increases over time, and there are penalties associated with it if they don't meet that. Here in the US, we're definitely taking the incentive approach by offering tax incentives or other policy incentives to try and encourage production. There's no strict target.
Now, what about looking longer term? Like, is the outlook for this as it's been on this trajectory, you're saying, but does it can it continue this?
So that is a really good question. The countries like the EU and UK have very ambitious targets. The EU wants to see 70% of all jet fuel be made from sustainable aviation fuel by 2050. We at BNEF think that that's going to be very hard to achieve, just to produce that quantity of these fuels. Where would you get the feedstock from? Who would shoulder the cost of that? So we anticipate it'll probably be closer to sort of the 10% by 2050. 2030 is another time. There's a lot of targets. Like I said, airlines have 10% by 2030. We don't think that will be achieved either, just because a lot of projects have been delayed or canceled in recent years, especially as interest rates are high, policies have been changing. There's a lot of uncertainty, especially here in the US, where a lot of these facilities are being planned. So there's been a lot of slowdown and delay in this industry. And the 2030 might be a time where we see really ambitious targets and not enough supply to meet it.
I'm a little reticent to ask this question, but how has this current administration impacted the adoption of SAF, these
these aviation fuels? Yes. You can't talk about aviation fuel without talking about policy. This current administration, aviation fuel is something that they've permitted. They've allowed policies. There was a tax incentive in the Inflation Reduction Act to continue. They've done a few tweaks, though, that really change the game for the industry. The first is that they are really promoting domestic production ahead of decarbonization. So things like U.S. crops now fare better relatively than, say, imported used cooking oil. The other challenge is they've sort of shifted the incentives a bit, so now it's a lot cheaper to produce the counterpart, which is road fuel, renewable diesel, for trucking than it is for sustainable aviation fuel. They're produced in the same method. It's a tad costlier to make jet fuel over diesel just by the mechanics of how it's produced. So the Inflation Reduction Act offered more of a tax credit for jet fuel, making the economics kind of more on par. They've sort of reduced that leg up, so we expect more diesel, less jet fuel in the coming years.
There you go. All right. Anna Davis, thank you so much. Anna Davies, head of renewable fuels at BNEF, joining us here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. Supply of renewable jet fuel in the U.S., known as sustainable aviation fuel, is breaking records. 2024 supply was 4 times that of 2023, and 2025 is on track to be 2 times 2024. So moving higher, but a long way to go, and we'll stay on top of that story. Looking at the markets here, not a lot happening, folks. I can't sugarcoat it for you. Nothing on the indexes. Let's just move on, shall we? I'll give a shout out to Tom Keene's VIX. We're now sitting just above 15, but pretty docile, I would say. The Bloomberg Dollar Index showing a little bit of life. We'll take that because it's still down around 9% year to date. The dollar is not rebounded. For Alex Steele, I'll call out the WTI crude oil. We're now below $63 per barrel. I think I'm going to get below $3 a gallon the next time I'm at the pump. Gold, pretty much unchanged, $3,300 an ounce, and BitDog, 115. That's called $116. We'll have more coming up. This is
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, Lisa Mateo, Paul Sweeney live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, streaming live on YouTube as well. Historic day. I mean, as Tom Keene started off our morning this morning on surveillance, a historic day at the White House today. The leaders of some of the leading European countries, along with President Zelensky from Ukraine, coming to the White House to meet with President Trump. And we want to get a sense of how that might go and how the president might approach this delicate situation. And there's absolutely no one better to get inside the head of President Trump than Tim O'Brien, senior executive editor for Bloomberg Opinion. He has a long, long history dealing with President Trump for decades here in New York City. Tim, you have an opinion column out today. Don't expect Trump to put Ukraine above himself. What do you mean about that?
Well, I mean, so much of what President Trump is doing in his second term is about embracing his ability to exercise unilateral authority across many, many venues. We've seen it on tariffs, for example. We've seen it on some of his efforts to take stakes in publicly traded companies. We've seen it on immigration. We've seen it on the occupation of a series of U.S. cities. And now we're seeing it, you know, it's his preference for how he acts and thinks diplomatically. He personalizes these situations. He likes to conduct a lot of the negotiations in the dark. We don't get good records about what's being sought or what's being said. And at the end of the day, it's hard to separate how much of this is about Trump's own self-interest and how much of it is authentically geared toward constructive national security policies, and in Ukraine's case, a stable and safe and economically viable Western Europe.
Wrong button. There we go. So Trump's meeting with Putin, it raised concerns among European leaders. And we were just talking right before you came on here, saying like they're kind of hovering around, you know, like protecting the little brother in a way.
Yeah.
But can you dig into the European leaders? I mean, they have a stake in this. They
have a stake in this. And I think, of course, some of it is about protecting an ally. But it's also they're concerned about their own futures. It's no secret that Putin has had designs on the Baltic states. For some of the same reasons he's had longstanding designs on Ukraine. And so those countries are well aware of it, as are the succeeding neighboring countries in Scandinavia and elsewhere in Western Europe. And I think they rely on the U.S. for a guarantee of safety and stability, and they don't see this as limited solely to Ukraine, and no one should. You know, the idea that the U.S. itself doesn't really have anything to profit from protecting Ukraine or ensuring a stable Europe is just short-sighted, and it contradicts very hard-won historical experiences that have taught us otherwise.
Tim, do you believe President Trump is committed to doing the hard work to get a just peace with President Putin? Because it seems like President Putin has most, if not all, of the leverage, not the least of which time.
Well, and the question is, why does he have leverage over the United States? We can understand why he has leverage over Ukraine. He's been willing to churn hundreds of thousands of troops out of Russian prisons into Ukraine to keep a war going now for 3 years. But that shouldn't grant him leverage over the United States. And Donald Trump went into the meeting on Friday in Alaska saying that he was going to seek a ceasefire before peace negotiations could begin. And within the short span of that meeting, he did a complete about-face and sort of threw the chips onto Putin's table. So we have to ask, what is Trump's interest in doing that? Why does he believe that Putin has leverage over the most economically and militarily powerful country on the planet? It is not in the U.S. interest to negotiate this way.
One of the things I do believe that President Trump really feels passionately about is he's so abhorred by the pain and suffering and killing that's happening in Ukraine. I think he really personally wants to stop that. Is that enough for him to get tough with Putin, do you think?
Apparently not.
Okay.
You know, at this point, I think between 60,000 and 100,000 Ukrainians have died. I think the overall casualty numbers are around 1.2 million. And I think it's 100,000 to 200,000 Russian soldiers are believed to have died. There's no indication that that's going to cease by appeasing Trump or Putin in the short term.
You mentioned President Trump as a deal maker. That's how you started off talking. Will we see a trilateral meeting? Do you think this will happen?
I have no idea. I mean, I think you know as well as I do at this point. I think I think there's a myth around Trump, the deal maker. His business history is littered with bankruptcies and broken deals. He's an impatient man. He's very visceral, and he loves being in the spotlight. And those are three factors that actually can undermine effective deal making. The best deal makers are people who have long-term plans, stick to their guns, and seek constructive outcomes where both sides can win. That's not often been where he's resided.
30 seconds. What do you think his objectives are here with today and then future meetings with Ukraine? What do you think his focus is or objectives are?
I think he would like the war to end because he promised when he got elected that he would end it in a matter of days, and he hasn't. And so I think there's this, his ego is closely involved. We have to ask whether his own business interests are involved, as they've been in so many policies he's pursued. That's a question hanging over all of this. And then I think lastly, I just don't think he has enough of a stake in a long-term solution here to pursue short-term goals that are commensurate with that.
All right, it will be a historic time at the White House this afternoon in any case. Tim O'Brien, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Tim O'Brien's the Senior Executive Editor for Bloomberg Opinion. For our listeners in the in the U.S., a reminder, you can listen to us via satellite radio and SiriusXM Channel 121. Access the world's only global audio business network, coast to coast, 24 hours a day. Stay with us. Your top stories and global business headlines are coming up in just a moment. And the future's turning a little bit softer here. S&P down 6, Dow down 20, and the NASDAQ down 36. So a little bit of a wait to this tape here. We're going to have more coming up. This is Bloomberg. Good morning.
CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by ZipRecruiter.
I'm Steve Kathan. Key meeting today at the White House. Ukraine's president will be there just 3 days after President Trump met in Alaska with Vladimir Putin.
Zelensky's last visit to the White House didn't go so well.
You don't have the cards right now. With us, you start having cards.
Right. Today, he brought some European leaders as backup to help end Russia's war in Ukraine. While President Trump was pushing for a ceasefire before his meeting with Putin on Friday, he's now suggesting going directly to a peace agreement instead. But Zelensky doesn't seem to be on board.
It's impossible to do this under the pressure of weapons.
Stacey Lynn, CBS News, the White House.
Overseas, an apparent movement in the Middle East.
I'm Vicki Barker at the Foreign Desk in London. Possible ceasefire in Gaza, which could pave the way to the freeing of Israeli hostages there. Hamas has agreed to a new ceasefire proposal without requesting any changes. The deal reportedly calls for an initial 60-day truce with hostages released in 2 stages. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has been insisting that all the hostages be released at the same time, but Israeli media are reporting he's prepared to consider a partial ceasefire and staged hostage releases.
A House panel investigating the Jeffrey Epstein case is getting closed-door testimony from former Trump Attorney General William Barr. CBS's Katrina Kaufman.
It was very unusual for an Attorney General, Bill Barr, to personally oversee this investigation of Jeffrey Epstein, to personally be reviewing that surveillance footage. Also, his staff was on site shortly after Epstein's death. That was very unusual as well with an inmate death.
2 weeks after leaving, Texas Democrats heading back to the state to face off with Republicans who are pushing a redistricting plan. CBS News Texas reporter Trevor Sohaki.
Multiple sources tell CBS News that the Texas House Democrats who left are now coming back or already back in the state capitol, but each is coming back according to their own schedule. Now, we are going to be waiting and watching, though, because they have to meet a quorum, and we'll have to wait and see because the House is reconvening today.
There's word Newsmax will pay $67 million to Dominion Voting Systems over false claims the cable channel made about the 2020 presidential election. Now to northern Utah, where 2 police officers responding to a call about a domestic dispute were shot and killed. And Brigham City Police Chief Chad Reyes says the suspect is in custody.
The suspect was booked into the Box Elder County Jail on charges of aggravated murder.
The sheriff's deputy was wounded. Checking Wall Street. Right now, the Dow is down 13 points. The S&P is down 4. This is CBS News. A prediction from a man who was once one of the kings of late-night TV.
Late-night television, as we have known it since around 1950, is going to disappear.
Conan O'Brien gave his prediction during a speech at the Television Academy Hall of Fame ceremony.
Stephen is going to evolve and shine brighter than ever in a new format that he controls completely.
Perhaps a la Conan, who moved on from his TBS show in 2021 to host a podcast and star in an HBO Max travel show. Last month, Colbert announced CBS was canceling The Late Show in May. Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
MSNBC says it will be rebranded as MS Now later this year as the network prepares for a spinoff from Comcast. It'll also shed the Peacock logo and its link to NBC News. It's been around as MSNBC since 1996. Steve Kathan, CBS News.
Live from Washington, D.C., this is Balance of Power with Joe Matthew.
It's a high-stakes day here in Washington as President Trump meets with Ukrainian President Zelensky. Welcome to the Monday edition of Balance of Power. We are moments away from European leaders arriving at the White House to show their support for Ukraine as these talks continue. I'm Tyler Kendall here alongside Bloomberg's Michael Shepard in Washington. Joe Matthew is off, and we have a busy afternoon ahead. We'll bring you all those updates. Bloomberg's Jordan Fabian with the view from the White House as President Trump says it's now on Ukraine to make a deal. And later this hour, we'll speak with retired Lieutenant General Ben Hodges. He's the former commanding general for the U.S. Army Europe on everything you need to know about where this conflict stands now. Mike, coming off of last week's meeting between President Trump and Russian President Vladimir Putin, there are a lot of big questions here about what was discussed and how they are going to move these talks forward.
You're right, Tyler. It was really unclear what emerged from that meeting, especially when it comes to the U.S. and European view over the years when it has come to Ukraine. How much of a pivot has Donald Trump made, and how much of a pivot has he made toward Vladimir Putin once again? We have seen him move kind of back and forth in recent weeks. We had even seen him questioning Putin's willingness to actually commit to any sort of a ceasefire or peace agreement. Now we saw that tune change, Tyler.
A lot of big questions. And right now, if you're joining us on YouTube, Originals, wherever you might stream us, and for our radio listeners, we're looking at a live look at the White House. The honor guard is out. That's what we typically see when leaders visit the White House. And Mike, today we have a half a dozen of European leaders that are going to be here for these talks, including the UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer, also the French President Emmanuel Macron. We've already gotten a note that he's already touched down here in Washington.
Yes, and Tyler, we're going to be watching the body language of these leaders very closely. And we've seen so many times before when heads of state, heads of government have shown up in the Oval Office and had a moment with Donald Trump. And sometimes those moments haven't gone so well. And of course, the one that we all can think of was Volodymyr Zelensky's last visit with the president and Vice President J.D. Vance, which really, in everyone's view, went off the rails. And we'll want to see how the conduct of this meeting carries out and unfolds.
Right. It's something we'll be watching, and also something that the markets are watching too, right? We're going to get a check here shortly on this.
That's right. And now let's go to Charlie Pellet, the voice of Bloomberg Radio and the New York City subway system, for a look at those markets now.
Hi, thank you very much. And here's what's going on. Back to work Monday. We've got U.S. stocks now lower. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, we're all in the red. S&P down 7, drop there of just about 0.1%. Dow Industrials down 32. On the Dow, a decline of 0.1%, while NASDAQ is lower by 34. For the NASDAQ Composite Index, a drop right now of 0.1%. The Russell 2000 Index of small cap shares is advancing up by 0.3%. Your 10-year 4.33%, with the 2-year 3.76%. Gold down 0.1%, 33.32 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude 63 even a barrel, up by about 0.3%. Bottom line here, quiet start to a key Fed week. Geopolitics, though, coming into play as Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky and his European allies get ready to meet with President Trump. We got you covered right here on Balance of Power. So again, recapping, S&P little change, down down by under 0.1%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. Back we go to Washington. Balance of Power continues. Once again, your hosts, Tyler Kendall and Michael Shepard.
All right, Charlie Pellet reporting for us from World Headquarters in New York. Thank you so much. And as Charlie mentioned, all eyes right now are trained on the White House as we wait for European leaders as well as Ukrainian President Zelensky to meet with President Trump. And here to break down for us what we should expect is our very own Bloomberg's Jordan Fabian, who helps lead our White House coverage here at Bloomberg News. Jordan, what should we expect here? Because the last time that we had Ukrainian President Zelensky in the Oval Office, the meeting ended early. It devolved into a shouting match. How could this time be different?
Well, I think you hit it, Tyler. I think anything can happen. We have to be ready for anything to happen in that Oval Office. I think back in February, everyone was expecting an orderly meeting where they would come to an agreement on path to end the war. And of course, it devolved into a shouting match. And I will mention that this time around, you're going to see a similar cast of characters in the Oval Office, including Vice President J.D. Vance, who helped provoke that outburst that occurred. So I think we should, again, be ready for anything, not to mention the fact that Donald Trump is going to try and press the Ukrainian president, Volodymyr Zelensky, to take a position he's uncomfortable with, which is ceding territory, in fact, some that the Russians don't even control, in exchange for peace.
Jordan, we have seen the president evolve in his position on Ukraine since taking office, and then perhaps evolve back again. Several weeks ago, we were getting signals from him of frustration with Vladimir Putin over refusing to come to the table, refusing to actually take steps to end the war. But things really seemed quite different Friday when the two men sat down together.
Yeah, look, I think the president has always been solicitous of Vladimir Putin, and the fact that he got him to come to the United States, sit down with him. There was all that pageantry with the red carpet. That went a long way in Donald Trump's book. And now the test for both Volodymyr Zelensky and the European leaders is to get him back into their corner. You know, Donald Trump is also someone who often listens to the last person in the room. So is there someone in that European delegation, if it's not Zelensky, like Alexander Stubb or Giorgia Meloni, someone he's close with who can get him back on board?
So how eager is the president to reach a deal? Is he, are we sensing this urgency? He skipped over now the ceasefire step?
Absolutely. The president, in his campaign, he said he could end this conflict on day one. That obviously didn't happen. One of the big promises to his supporters was he was going to end wars and get the U.S. out of being involved in foreign wars. This has persisted along with the conflict in Gaza, and that's been a sore spot for Donald Trump. So he is definitely eager to see an end to this, which may be why you saw him adapt so quickly to Vladimir Putin's position of, let's just skip ahead, let's skip the ceasefire, let's go to a full peace agreement, even if the terms aren't what Ukraine wants.
I want to drill down a little bit more on the optics that we're going to see today. And you spoke about some of it, but we have quite the group descending on the White House. And I think it's fair to say that some of them have a relatively warmer relationship with President Trump. I'm thinking about the Italian Prime Minister, Giorgia Meloni, Keir Starmer, the first to ink a trade deal. How is that going to potentially alter the dynamics today when you know that these leaders are pushing for some things that this White House hasn't really been on board with?
Right. I think the Europeans saw what happened last time when Zelensky was left on his own in the Oval Office and saw how detrimental that outcome was to their position. And so they're sending in this almost support group to try and help him out. And as you mentioned, Tyler, carefully calibrated it with leaders who Donald Trump has gotten along with in the past, and especially the leader of Finland, the leader of Italy. He's had an off and on relationship with Emmanuel Macron of France, but he'll be there. The UK Prime Minister, he was just in Scotland with and had spent like 2 days with at 2 different golf courses. So they're certainly trying to appeal to his sensibilities in this meeting.
Do we have a sense that they actually have his ear? And especially, as you said, he has been so solicitous in the past of Vladimir Putin. Will they have his ear in a different and perhaps more productive, in their view, way?
Yeah, I mean, there are certain people, I mean, Stubb especially has gotten along well with Donald Trump, but the challenge for them will be to frame this in a way that Trump sees it as benefiting himself. Like, Trump is never going to do something that is benefiting another person or another country over himself. We've seen this time and again. And so if they can frame an outcome that is beneficial to Ukraine in a way that seems beneficial to Trump as well, I think that's the key to getting him on board.
For those tuning in on YouTube or wherever you may stream us, it looks like we are getting the first arrivals of European leaders at the White House. A few leaders now starting to step out. It looks like the first one is the NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte at the White House, greeting U.S. officials as they begin to walk in ahead of this meeting. Of course, we're expecting about half a dozen of them to be here later today. But Jordan, I also want to talk about the U.S. side of things. What do we know about the president's own negotiating team? We're talking about Steve Witkoff, who has really taken a role in these negotiations. Secretary of State Marco Rubio. What do we know about how the White House has calculated its side of these negotiations?
Certainly. I mean, Steve Witkoff has played a big role. He, doesn't have a lot of foreign policy experience. A lot of the proposals he floats on television are, he presents them as novel and extraordinary when in fact they're not, and it kind of betrays his lack of experience on the world stage. The problem is he's a personal friend of Donald Trump, and so I think that's been a challenge for the Europeans, is that you have someone talking to Vladimir Putin who doesn't necessarily know the history of this conflict. We're talking about something like security guarantees. That was something that was offered to Ukraine in 1994 that Russia then violated when they invaded Crimea. And so for the Ukrainians, they've been working through Keith Kellogg, his Ukraine envoy. Secretary of State Marco Rubio is someone who has a little more experience, but doesn't appear to have as much influence as Steve Witkoff.
Jordan, when it comes to this question of security guarantees that you just mentioned, is it possible that the U.S. and Russia could be on the same page when it talks about them? This is what we seem to have heard from Steve Witkoff over the weekend, and yet his version of security guarantee sounds an awful lot like Article 5. How is that something that the Russian government would accept?
Yeah, that's something they'll have to work out. But, Mike, you'll remember that, in 1994, when they did the Budapest Memorandum, Russia signed that. And that said, Ukraine will give up its nuclear weapons, and in exchange, the signers of that pact, which included Russia, will not use military or economic coercion against Ukraine and take its territory. And Russia did just that. And so I'm sure that Vladimir Putin told someone like Steve Witkoff, who might not know that history, hey, yeah, we're on board for security guarantees. We've been on board for security guarantees. And he says, that sounds great. So they might be on the same page, but then putting it into practice in a way that is going to gain the trust of not only Ukraine, but the European leaders is something that's going to be very difficult to achieve.
And as we're talking, more leaders arriving at the White House. We just saw the EU's Ursula von der Leyen get out of a car, shake officials' hands, and walk into the White House. They are on the South Portico. There are so many of them coming. Normally, we see them enter through the White House North Lawn, but today, because there was such a large gathering, it seems that they have opted for the south side of the White House. But Jordan, I want to build on this idea of security guarantees, because for such a long time, right, we've really heard the White House say that security guarantees were going to be implicit, that they were going to be because the U.S. had this vested economic interest in Ukraine. They signed that economic cooperation agreement earlier on, but now it seems like the White House might be willing to put something a little bit firmer on the table.
Yeah, there's some sort of mechanism militarily that's been discussed, but it's very vague at this point. And I think with the economic incentive too, one thing that doesn't get talked about a lot is they don't know actually how many or rare earths or what kind of rare earths are there. And so while that is, they might have the right of first refusal over them, if it's not a big stockpile, one incentive is there for the U.S. to say, yeah, we absolutely need this territory to satisfy our needs on that front.
Jordan, what would the U.S. role be when it comes to ensuring that these security guarantees actually work and have some teeth? Will there be a U.S. role? We also detected a shift in that position.
Certainly, yeah. They've talked about some sort of arrangement where, U.S. troops aren't necessarily on the ground. There would be European troops stationed there with some sort of U.S. advisory role. But how that plays out, remains to be seen. And also, you've seen this before, conflicts dating back to Vietnam, where, the U.S. is in an advisory role and all of a sudden they get pulled into conflicts. And I think Donald Trump and many of his supporters are wary of that. They know that, and, that they could see how that could devolve into a situation that would violate his campaign promise not to get the U.S. involved again in foreign conflicts.
Well, let's build on this because his vice president, J.D. Vance, was one of the staunchest opponents of additional aid to Ukraine. Last year in April, when we saw that additional aid package held up, that was ultimately a campaign that was led then by then Senator J.D. Vance. How do we know the different how have we seen perhaps the administration defend against this idea? Because J.D. Vance has come out in support, obviously, of how these negotiations are going.
Certainly. I mean, I think for all the the people under Donald Trump, they tend to just follow which way the wind is blowing when it comes to Donald Trump. So, for J.D. Vance, someone who wants to be president perhaps in 2028, he's not going to do anything to get really publicly crosswise on with Donald Trump. Maybe if he doesn't believe, in his heart of hearts that Ukraine should receive additional U.S. military aid, I doubt that he's going to do something to publicly break with the president in this kind of format.
And he also has something else at stake, his own presidential ambition. So how carefully is he treading in these moments now?
Yeah, it's a tough balance for him because he knows, or at least he thinks, that the Trump base doesn't want, again, additional U.S. involvement, perhaps U.S. aid to Ukraine. And so he signaled that he's on that page. But again, you don't want to have this break with Donald Trump because we saw what Donald Trump did with Mike Pence, his last vice president. He basically quashed any question of his political future on January 6th, and any other administration officials who've gotten crosswise with him, he's hit them over the head. And so J.D. Vance certainly knows that.
Jordan, Fabian, thank you so much. Thank you for joining Balance of Power today. And we have more leaders arriving here, Tyler.
Right, exactly. We just saw the UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer enter the White House. We were talking about relatively warm relationships before. Of course, the United Kingdom was the first to ink a trade deal. And Mike, I was reading one of our analysis from our analysts at Bloomberg Economics, and I found it so interesting because they said that, of course, these European leaders want to play a central role in this. They had wanted to be at the table in Alaska last week, but actually this is considered to be a relatively positive sign for them because at least now the administration is discussing with them this idea of how they're going to move forward in Ukraine instead of the more unilateral approach that we had saw when the Trump administration first began and reached out to Russia. We saw those meetings in Saudi Arabia earlier this year where Ukrainians and the Europeans were not conferenced in at all.
And it's interesting in the sense that the president has tried to enlist more of the counterparts that he has gotten to know better since taking office this second time around. And that includes, of course, the UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer, but also familiar faces to him like Giorgia Meloni and, of course, Emmanuel Macron. We're joined now by Melinda Herring, who's Senior Fellow at the Atlantic Council's Eurasia Center and an authority on Ukraine and Europe. And we want to thank you for joining us today to talk about what could be a very consequential moment for not only Donald Trump and his foreign policy ambitions, but of course for Europe and Ukraine. The president is moving very fast with this. What is the risk in terms of the process in crafting an agreement that will really hold and ensure Ukraine's integrity and security?
Thanks for having me here. So I would say don't put any champagne on ice today, okay? Everyone's here, everyone's excited, everyone wants the war to be over. But this is not going to hold unless Ukraine and its security aspirations are part of the picture. And right now, there's no real lasting security guarantee. Yesterday, we saw Steve Witkoff kind of writing something on the back of a napkin on the Sunday shows. That's not gonna hold water. So this is a very complicated problem, but it's also a domestic problem, Mike. So Zelensky's gonna have to sell this to his people. He's going to have to convince millions of Ukrainians to stand down. And right now, what's been offered is certainly not good enough.
Now, on the question of the security guarantees, is there a version of this that really would be acceptable to both Ukraine and Russia? There does seem to be a gulf. The whole question of NATO membership and the idea of NATO support for Ukraine has been anathema to Vladimir Putin really from day one. He claims it as really an origin cause for his decision to invade the country back in 2022. And yet what we're hearing from Steve Witkoff sure sounds Article 5 like. So how does what the U.S. puts together as a security guarantee together with Europe emerge as something that's palatable for both sides?
That's the big question we're going to be talking about at the White House today. So I think it involves boots on the ground from the French and from the British, and we'll see if what the Germans are willing to do. I don't think they're willing to do that, but Britain and France have talked about putting boots on the ground. We need to see what that would look like. I don't think that's going to assure the Ukrainians. You have to remember, Ukrainians have a long, painful history with this. In 1994, they gave up their nuclear arsenal with security guarantees from the United States, from Britain, and from Russia. And it was all for nothing. And the Ukrainians remember this. You have a conversation with any Ukrainian, and they will say, we remember the Budapest Memorandum. So Ukrainians are unwilling to give up any kind of land swap. It's not going to happen today. I think what we're going to see today is damage control. So President Trump many things can be said about him, but he always remembers the last conversation he has, and he's very influenced by the last person he spoke with. So I think we see 7 European leaders in the White House today trying to pull him back. He's accepted Putin's narrative. That's what we saw in Anchorage, just to get to the point. He accepted that, no, we're not going to do a ceasefire. We're going to go straight to a peace agreement. And he's saying today, it's up to Ukraine to end the war. That's nonsense. Ukraine started the war, and Russia is the only one that can stop it. Russia has to go home. Russia has to give something. So I think it's what I'm watching for today is, will the Europeans be able to say, Donald Trump, hello, Russia is not as strong as you say. Its economy is doing pretty badly. All the military assessments that the British government just put one out, and it says it'll take years for the Russians to take those 5 oblasts that it wants to occupy and another 1 million soldiers. The Russians are not in great shakes today. So I think that's what Europe is trying to do. And it's also there to remind him of the stakes. You know, they need the United States for these security guarantees, but if they can't get a deal, Europe is really going to have to. It's really going to have to carry its own weight, and that's pretty scary.
Well, if you're watching us on YouTube, streaming us, our radio listeners, we're now seeing Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni enter into the White House. Her car rolled in to the South Lawn, flanked with Italian flags, as we keep seeing these leaders rolling in for these negotiations. And Melinda, I want to pick up on something that you were just discussing when it comes to territory. Can you talk to us about how critical the eastern southern parts of Ukraine, we're talking about the Donbass region. Our reporting indicates that President Trump had relayed to allies that Putin wants Ukraine to seek control of that territory, even though Russia doesn't have military control of it. Why is this area such a friction point in these talks?
Sure, it's a great question. So we don't know the details, but what has been leaked out of Anchorage is this. Putin wants 5 oblasts. These are regions of Ukraine. And the Russians already occupy the northern oblast. It's called Luhansk. The next one down is called Donetsk, and that one's really crucial. The Russians occupy a good chunk of it, 87%. But the Ukrainians have really dug in there, and they have many cities that are called fortress cities. And they are heavily defended, and they are key to Ukraine's success. So they have to stay there. They're not just going to walk away from that. And then Putin allegedly wants to freeze the line in Zaporizhia and Kherson Oblast, and they want Crimea legally recognized. If you remember, back in 2014, Russia illegally invaded Crimea and had a bogus referendum. And it says that Crimea it's ours, but the international community doesn't recognize it as such. So if Zelensky walks into the White House and says, okay, uncle, I give, this has enormous implications for the world order. It means might makes right. It means that the Chinese are licking their lips and saying, oh, baby, it's time for Taiwan. I mean, this would undo the order that was established after World War II, and it would consign 43 million, you get 37 million Ukrainians up to a fate. They didn't do anything wrong. This is not the American order that we've defended since World War II.
And this puts an enormous amount of pressure on Volodymyr Zelensky as he walks into the Oval Office today. And we're thinking back to that first meeting, which, as we all remember, really went in a very different direction than Ukraine would have wanted. What is the Ukrainian president's ask, and what is his goal today as he heads in?
I think the word you're looking for is disaster. That meeting was awful, and no one wants to repeat that. So I think Volodymyr Zelensky is a showman. He's extremely articulate, but he has a short temper, and he has to be very careful. J.D. Vance is going to be in the room, and J.D. Vance is going to poke him and try to anger him again. And so he's got to defend Ukraine's interests. He's got to keep his cool, but he also has, he has the Italian prime minister there to help him. My eyes on Mark Rutte, though. Mark Rutte is NATO Secretary General. He's got Trump's number. He knows how to flatter him, and I think he's going to help Zelensky. So when it gets heated, I expect the Europeans to pull back and turn down the temperature. But the job today is there's not going to be a land swap. We're not going to be having this discussion at the end of the day. Mark my words. We're going to be talking about they're going to go back to a ceasefire agreement and security guarantees. The other thing that I think Zelensky will talk about is justice. There was no talk about justice in Anchorage. So Russia has kidnapped more than 19,400 Ukrainian children. It's taken them, it's given them new names and new identities. Those children have to be returned. That was not talked about. There are so many war crimes. There are rapes. These things have to be addressed, and they haven't been talked about at all.
And we did see First Lady Melania Trump write a letter over the weekend that touched on this idea that you're talking about these children that were taken from Ukraine. I do want to go back and pull on your expertise on something that you were just talking about. When you were mentioning the Vice President J.D. Vance, we just had this conversation with Jordan Fabian earlier in the hour, this idea that he had been a pretty staunch opponent of additional aid to Ukraine. Could you give us just a little bit of background here about how we got to this point when it does come to U.S. support in Ukraine, the type of support that we have given up to this point when it comes to additional military assistance?
So the United States has been the big player. And the last big package that the United States authorized was in April of 2024. And at this point, it doesn't look like this Congress is going to authorize another package. Never say never. There's a bill that Jean Shaheen and Murkowski just put in place that would authorize additional monies. But at this point, I don't think it's going to happen. So the United States is a massive player, but Europe has had to step up to the plate. And there's more than one way to give. There's military assistance, there's financial assistance, and the U.S. has been part of that. Europe's been a bigger player on that as well. But we also provide intelligence sharing, and that intelligence sharing has been key. So the two things that I'm watching for, to cut to the chase, the United States must supply intelligence sharing. That's absolutely crucial to keep the war effort going. And the other thing that the Trump administration just authorized is a deal. So this is through NATO, and Western European countries have a $1.5 billion deal where they can buy weapons from the United States. It's mostly Patriots, it's air defense. And our Patriot systems are really special because they can take out ballistic missiles. These are the missiles that are killing children at night, that are hitting hospitals. So Europe is buying our weapons and sending them to Ukraine. So at the end of the day, if Donald Trump it keeps on the intelligence sharing and he continues to allow Europe to buy U.S. weapons, I'm going to be pretty happy.
Do you see any prospect of Vladimir Putin taking whatever emerges from today's discussions and actually buying into it and accepting it? What is the incentive for him to actually stop prosecuting this war in Ukraine, which is now well into 3.5 years?
Putin, he's got no incentive. Mike, he thinks he's winning, and he's been making small incremental progress. This has not been a great year for him, but he's all in. He bet his presidency on it. He's not going anywhere.
And you talked about the Russian economy, though, and how much it has suffered as a result. Have the sanctions really had that kind of effect, and are they having the result? There's a difference between the effect on the economy and the actual political result. Would further sanctions even work at this point?
So do sanctions change behavior? No, they have not changed Russian behavior, right? Just to cut to the chase. But there's many more things we can do. And if President Trump or his team is listening, I just got to say, enforce what you got, baby. You got some good sanctions there, but make sure the Department of Treasury is enforcing. And do the things that you've threatened to do. There's another bill right now, Lindsey Graham's bill, that would increase the sanctions by 500%. He could also increase secondary sanctions on China. President Trump has a lot of options. He actually holds the cards. He could change Russia's behavior, but you can't just do it through sanctions. Sanctions are not enough. You also have to supply the Ukrainians with the military might to defend their territory.
As we've been talking, we did just see the Finnish President Alexander Stubb arrive at the White House. If you're keeping track with us, we've so far seen the NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte, the EU Commission President Ursula von der Leyen, UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer, and also the Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni. We are still waiting on the French President Emmanuel Macron as these leaders come to the White House for those discussions today to lend their support to Ukraine. Picking up on what we were just talking about, you mentioned so-called secondary sanctions, and we heard President Trump over the weekend say that he's not looking to up those tariffs, so-called secondary tariffs. There's some different wording being thrown around here. But tariffs, we've seen so-called secondary tariffs ramped up on India, for example, over their imports of Russian energy supplies. President Trump says that for now he's going to hold off on doing that for China. And he said that it's because he made progress with his talks with Putin. I'd love your geopolitical perspective here. How much of a factor is actually China when it comes to the future of the war in Ukraine?
Huge. So both Russia and Ukraine have been getting their drones from China, but Russia relies on China and on North Korea to keep its war machine going. It cannot prosecute the war without the Chinese. But in President Trump's mind, he started with the Indians, and that was supposed to be a sign to the Chinese that you're next. If you don't fall in line, you're next. But we don't see really any action on that. President Trump likes to threaten sanctions, and then he backs off. Even he had threatened much harsher sanctions, and then he just sort of gives. One other point that I think that's worth bringing into this discussion is that, if we do get to a land swap today and they break out the maps and they start talking about giving up territory, it's not Donald Trump's territory to give away. And U.S. law, the sanctions prohibit him from giving any Ukrainian territory away. Congress would have to authorize it, but even more so, Ukrainians would have to hold a referendum. So this whole talk, we're all getting, I think, agitated because of what Putin was suggesting up in Anchorage. But the bottom line is Putin is trying to kick the can down the road. He wants to continue the war to go on. There are no consequences, right? He bought himself more time in Anchorage. That's what Anchorage was about. He got a red carpet treatment, and he was treated like a major head of state. And he is according to the International Criminal Court, he's a wanted war criminal.
When it comes to Ukraine, though, it is not up to the U.S. to decide the
Correct.
fate of those territories. But what is Ukraine's view? At some point, would they say, hey, look, we've had enough, and we may just have to recognize a redrawing of borders to simply spare us from more bloodshed? Or how close are we to that point? Will Volodymyr Zelensky say, look, that is a red line still? We are, and he has made clear in his most recent comments that that's the case, but behind closed doors, will there be perhaps a different tune?
No, there will not be another tune. That is a absolute red line. Until there are real security guarantees, there's not going to be a discussion. And I think it's worth pointing out, yesterday Rubio said there has to be, both sides have to give. What have the Russians given? Have the Russians given any territory back? Are they offering any territory? Are they conceding anything? The Russians haven't offered anything in return.
So part of the security guarantees that we had originally heard, and we were talking about this earlier, is this idea that the U.S. kept saying that security guarantees were implicit. The U.S. had a vested economic interest after signing that economic cooperation, the so-called critical minerals deal. Where does that stand now, Melinda? Is that already in effect? How is that playing into these discussions, if at all?
It's not playing into the discussions. It's a great question, but the critical minerals deal, we're years away from that. So unfortunately, I think that was more of a theoretical argument that it would provide some kind of safety assurance to investors. We still see rocket and missile attacks every single night. The month of July had a 798% increase in 2025 over 2024. I did the math. There were 5,208 rocket and drone strikes this year, and the previous year the figure was a fraction of that.
What was the logic, in closing, of skipping over this ceasefire step, if there was any at all? Is it really just about getting to a grand bargain, a grand deal faster?
So it is Vladimir Putin's strongest desire to go straight to the peace agreement. He can continue the war, and it is unlikely that we're going to get a peace agreement. This is a really thorny issue. I think it's worth, and this is not me being partisan at all, but you can't spend 3 hours in discussions about an issue that is this complicated and expect both sides to come to an agreement. They didn't do their homework in Anchorage. We're nowhere near a peace deal, unfortunately.
All right, Melinda Herring of the Atlantic Council, we thank you so much for your expertise joining us here on set in Washington. A big story today as these leaders continue to file in to the White House for these discussions. And Mike, while we were talking, there was another national security story that crossed the terminal. Bloomberg News reporting that the Trump administration is in discussions to take a stake of about 10% in Intel, according to a White House official and other people briefed with the matter. I know this is something that you cover very closely, and this really does extend into the conversation we were just having when it comes to national security in China.
Yes, very much so, Tyler, because the whole question of where semiconductors are produced has been one of enormous national significance, not only for this administration, but for the prior one. President Joe Biden got behind the CHIPS and Science Act as a way to stoke and incentivize more production of semiconductors, especially the advanced versions of chips that are used to power artificial intelligence. So much of those microprocessors are produced overseas, especially in Taiwan, which of course is geopolitically vulnerable. Is a self-governed island that China claims as its own. The risk of having all that production concentrated in one place is something that U.S. officials have acknowledged for a long time, and now there is this push to make sure more of these chips are made here. This is part of that effort. They want to shore up Intel as a key producer here in the United States, but Intel has had its struggles. It has put off completion of a factory that it had been planning in Ohio for a number of years. It is pushing it now past 2030, owing to really a lack of customers. You know, it's such a big fab, as they call it, that if they don't have the customers, they can't justify the expense. These factories cost tens of billions of dollars to put together, Tyler, and they take years to build. And if you don't have the commitments on the customer side, it can be a real challenge. So the administration is stepping in, looking perhaps to take a stake of up to 10%. And the idea would be to shore it up in the eyes of investors. It would speed some of the money from the CHIPS Act to the company to give it, an ability to use it much more quickly.
Fascinating story that we've been all on top of, especially Bloomberg's Michael Shepard, and Intel shares look to be down about 5.5% off of the news. And of course, this is a story about national security, which brings us back to our other lead story of today, which is these European leaders arriving to the White House in real time as we're talking. If you're following us on YouTube, if you're listening on radio, we still have this view of the White House South Portico as these leaders arrive. While we were chatting, the German Chancellor Merz arrived at the White House, joining the other list of leaders that are already there, like the UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer, also NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte, who's going to be absolutely essential in these talks as we discuss security guarantees potentially for Ukraine going forward. And that's where I want to start by bringing in today's political panel. It's Jeannie Shanzano, Senior Democracy Fellow with the Center for the Study of the Presidency and Congress. She's also a Bloomberg Politics contributor. And we're also joined today by Moore Gillespie, Blue Stack Strategies founder and a Republican strategist. Welcome to you both. It's great to see you on what is a busy day here in Washington. Maura, I want to start with you. What is at stake here from President Trump as he enters into these conversations today? What are you looking for from this White House?
Well, given what was, kind of shown to us from the meeting with Vladimir Putin of Russia in Alaska, I certainly hope that he can turn the table as his previous meeting with Zelensky, not the one in Rome, but the one with Vance being in the room. I think that really left a poor taste in many of the world leaders' mouths, but also here in America, that was an embarrassing moment as far as diplomatic relations with Ukraine. And so I do think it's important that the president remembers that Ukraine was attacked. They were invaded unprovoked by Vladimir Putin. And so the concessions that they discussed in Anchorage are not things that from reportings that Zelensky is going to be open to. So he needs to find a way to show Zelensky and the EU leaders that are there today that he is on their side, he is part of their team, and that they are trying to find a solution with Russia that saves lives, but also ends this conflict. And so how do they get there? I hope he shows that at the end of the day, his alliance and his partnership is with them and not with Putin.
Jeannie, this is Mike. I wanted to turn to you for some insight on what the political liabilities for the president and the U.S. overall are from your standpoint.
Yeah, there's enormous political liabilities just domestically. Donald Trump made a promise over 50 times on the campaign trail to end this war day one. And obviously, he has not been able to do that, nor should he have made that promise, because, of course, it was an unrealizable promise. And so that's not to say that American voters going to the polls are going to be keeping foreign policy fresh in their mind. But the fact that he made promises, he wants to show he can deliver on those. He's been unable to deliver on this one. And, I watched the summit very carefully on Bloomberg, and it was very clear when Donald Trump came out, didn't take any questions, highly unusual for President Trump because he loves a good press conference. And he said, this is up to Ukraine and Russia now. In other words, I'm leaving this in their hands. I have said multiple times I can resolve this, but you know what? I realize now I can't. And he cannot, because these positions are intractable. And today, what I suspect will happen is Vladimir Zelensky is going to be in a very, very tough position. Does he give up land in return for security guarantees? We saw over the weekend, Donald Trump took the idea of NATO off the table. He took the idea of Crimea off the table. Those are going to be very bitter pills for Ukraine and Zelensky to swallow, but I suspect he's going to be in a position of having to do that for security guarantees. And by the way, fresh in Ukrainians' minds, the last time the United States gave security guarantees, or the West did to them, they failed utterly. And so what incentive does Vladimir Zelensky have to believe that they'd work this time? So I think it's all going to be on Vladimir Zelensky, and he's going to be in a very, very tough position.
Well, Maura, I'd love to get your same thoughts on what Jeannie's talking about. All eyes today on Ukrainian President Zelensky, which, of course, last time he was in the Oval Office, the meeting really devolved into a shouting match. How much pressure do you see on the Ukrainian president today, and how have we seen perhaps this relationship evolve with the Ukrainian president since that meeting from the White House's perspective?
Certainly. Well, I don't think it's any coincidence that he's showing up today with other members of the EU they met over the weekend. And as much as the White House will say that it's not because of he needs backup, I do think that there is a recognition here that this is an issue that impacts the world order. And the meeting that the president had with Putin most recently in Anchorage, rolling out the red carpet, speaking so favorably about him, really did kind of set up this comparison between the two different meetings. And so it's really important for Zelensky to lean on the other EU leaders who are with him there today about the importance of what this means to the world order, not necessarily just for Ukraine. Yes, there's tough decisions for Ukraine to make because they are facing this brutal assault for the last 3 years where, Ukrainians have been attacked, killed, children have been taken. There's a lot that's going on here that he's going to want to talk about, but to get to Trump and to speak to him is by bringing these leaders together to say this impacts the whole world order. Vladimir Putin is a war criminal. He is a brutal dictator. So we need to band together to say this is unacceptable. We have to put a stop to this. And how is the best way of going about that? I don't think that the NATO thing off the table is going to be what Zelensky wants because of those concerns he's going to have about, what faith do I have that I'm going to have the backing if it's a Article 5 agreement? What does that even mean? I think there's going to be a lot of questions there to iron out. But again, I'll reiterate, it's really important for the president of the United States to stand behind our allies and not show that he is standing behind Vladimir Putin.
Well, speaking about our allies, for our radio listeners, we just saw the French president, Emmanuel Macron, arrive at the White House for this meeting. He, of course, is one of half a dozen leaders who are there today to show their support for
Feels like
Ukraine.
we need an attendance list here,
Yes.
Tyler, to check off all the names, but it is something we'll have to keep watching and to also watch the body language. But there is so much more happening, news and especially in politics, Jeannie, I wanted to get to, and one of those is Sherrod Brown, who is throwing his hat back into the ring for a U.S. Senate seat in Ohio. How does he think the formula is going to be any different this time in 2026 than when he lost his last election?
Yeah, I think this is going to be last time around when he lost in 24. It was one of the most expensive races ever. This likely will be as well. I think a couple things he's got going for him. He hasn't been out of the Senate very long. He's got enormous name recognition and a lot of support in his home state. Most importantly, the environment. Sherrod Brown feels that he can make the case that what they have done in Trump's first 6 or 7 months, particularly as it pertains to healthcare, Medicaid, SNAP, food programs, they have worked to enrich the very wealthy at the expense of the lower and middle class, something that Sherrod Brown cares very deeply about. So it's fascinating. We also heard that since he is not going to be running for governor, Mike Rogers may be running for governor. So it sort of shuffled the deck in a big way. And of course, all eyes on 2026, as after the meeting with Putin, Donald Trump said he is going to issue this EO about the mail-in ballots. So, between the redistricting, Sherrod Brown, Donald Trump, you can bet that the president, the White House, and Congress all have their eyes on 26. And Sherrod Brown jumping into that mix is, I think, going to be interesting because, of course, Ohio, a very important state if Democrats could pick that up.
Jeannie, you talk about how important Ohio is, but do we have a sense that there has been a change in the animal spirits in the U.S. electorate yet enough that it would give Sherrod Brown the kind of lift he is expecting?
I don't know if there's been a complete shift, but we do know that voters are angry, and they're usually angry at the incumbent. And Donald Trump was not the incumbent last time around. Sherrod Brown was in the Senate race. This time around, he has the advantage of being on the outside, so to speak, and he can run against the Trump administration. And if he is able to do that successfully, and his opponent, by the way, who was appointed by the governor, never ran for the seat, then he does have a chance to pick up J.D. Vance's seat. But the problem for Sherrod Brown, if he does win, he's got to run again in 2 years. So Mike and Tyler, we'd be just doing this every 2 years like it's a House seat as opposed to a Senate seat, which is, tough for Sherrod Brown or whoever wins this seat.
Well, Maura, let's bring you into this conversation. Our viewers might know Sherrod Brown as the former head of the Senate Banking Committee. He did hold a prominent role in the Senate, but Ohio is a state that Republicans, I believe, have won the last 3 election cycles. As Jeannie just mentioned, J.D. Vance represents it. Are Republicans really concerned about this seat? What are you hearing when it comes to how this could be pivotal come 2026?
I mean, with the announcement today, Republicans have largely felt pretty confident about taking him on again, so taking on Sherrod Brown again and not feeling as though they would be in jeopardy of losing their stronghold there. What I will say, though, is it's interesting when you think about how Sherrod Brown ran his campaign in 24. He started towards the end there really trying to align himself as the moderate, as somebody who, didn't agree with everything that Kamala Harris or Joe Biden was saying. And so he tried to definitely play more to the purple parts of Ohio and trying to appeal to a wider swath of the voters there. So I think he will try and use that again in saying that, I did stand up against some of the things that you didn't like that Kamala Harris and Joe Biden were trying to sell you. But what Joe Biden, what Donald Trump is selling you is even worse. And so I think he's going to try and play that middle road. I don't know how effective it will be, but I certainly see that being a tactic that he will use both if he runs in this cycle, but also, looking ahead, as Jeannie mentioned, for the reelect in 2 more years past that.
Well, I do want to bring in the headline that we had just crossed the terminal about the Trump administration saying to discuss taking a 10% stake in Intel. This more hands-on industrial policy is becoming a trend here when it comes to this White House. We saw it with the so-called golden share in the Nippon Steel deal, right, Maura? And this was an issue that Sherrod Brown had actually campaigned on. He was against this deal. Of course, we know that one of the companies in his home states, Cleveland-Cliffs, was also vying for a position when it came to U.S. Steel. I'm wondering how you're tracking these types of issues when it comes to boosting manufacturing, economic a push to revitalize the economic base. Is that going to be a big issue here heading into 2026 as we see some of these big headlines crossing the terminal as soon as today, such as this one with Intel?
Well, I think what's interesting is, yes, manufacturing and bringing that home is a message that has largely been winning over American people, right? You know, from Illinois to Ohio and places where Pennsylvania, manufacturing is a really big factor. It's a very big industry. And it's important to remember that that messaging worked really, really well for Donald Trump in terms of we want to bring companies to America. We want to bring manufacturing home. That's something that, yes, Democrats use it too. Republicans largely back that up with economic policies that tend to make that more viable. I know when I worked for Congressman Kinzinger, he represented a very large portion of Illinois, and we had passed legislation, you know, Made in the Americas Act, trying to get more companies with incentives to bring manufacturing here, or at least to our hemisphere, to make it easier for exports and for imports and things of that nature. So it is a tactic that we have seen to be effective. And I believe that this kind of policy does work well with Americans in terms of messaging. When you decide to, you know, profit one company over another, I don't know how that will go and play out if Democrats choose to use that against Republican candidates who have supported it. But that's to be seen. But the overall messaging tactic is a strong one for Republicans.
Jeannie, how do Democrats then try to take on and challenge the Trump version of economic policy? In other words, picking some winners, and then also perhaps charging NVIDIA and AMD a 15% fee, if, for lack of a better word, for selling advanced AI chips to China. How does that play out, and how do they respond?
What voters are going to care about is they're going to care about their lives and their pocketbooks and their jobs. And so I think what Democrats have to do, and Sherrod Brown does this very well, is say, Donald Trump, the Republicans have been in for the last 2 years. By the time this election gets going, a year and a half, how are you feeling? And the reality is Donald Trump has been all over the map on things like reshoring and manufacturing. His tariff policy is something that almost no economist supports. But more importantly, the American public, how are they feeling? And they are seeing higher prices when they go to the grocery store. They are not seeing more money in their pockets as a result of jobs. And that's going to be important. If Donald Trump can move on the interest rates or move Jerome Powell on the interest rates, that may help. But it's all going to be about the pocketbook, especially in this race for Sherrod Brown.
Maura, I wanted to go to you to talk about this executive order that President Donald Trump is floating, one that would try to correct what he calls, in an all-caps message on Truth Social, some of the issues with voting across the country, and that would spell an end to mail-in balloting and perhaps even voting machines. Where does he even begin with this, since most voting is administered by the states, by law, under the Constitution?
To Jeannie's point, this is just another example of Donald Trump being all over the map, really just throwing a bunch of things at the wall and hoping to see a few of them stick and distract. And this, to me, shows me that our president does not know how our government works and the reasons why we have state powers, because we don't, our founding fathers did not want centralized power. It was something that they fought against and left the crown and sought independence for, fought for this independence. And to sit there and say that the states are merely an agent for the federal government and for the president to do as he will, that's just a very large disconnect from how our government works. And so for conservatives and for Republicans, who our core principles talk about wanting a smaller, more accountable government, what Donald Trump is offering and espousing and saying he's fighting for is a big government takeover. That is not what we stand for. And so I would hope that other Republicans like myself, those in Congress, will balk at this idea. Largely, I would assume that they're going to try and dismiss it, but this is a big problem. And I don't think that, one, it's not constitutional, so I already see problems with it in the courts. But again, it goes against the Republican principles, the conservative principles that make us who we are.
And as we're talking, we, of course, have one eye on our top story today, which is that European leaders are at the White House to show support for Ukrainian President Zelensky. And if you were just joining us on YouTube, on Bloomberg Originals, now you can see it on your screen for our radio listeners. We've seen the honor guard now move to the front of the White House, right in front of the West Wing, where they're flanking essentially where the entrance is to the Oval Office as we wait for the Ukrainian President Zelensky to arrive. According to the official White House schedule, that should be at 1 p.m. Eastern. We'll bring you those developments as he comes through. Now, Jeannie, just in our final 30 seconds here, I'd love to just get your beat on this executive order that President Trump's floating, because this isn't necessarily a new idea, right? We've heard him be critical of mail-in ballots before.
Yeah, absolutely, Tyler. What's new to me, I would say, is an American president taking tips on how to run a democratic election from the leader of Russia, who's been in that position since 1999 and won his last election by 87% of the vote via fraud. That is new to me. So it's quite a change.
Right.
And that was Jeannie Shanzano and Maura Gillespie, our political panel for today. We're grateful for you for joining us.
Live from Washington, D.C., this is Balance of Power with Joe Matthew.
It's a high-stakes day here in Washington. We are moments away from President Trump greeting the Ukrainian President Zelensky at the White House. Welcome to the second hour of the Monday edition of Balance of Power. I'm Tyler Kendall here in Washington alongside Bloomberg's Michael Shepard. Joe Matthew is off. We have a busy afternoon ahead, and we'll bring you all of the updates, all of the developments, as we've now seen about half a dozen European leaders, Mike, enter into the White House, including the UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer, the Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni, NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte. The list really goes on and on here.
Quite a
ahead
bit
of
choreography.
Right, exactly. We're seeing them start to flood into the White House. If you're joining us on radio right now, we have a shot up right in front of the West Wing as we wait for Zelensky to arrive.
And he is really the guest of honor, if you will, at this moment. He is going to be hearing from President Donald Trump in person about the steps forward following President Trump's meeting with his Russian counterpart, Vladimir Putin, in Anchorage last week. The goal from all sides really, of course, is to end the war in Ukraine, but the terms are going to be very different, Tyler, based on what we've heard emerging from that meeting between Trump and Putin Friday, and what we have heard since coming from European leaders and most certainly Volodymyr Zelensky. There is a great concern that Donald Trump may be giving away too much and falling too much for some of the talking points and goals even of Vladimir Putin and Russia.
Right, we're going to get into all of it here in our next hour. We'll be joined by Bloomberg's Wendy Benjaminson, a senior editor who covers the White House, as President Trump says that it is now on Ukraine to make a deal. And we'll also be joined by Rebecca Grant, Vice President at the Lexington Institute, for all the latest on this conflict, Mike.
Yep, Tyler.
And for more now, we're going to get a check on how the markets are watching today's news. So we go to Charlie Pellett in New York for an update. Charlie?
Thank you very much, Tyler and Michael. We have got stocks lower. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all in the red. S&P right now down 6, drop there of 0.1%. The Dow flat on the day, lower by 7 points, unchanged essentially. NASDAQ lower now by 0.2%. Wall Street focused right now on geopolitics and, of course, unfolding developments at the White House. 10-year at 4.33%. Spot gold flat on the day, down 0.1%, down $3 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.5%, $63.10 a barrel. Sources tell Bloomberg the Trump administration is in discussions to take a stake of about 10% in Intel. Intel right now down by 4.4%. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. Back we go to Washington. Balance of Power continues. Once again, your hosts, Tyler Kendall and Michael Shepard.
All right, Charlie Pellet from World Headquarters in New York for us. Thank you so much. Of course, our top story today is the meeting, the high-stakes meeting unfolding at the White House. The European leaders are already there, and we are moments away from the Ukrainian President Zelensky from arriving. If you're joining us on radio right now, we have a picture up. It shows the honor guard flanking the entrance into the Oval Office as we wait for this meeting to begin. And joining us now with the view from the White House is Bloomberg's Wendy Benjaminson, a senior editor for here who covers all things Washington for us. And Wendy, I want to start right here because the last time that Zelensky was in the Oval Office, it didn't go so well.
That didn't go so well.
That meeting ended up devolving. There was a shouting match. It ended earlier. What are we expecting from today? How could this be different from what we saw the last time Zelensky was there?
Well, first, this time he sort of brought backup with him, which is most of the leaders of Western Europe. They will not be in the meeting with him. They're having a separate brief meeting with President Trump afterwards. But also, this will be a chance for Zelensky to finally really get a sense of what happened in Alaska last Friday and find out whether any of these terms are even wildly acceptable to him. I mean, what we believe right now is that what Zelensky will be presented with is an impossible choice to give up territory, which the Ukrainian constitution forbids and is politically and in every other way bad for Ukraine, in exchange for some vague security guarantees that Steve Witkoff laid out on the Sunday shows yesterday, some Article 5-like guarantees, but no NATO membership, which these are what Putin wants. And Trump tweeted this morning, or made a social media post this morning, that it's now in Zelensky's court. So who knows? It could end up devolving into a shouting match again, but we hope not.
Wendy, you were on the story all weekend long, and thank you for your efforts, of course, on that. But tell us how it's evolved since Friday, since the meeting between the two leaders. The storyline seems to have shifted, and what emerged seemed to have shifted and reshaped and maybe was reframed on the Sunday shows and even into this morning. Talk about that evolution.
Sure, and still not a lot of clarity because they, as you know, on Friday they had a news conference where they didn't really say anything, took no questions. Each went to their respective capitals. And then on Saturday, Steve Witkoff, the special envoy to Russia, played golf with Trump. We didn't hear anything from really either of them. Then on the Sunday shows, Witkoff comes out and announces this security guarantee plan as if it were a done deal. What is strange in the arc of presidencies, but sort of typical for this administration, Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, who was also in the room with Witkoff and Trump and Putin, came out with a completely different story on different networks, saying that this is in no way a done deal, that this is something the president might decide, and of course we might want to ask Volodymyr Zelensky about it, and it's all very undone. So now again the ball is in, as I said, in Zelensky's court to kind of take this plan or leave it, and then we have to see how Europe responds.
Well, I'm glad that you mentioned Europe because, of course, we should talk about some of the optics that we're seeing play out here today, because some of these leaders, I think it's fair to say, President Trump has a relatively warmer relationship with, right? I'm thinking about the UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer, the first to ink a trade deal with the U.S., the Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni, one of the first European leaders invited to the White House after President Trump's inauguration. How could that potentially temper what we see happen here at the Oval Office today?
Well, I think and Mark Rutte, the NATO Secretary General, who Trump also has a pretty good relationship with. The rest, not so much, I think we should say. But it sort of depends, I think, on whether they were able to help him or talk to him before the meeting, or whether what they're going to hear after the meeting. I think, Trump is one of those leaders who often listens to the last person he spoke to, and so we'll see how it goes with them after the meeting. They're all going to have a family photo. They'll all be smiling, and then they're all going home tonight. So I'm sure we'll hear from them as the evening wears on, and I'm pretty confident we'll hear from the president as well, and we'll just have to see again how Zelensky reacts to all of this.
Wendy, do we have any sense of what the next steps after today might look like? Would they be proceeding to another meeting with Vladimir Putin?
Yes, that's what Trump and I think Putin were hoping for after this meeting, is to set up within a week a trilateral meeting among the three of them, Trump, Putin, and Zelensky. Those meetings are usually take a lot longer to set up because the staff has to pregame what's going to happen, and everything is just left to be signed. But the way these guys are operating this time, they're going to decide in a room on the spot. So we could see that meeting as soon as next week.
That was Wendy Benjaminson. Wendy, thank you so much for joining us today on Balance of Power. We're now joined by Rebecca Grant, who is the Vice President of the Lexington Institute and an expert in the areas of Russia and Ukraine. Rebecca, thank you so much for joining us. We want to get into this whole question of the security guarantees and whether this is something that would be toothsome enough to get Ukraine to actually come to the bargaining table with Russia, and what these security guarantees would have to look like from their point of view.
Yes, the security guarantees are Zelensky's #1 concern. And of course, the most interesting item we've heard is the potential Article 5 style guarantee between several European nations and maybe the U.S. and Ukraine. That, as you know, is in NATO's Article 5 is the mutual self-defense part of this. But the reality is that this security guarantee is going to take not only the pledges, but a lot of weapons, most of which Trump already has in the works. So, 2 Patriot batteries from Germany going down to Ukraine, the continued sale of U.S. weapons, the participation of NATO partners, because there will still be a nearly 800-mile front to defend to contain Russia, and then also to contain Russia's activities in the Black Sea, where Ukraine has done a fantastic job. So expect a lot of military hardware to be in the mix for these security guarantees.
Well, Rebecca, earlier this year, we saw the United Kingdom and also France propose this idea that there would be some sort of security guarantee led by Europe, but then backed up by the United States. And that could include reassurance forces, air cover, things like that. Is that where you see this sort of guarantee trending towards? Or could we see perhaps a more wide-ranging one like the one that Mike was talking about, something similar to Article 5 without actual NATO membership?
I would say all of the above. And you're so smart to raise the air piece, because this security guarantee in operation will have to be what the military calls multi-domain. So Ukraine already shares NATO cyber awareness. And of course, Elon Musk has used Starlink there. But this is going to take a lot of air power as well. Britain and France have talked about potentially putting peacekeepers on the ground, which really gets Putin's back up. But if there is some territory to be traded, the #1 job will be making sure that that is done in a safe and secure manner as Russian forces and Ukrainian forces retrograde in the battle space. So I wouldn't be surprised to see some peacekeeping observers or forces there on the ground. But longer term, this is really going to be about air defense, cyber domain control, and of course controlling that land front and keeping the Russian fleet bottled up in the Black Sea, which Ukraine has done so well.
Rebecca, do you see the U.S. taking any direct role in enforcing those security guarantees, say with boots on the ground? The president and Steve Witkoff indicated a little bit more openness to this, but it's unclear whether that would be more than an advisory role. What's your take on it?
Well, first off, that will be up to President Zelensky, who, for the record, has never requested U.S. or NATO boots on the ground. The U.S. role here will be absolutely essential in overall command and control and playing a role in training of Ukrainian forces, which we've already seen NATO and the U.S. partners do. What the specifics of it look like, that's going to be yet another thing for Zelensky to decide, because he will have to invite any forces into his country.
And Rebecca, we went from hearing talks go from a ceasefire to talks that they want a full peace deal. We had Secretary of State Marco Rubio over the weekend in an interview say that one of the problems with a ceasefire approach is that a ceasefire has to be maintained, and it doesn't seem like Russia is coming to the table in a meaningful way to agree to a ceasefire, a pause in the fighting. What's the strategic reason here to push for a finalized deal, foregoing a ceasefire? Is this creating urgency, or is this Russia just buying time at this point?
Well, best case, I think, because the ceasefires just haven't worked. We've been close to ceasefires a couple times this spring, and then there went Putin unleashing, 500 drones and Iskander missiles right back into Ukraine. Luckily, Ukraine shooting them down. But that was a big reversal coming out of Alaska, and I think Trump is seeing there is momentum for an actual possible peace deal. And I think Rubio was very realistic about how tough this is all going to be, but they're willing to try for that whole peace deal at this point. And then, of course, the issue, like you said, is will Russia truly respect it when they tell them to, hey, stop shooting?
Rebecca, what does success look like from today for European leaders and then for Volodymyr Zelensky as they go to meet with Donald Trump?
Well, for Europe, it's just one thing, and that is to deter Russia. Russia has rearmed. They're on track to replace all their losses in Ukraine, and Putin has that economy on a wartime footing with the 100% backup of China, which is terrible. So the Europeans, no matter what comes out of this meeting or the peace process, Europe will be defending against Russia and Putin for the long term. So they want to make sure that Ukraine can be a viable part of that defense. For Ukraine, a viable state, a viable economy, sovereignty, and a path forward. I'd like to see every Russian out of Ukraine, but we're really hearing that de facto line of control will be there.
Right, exactly, Rebecca. And as you're speaking for our radio listeners and those joining us on Bloomberg Television, we're seeing the Ukrainian President Zelensky get out of his car, shake President Trump's hand.
President Trump, sir,
Let's listen in.
The people of Ukraine as world leaders gathered here today. Russia continues to attack civilians in Kharkiv, killing many.
Is there a just option piece on the table? Will you see land from Russia?
All right. That was Ukrainian President Zelensky pulling up to the White House, shaking President Trump's hand. He was asked what his message was to the people of Ukraine, and President Trump responded, quote, "We love them." Of course, this is a big, big day. It's hard to underestimate how high stakes this meeting is, as now Ukrainian President Zelensky is inside the White House, Mike, alongside half a dozen European leaders who have also traveled here to Washington on short notice to show their support.
And it was notable that President Donald Trump only came out of the White House to greet Volodymyr Zelensky. The other European leaders were greeted by other administration officials as their cars pulled up, at least from what we could see outside. And really, the stakes could not be higher, especially for Volodymyr Zelensky, who is viewing this moment as perhaps an existential one for his country.
A really important moment. And Rebecca, I want to bring you back into this conversation as now the leaders are there at the White House. They are getting these talks underway. I'd love to get your perspective here on those other leaders that are there beyond the Ukrainian President Zelensky. We have some that President Trump has relatively warm relations with, as we've been discussing here on Balance of Power, like the Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni, the NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte. What do you make of the optics now that we have all of these European allies in the same room for these discussions?
Bigger than the Alaska summit. Look at the ceremony, the location in the Capitol, and these leaders. So I'm very impressed. We see Keir Starmer from Britain, Britain has led the way all along in support for Ukraine and in greenlighting the use of longer range weapons. Emmanuel Macron, very central. Of course, Friedrich Merz, very important, as I mentioned, German Patriot batteries going down to Ukraine. These are the European power players. Very important that we have Finland's President Stubb there as well. That's a long border between Finland and Russia. Finland would never have joined NATO without this rising Russian threat that they've seen and changing that policy of neutrality. So these are the players, and along with Italy and Giorgia Meloni, and of course, Mark Rutte, former Prime Minister of the Netherlands, so smart in keeping this group together. And he's the NATO Secretary General that got NATO to 5%. These are the European power players. Putin is watching. Xi Jinping in China is rushing, because all those leaders know that Xi Jinping cannot be trusted either. They know who's responsible for keeping Russia in this war. So this is the group that can give Ukraine the security guarantees, the economic deals, and for true, powerful deterrence against Russia going forward. It's the right players in the room.
Rebecca, when it comes to actually reaching some sort of a final deal, Donald Trump has floated this idea of lands swaps and giving back some territory to giving some territory over to Russia that Russia has taken from Ukraine. In what universe do you see Volodymyr Zelensky actually accepting that as part of these discussions, either now or down the road?
Yeah, maybe the universe that is convened there in the White House. Mark Rutte has talked about it as though it's a de facto recognition, but not a de jure. You know, that will still be recognized as part of Ukraine, but under Russian control. Nobody likes this, but there we are. The most painful part, possibly, if they are asked to give up territory in Donetsk province that Ukraine has held, such as the city of Kramatorsk. But we are looking at this as a possibility. I think it does put Zelensky in a tough position. But I remind you of two things. One, he was elected in 2019 to try to bring about a peace agreement after the 2014 invasion and the continued fighting and loss of life there. And also, it's very important now to think about rebuilding Ukraine. And Trump has put together, I think, what he has called a really good deal. This should be an excellent deal. And I hope it's enough that Zelensky can take it and, as they say, end the war at the negotiating table rather than on the battlefield.
Rebecca Grant of the Lexington Institute, we thank you for your time. And we're now seeing more movement at the White House. They're preparing to bring the press into the Oval Office, Tyler. And I think we'll look to see what what we're hearing from the president.
Right, exactly. President Trump speaking right now. Let's listen in.
In many ways, we had a good meeting, as you know, just a short while ago with the president of Russia. And I think there's a possibility that something could come out of it. And today's meeting is very important. We have, I guess, the seven very powerful leaders from Europe. And we're going to be meeting with them right after this meeting. And thank you very much for being here.
Thanks so much, Mr. President. If I can, first of all, thank you for invitation and thank you very much for your efforts, personal efforts to stop killings and stop this war. Thank you. And using this opportunity, many thanks to your wife, First Lady of the United States. She sent a letter to Putin about our children, abducted children, and my wife, she, First Lady of Ukraine, she gave the letter. It's not to you, to your wife.
Oh, I want it.
Yeah. So we are saying this sensitive topic. Yes, please. And thanks to our partners and that you supported this format, that after our meeting we can have leaders who are around us, UK, France, Germany, Italy, Finland, EU, NATO, I mean all partners around Ukraine supporting us. Thanks them and thank you very much for the invitation.
Thank you very much for being here.
President Trump.
Do you think it's fair? Yes, Peter. Go ahead.
Thank you, President Trump. So, President Zelensky, you say in a post on X today, Russia must end this war, which it itself started. President Trump, you say President Zelensky of Ukraine can end the war with Russia almost immediately if he wants to. Which is it?
No, I think that's true. I think we're going to have a meeting. I think if everything works out well today, we'll have a trilat. And I think there will be a reasonable chance of ending the war when we do that.
And, is this the end of the road for American support for Ukraine? Is today's meeting deal or no deal?
I can never say that. It's never the end of the road. People are being killed, and we want to stop that. So I would not say it's the end of the road. No, I think we have a good chance of doing it. It's been almost 4 years now that a lot of people were killed last week. A lot of people last week. I mean, millions of people killed, but a lot of people last week for whatever reason. A big number, a lot of soldiers, on both sides. And I know the president, I know myself, and I believe Vladimir Putin wants to see it ended.
And as you met with Putin on Friday, today you've got President Zelensky here. As you listen to Russia and Ukraine, which side has the better cards right now?
I don't want to say that. I'm just here to be, look, this isn't my war. This is Joe Biden's war. He's the one that had a lot to do with this happening, and we want to get it ended. and we want it to end good for everybody. We want it to end good. The people of Ukraine have suffered incredibly.
And to that point, President Zelensky, are you prepared to keep sending Ukrainian troops to their deaths for another couple years, or are you going to agree to redraw the maps?
Thank you for your question. So, first of all, we live under each day attacks. That today have been a lot of attacks and a lot of wounded people, and the child was dead, small one year and a half. So we need to stop this war, to stop Russia, and we need support American and European partners, and we will do our best for this. So, and I think we show that we are strong people, and we supported the idea of the United States, of personally of President Trump, to stop this war, to make a diplomatic way of finishing this war, and we are ready for trilateral, as President said. This is a good thing about trilateral. I think this is very good. Thank you.
Mr. President, if the peace deal will be achieved, are you going to be willing to send American peacekeepers to Ukraine?
Well, we're going to work with Ukraine. We're going to work with everybody, and we're going to make sure that if there's peace, the peace is going to stay long term. This is very long term. We're not talking about a 2-year peace and then we end up in this mess again. We're going to make sure that everything's good. We'll work with Russia. We're going to work with Ukraine, and we're going to make sure it works. And I think if we can get to peace, it's going to work. I have no doubt about it.
Your team has talked about security guarantees. Could that involve U.S. troops? Would you roll that out in the future?
We'll let you know that maybe later today. We're meeting with 7 great leaders of great countries also, and we'll be talking about that. They'll all be involved, but there'll be a lot of help when it comes to security. There's going to be a lot of help. It's going to be good. They are first line of defense because they're there. They're Europe, but we're going to help them out also. We'll be involved.
Mr. President, Vladimir Putin mentioned that the war will not end without addressing the root causes of this war. Have you had an understanding what are the root causes of this war?
Well, look, the war is going to end. When it ends, I can't tell you, but the war is going to end, and this gentleman wants it to end, and Vladimir Putin wants it to end. I think the whole world is tired of it, and we're going to get it ended. It was, I've done 6 wars. I've ended 6 wars, and I thought this maybe would be the easiest one, and it's not the easiest one. It's a tough one. A lot of reasons for it, and they'll be talking about it for a long time, but they'll be talking about the others. Look, India, Pakistan, we're talking about the big places. When you look at, you just take a look at some of these wars. You go to Africa and take a look at that. Rwanda and the Congo, Republic of the Congo. That's been going on for 31 years. And so we've done a total of 6, and we really have 6, not including the fact that we obliterated, and it turned out to be a total obliteration, the nuclear, as you said, the future nuclear capability of Iran. And this one, I think we're going to get solved also. I feel confident we're going to get it solved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Can you tell us about your conversations with European leaders and what they need to see to support an end to the war?
Yeah, well, we're going to be meeting with a great representative group and 7 very powerful, very big countries, great people, all friends of mine and friends of yours. And we're going to have some suggestions made. They want to see peace. They would like to see peace.
President
In the red.
President Trump, do you think it's fair to, for Ukraine and for Russia to achieve a lasting and durable peace if Ukraine cedes its territories that Russia hasn't yet conquered? Do you think it's a fair peace for Ukraine?
We're going to have a lasting peace. Just to answer the first part of your question, we're going to have a lasting peace. I hope it's going to be immediately. I hope it doesn't have to go on. And I think people of the whole world is going to be very happy when that's announced.
Mr. President, you posted on social media, Mr. President, a very touching letter from the First Lady. And the letter was hand-delivered to President Putin. and it calls for an end to the war, essentially, because of the children and the children's future. Why did the First Lady feel that letter was necessary? Was it because she believes that Mr. Putin is the aggressor in the war? Is a similar letter being hand-delivered to President Zelensky?
So the First Lady felt very strongly. She's watched the same thing that you watch and that I watch. I see things that you don't get to see, and it's horrible. But when she's got a great love of children, she has a wonderful son that she loves, probably more than anybody, including me. I hate to say it, but she loves her son. She loves children, and she hates to see something like this happening. And that goes for other wars too. I mean, she sees the heartbreak, the parents, the funerals that you see on television. Always funerals. We want to see something other than funerals. No, she felt it was a beautiful letter. It was very well received by him, and she did ask me to say, you know, she would love to see this end. She would love to see it end, and she says it very openly, very proudly, and with great sorrow because so many people have been killed.
Mr. President, last week,
Brian, go ahead, Brian.
Yes, sir. I've got a question for each of you.
Yes.
First of all, Mr. President Zelensky, you look fabulous in that suit.
I said the same thing.
Yeah, you look good.
I said the same thing.
Yeah, looks good on
I
you.
said the one that attacked you last time. See, now he's I remember that.
Yeah, I apologize to you. You look wonderful. No, my first question for you, President Zelensky.
In the same suit. You see, I changed, you are not.
Maybe yours is much better. Real quickly, upon peace, God willing we get peace, are you open to holding an election in your country?
Yes, of course. We are open for election, yes. We have to do safety circumstances, and a little bit we need to work in the parliament, because during the war you can't have elections, but we can do security. We need, maybe, how to say, we need a truth, yes, everywhere, in the battlefield, in the sky, in the sea. Well, you can't have elections, but we can do security. We need, maybe, how to say, we need a truth, yes, everywhere, in the battlefield, in the sky, in the sea, yeah, to make possible for people to do democratic, open, legal elections.
So you say during the war you can't have elections. So let me just say 3.5 years from now, so you mean if we happen to be in a war with somebody, no more elections? Oh, that's good. I wonder what the fake
You like this idea?
Yeah.
No.
Speaking of news, I got a question for you. This sounds insane for me even to ask this, but do you think the American media really doesn't even want a peace deal because they've been so critical of you every step of the way as you lead the charge for peace?
It's an amazing phenomenon. I said that if in the settlement you got Moscow, St. Petersburg, and thousands of miles around them, they would say I made a bad deal. The level of hatred and animosity is incredible. Not with all. I mean, we have great people up here. We also have terrible people up there that I think are told what to say. But, you know, in solving all of these wars, they don't even write about it. You know, I saw major wars. I saw wars that have been going on for 31, 35, and 37, and a couple of quicker ones. One that was going to go into a full-blown deal very quickly. You know what the one I'm talking about. It was a big one. But they don't even write about that. No matter what I do, no matter what, and you know, this is not anything to do with you. It's probably to your advantage in a certain way. But no matter what I do, no matter what deal I make, from my standpoint, you'll come out good. Maybe President Putin will come out good. But they'll say, Trump was absolutely horrible. It's just that, and I've lived with that for a long time. I've lived with it since just before the first election. I used to get great publicity. Now I get the worst publicity anyone's ever gotten in office, but I won in a landslide, so the people understand. They're the only ones that count, ultimately. But I've also had great reporters. I've had journalists that are very good. But it's very sad when you do the right thing. As an example, they said, because of the fact that Vladimir Putin came to American soil, this was a tremendous defeat for Donald Trump. No, it was really wonderful that he did it. It was a hard thing for him to do, to be honest with you. It was the opposite of what they said, but they said it. Now, if he didn't come, they'd say that was also bad for Trump. You know, there's no way. And there's just a great dishonesty of the press, and I think that's why it's lost its credibility. You know, its credibility is at an all-time low. We have a thing going on right now in D.C. We went from the most unsafe place anywhere to a place that now friends are calling me up, Democrats are calling me up, and they're saying, sir, I want to thank you. My wife and I went out to dinner last night for the first time in 4 years, and Washington, D.C. is safe, and you did that in 4 days. I'll tell you, it's safe. I had another friend of mine. He has a son who's a great golfer. He's on tour, and he came in 4th yesterday in the big tournament where Scotty Scheffler made the great shot. And he said his son is going to dinner in Washington, D.C. tonight. I said, would you have allowed that to happen a year ago? He said, no way, no way. He said, what you've done is incredible. And I think the people realize it. But the press says, he's a dictator, he's trying to take over. No, all I want is security for our people. But people that haven't gone out to dinner in Washington, D.C. in 2 years are going out to dinner. And the restaurants the last 2 days were busier than they've been in a long time. Thank
Sir,
you.
I walked around yesterday with MTG. If you could walk around with D.C. with MTG and not be attacked, the city is safe.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Last week, you warned of what you called severe consequences if a 30-day ceasefire or any type of ceasefire were not agreed to by Russia. Will there be severe consequences? Does that change because of
I don't think
with
you need a ceasefire. You know, if you look at the 6 deals that I settled this year, they were all at war. I didn't do any ceasefires. And I know that it might be good to have, but I can also understand strategically why, well, you know, one country or the other wouldn't want it. You have a ceasefire and they rebuild and rebuild and rebuild, and, you know, maybe they don't want that. But if you look at the 6 deals that we made peace and you know, long-term, long-running wars, I didn't do any ceasefires. Would I like the concept. You know, I like the concept of a ceasefire for one reason, because you'd stop killing people immediately, as opposed to in 2 weeks or 1 week or whatever it takes. But we can work a deal where we're working on a peace deal while they're fighting. They have to fight. I wish they could stop. I'd like them to stop. But strategically, that could be a disadvantage for one side or the other. But all of these deals I made without even the mention of the words ceasefire.
Can you explain the decision to offer Ukraine Article 5-like security guarantees, but stop short of pushing for their full membership?
Yeah, well, we haven't done anything on that yet. If you look back and you go back long before President Putin, it was always a statement that they would never allow Ukraine into NATO. So that was a statement that was made, but we haven't discussed any of that yet. We're going to be discussing it today. But we will give them very good protection, very good security. That's part of it. And the people that are waiting for us, they are, I think they're very like-minded. They want to help out also.
Thank you, President. Thank you, President Trump.
Are you disappointed there's no
The United States has already given hundreds of billions of dollars to this war effort in Ukraine. At best, it is a stalemate, and the killing continues. So, President Trump, how much more is the United States willing to give Ukraine? And President Zelensky, how much more do you want?
Well, I'll start off just by saying we're not giving anything now. We're selling weapons. This is something before, I guess the number is well over $300 billion. That was under Joe Biden, a corrupt politician, not a smart man, never was. By the way, go back 40 years, he was not a smart man 40 years ago either, but now he's in particular bad. This was done by a corrupt administration that shouldn't have been in, and frankly, if the right results of the election were given, if I were president, this war would have never taken place, and he would have been very happy, because he would have liked to have seen. I mean, they went through hell. He went through hell. This war would have never happened, and the people that were killed, a couple of million people, a lot of people with soldiers and everything else, and the people that have been displaced and forced into other areas and other countries because of what's happened, none of that would have happened. And I'm just saying that he was a horrible president, whether it was the borders or this. He was just a horrible, corrupt president.
Mr.
President,
I can. Thank you so much. So first of all, we have possibility now to buy weapon from the United States. We are thankful for this program and this opportunity. We are thankful for Europe. They pay for this. And through NATO program, for example, Pearl and etc., we have some programs where we can have some money to finance this. And this is a part, I think, it's not a part for the war and to defend us. It also will be a part for security guarantees, to strengthen our army, to rearm Ukrainian army. This is very, very important. And it depends how much money we need to rearm. For example, the question of air defense, we spoke about it with President Trump, and I'm happy that we have now bilateral decisions and we work on it with production, American production. Nobody in Europe has so many air defense like Patriots, for example. We need it very much, and this is also about defending.
I think the good news, we make the best military equipment in the world by far. You mentioned the Patriots. How good are they?
Systems.
We have systems, they're literally 100% foolproof. And it's really like shooting two bullets, you know, two bullets hitting each other in the air in a space like this. The chance is 100%. It's 99 to 100%. So we sell the equipment to NATO. And NATO does what, I don't know what the arrangement is that you have with, but I know that they want you to have the equipment. And we're getting the best equipment in the world, but they pay us for the equipment. Under Biden, it was just crazy what was going on. I believe the number is over 300. I think it could be $350 billion worth of equipment and money and everything else. And we've made more progress in settling this war in the last 2 months than they made in 4 years. This should have been settled a long time ago, but it should have never happened. Yeah, please.
Real quickly, you pushed out on social media.
All right, Brian, go first.
You pushed out on social media about doing away with mail-in ballots and potentially electronic voting machines. Can you expand on that and how important
Well, that's a very off-topic, just really quickly. Mail-in ballots are corrupt. Mail-in ballots, you can never have a real democracy with mail-in ballots. And we, as a Republican Party, are going to do everything possible that we get rid of mail-in ballots. We're going to start with an executive order that's being written right now by the best lawyers in the country to end mail-in ballots because they're corrupt. And you know that we're the only country in the world, I believe, I may be wrong, but just about the only country in the world that uses them because of what's happened. Massive fraud all over the place. The other thing we want changed are the machines. For all of the money they spend, it's approximately 10 times more expensive than paper ballots. And paper ballots are very sophisticated with the watermark paper and everything else. We would get secure elections. We'd get much faster results. The machines, I mean, they say we're going to have the results in 2 weeks. With paper ballots, you have the results that night. Most people, but most people, many countries use paper ballots. It's the most secure form. So between paper ballots, very, very important, paper ballots, and I think maybe even more important, the mail-in voting. We're going to end mail-in voting. It's a fraud. If you have mail-in vote, even Jimmy Carter with this commission, they set it up. He said the one thing about mail-in voting, you will never have an honest election if you have mail-in. And it's time that the Republicans get tough and stop it because the Democrats want it. It's the only way they can get elected. Because with men and women's sports and with transgender for everybody and open borders and all of the horrible things, and now the new thing is they love crime. They're fighting me on the fact that I've made Washington, D.C. safe. We're not going to get mugged, beaten up, or killed like all the people you've been watching get so badly hurt. I'm glad, I hate to take your time with this, but I'm glad you asked me that question. Sorry. We're going to stop mail-in ballots because it's corrupt. You know, when you go to a voting booth and you do it the right way and you go to a state that runs it properly, you go in, they even ask me, they asked me for my license plate, for identity. I said, I don't know if I have it. They said, sir, you have to have it. I was very impressed, actually. But it's very hard to cheat with mail-in voting. As you know what happens in California, it's so corrupt, where some people get 5, 6, 7 ballots delivered to them. Now, we got to stop mail-in voting, and the Republicans have to lead the charge. The Democrats want it. because they have horrible policy. If you have mail-in voting, you're not going to have many Democrats get elected. That's bigger than anything having to do with redistricting, believe me. And the Republicans have to get smart. We're not going to have a country. I said for a long time at rallies, you need borders and you need free and fair elections. Those two things, otherwise you don't have. We have strong borders now. In 90 days, Mr. President, we didn't have 1, 0, 0, and 3 months. Not one person came in illegally into our country. In fact, even I find that hard to believe, but it's run by a little bit of a liberal group that put out the numbers, so I guess it's, but 0, 0, and 0. You go back a year ago, 2 years ago, 3, millions of people poured into our country. It was terrible. Thank you very much.
What security guarantees do you need from President Trump to be able to make a deal? Is it American troops, intelligence, equipment? What is it?
Everything. And really, it includes two parts. First, strong Ukrainian army. That's what I began to discuss with your colleagues. And it's a lot about weapon and people and training missions and intelligence. And second, we will discuss with our partners. It depends on the big countries, on the United States, on a lot of our friends.
And Mr. President, are you willing to commit American troops to that NATO-like protection in order to get President Zelensky to a deal today?
Well, I don't know if you define it that way, but NATO-like, I mean, we have people waiting in another room right now. They're all here from Europe, biggest people in Europe, and they want to give protection. They feel very strongly about it, and we'll help them out with that. I think it's very important. I think it's very important to get the deal done.
You've been involved with the peacekeeping in Ukraine since your first day in the administration. What would you say to the Ukrainian people right now who are suffering under the Russian attacks and hoping that the American people will stand with them?
Well, I know Ukrainian people. I've known many over the years. They're great people. They're smart. They're energetic. They love their country. I mean, they love their country, and we want to get this war ended. That's all I can do. I love the Ukrainian people, but I love all people. I love the Russian people. I love them all. I want to get the war stopped. Very important.
Mr. President, was there any aspect of your discussion with Vladimir Putin that left you disappointed?
Look, we just spoke to, I was just telling the president, I just spoke to President Putin indirectly, and we're going to have a phone call right after these meetings today. And we may or may not have a trilat. If we don't have a trilat, then the fighting continues. And if we do, we have a good chance. I think if we have a trilat, there's a good chance of maybe ending it. But he's expecting my call when we're finished with this meeting. Thank you very much, everyone.
You've been listening to President Trump in the Oval Office alongside Ukrainian President Zelensky for a high-stakes meeting here in Washington. This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg Television and Radio. I'm Tyler Kendall alongside Bloomberg's Michael Shepard in Washington. Joe Matthew is off. Our top story today, this big meeting in the Oval Office. The pair started their remarks by shaking each other's hands, a much warmer reception than we saw the last time that Zelensky was in the Oval Office earlier this year. And for our radio listeners, Zelensky was wearing a suit. We mention it because that was something that was a point of contention the last time he was at the White House, and perhaps will be a memorable visual from today's meeting. Now, President Trump said that if everything works out today, there will be a trilateral meeting coming soon that would be between the Ukrainian President Zelensky, President Trump, and Russian President Vladimir Putin, saying that there's a, quote, reasonable chance of ending the war if that meeting happens. Now, Mike, on security guarantees, which is one of the top issues today, President Trump said that the U.S. will be involved, but he declined to give specifics on exactly what that would look like.
Yeah, he was reluctant to get any further about what those security guarantees would look like. We did hear from some of his advisors over the weekend about the possible shape, but again, how much money that would involve. Would it involve U.S. advisors on the ground? And of course, his counterpart, the Ukrainian leader, Volodymyr Zelensky, sitting alongside him. Obviously, a very different dynamic to this meeting today, Tyler, than the one we saw several months ago, the meeting that really just devolved into almost a shouting match between the two men. We didn't see any other members of the president's team interject. It was really the focus on the two men. President Donald Trump did say that he would be speaking with Vladimir Putin later after he concludes his conversations with Zelensky and with European leaders as well.
Right, an important development, an important part about the next steps here, which is where we want to begin by bringing in our next guest. We're joined now by retired Lieutenant General Ben Hodges. He's the former commanding general for U.S. Army Europe. General Hodges, thanks so much for being here. I want to get your reaction to what we just heard from President Trump. He says that he will be speaking with Russian President Vladimir Putin after he has this high-stakes talks today, not just with the Ukrainian President Zelensky, but also about half a dozen European leaders who have also come here to the White House. How can we measure success today? What are the increments that we should be looking for as these meetings get going?
Well, I have to say that based on the president's record of not following through on any threats to increase pressure on Russia with sanctions or other measures, nothing that's said, I think, can be really counted on until we see action. I do expect that the European leaders who have turned up for this are there because they're worried that the President of the United States is going to abandon Ukraine or somehow put all the blame on Ukraine if there's not some sort of a deal. If the president were to say, Vladimir Putin, get your troops out of Ukraine, which he has never said, by the way, neither he or the Secretary of State have never said the Russians should leave Ukraine, not one time, that would be a significant shift.
General Hodges, what has been the reaction in Europe, a region where you have spent some key parts of your career? What has been the reaction in Europe among your former counterparts and others in the area to the summit on Friday, and then what we have seen unfold since?
I'd say three things. First of all, they are aghast and in disbelief that the President of the United States has treated President Putin the way he has, and that he does the Kremlin's bidding. I mean, almost verbatim on some of the talking points. That most Europeans are dumbfounded that this is what's happening after decades of American leadership in European security through NATO, but also deterring the Soviet Union and then Russia. That they can't believe it. The second thing, the reaction is, of course, an acknowledgement by most Europeans that they have failed over the last 3 decades to do what they should do, to be strong militarily, to deter Russia, and to have to perhaps do something without strong American support. That's in the industry side, the nuclear deterrence. They were very late in cutting their dependence on Russian oil, which made them very vulnerable, of course. And then the third thing I would say is Europe is probably going to be forced into doing something they've talked about, which is to accept more responsibility, this sovereignty, if you will. And in the long run, I think we in the United States are going to regret that Europe will not be as dependent on us. It's going to hurt us economically as well as in a security standpoint.
And General, to follow up on the difference between Europe and the U.S. here when it comes to Ukraine now under Donald Trump, the president is now skipping over the step of obtaining a ceasefire before actually reaching a peace deal that would last. The Europeans have pushed for a ceasefire first. What is the significance of skipping over this step? How are we to read it, and who does it favor?
Well, I think it favors the Russians. The fact is, nobody in Europe, and probably most serious people in the United States, know that Russia cannot be trusted. To live up to any agreement, let alone a ceasefire. To have an effective ceasefire, there has to be some kind of enforcement mechanism. And so here is where I think Europe could convey to the President of the United States that if the U.S. would call for this and the U.S. would help with some things such as intelligence and maybe logistics, that the Europeans would shoulder the burden for enforcing a ceasefire. But instead, they have agreed or given in to Putin's demand that no NATO troops of any type can be on the ground in Ukraine. That's not a decision for the Kremlin to make, but that's how we are acting, as if they do have that right to make that demand. I think that the idea of going straight to some kind of a peace settlement, the danger is that, again, nobody trusts the Russians. There's no record of Russia living up to any agreement unless they were forced to do it. And so I think this is why, and even Secretary Rubio, up until just a few weeks ago, he talked consistently about the need for a ceasefire to stop the killing, but also to build trust and confidence that Russia would actually live up to an agreement. Look at what Russia did last night. They killed another 7 Ukrainian civilians with incendiary bombs dropped on top of an apartment building the night before this meeting is supposed to happen. And then you've got Russian bombers flying out in the Barents Sea close to Alaska. These are not signs of a Russian government that is really, really wanting to have a negotiated settlement that's acceptable to all.
Right. And General, I'm glad that you brought up Secretary of State Marco Rubio, because he actually did say in one of his interviews over the weekend that one of the issues with a ceasefire is that you have to enforce it. And perhaps that's starting to be some of the messaging that we've seen out of the White House. And another area where the Secretary of State was pressed on, President Trump was pressed on in the Oval Office, is exactly what those security guarantees are going to look like if they do move to a peace deal. And I would love to get your thoughts here on exactly what the Europeans are going to be pushing for, because we have seen a range of options perhaps floated on the table, such as the UK and France earlier this year proposing a plan that would see reassurance forces, air cover, things like that. What, in your view, is realistic? And what do you expect our allies to really be pushing for that they think they could get when it comes to guarantees from the United States?
Well, if I may, of course, Secretary Rubio was correct to say that a ceasefire would require enforcement, but so would a peace settlement. I mean, there is nobody in Europe trusts Russia to do what they say they'll do unless they're forced to. So whether we go to ceasefire or go directly to some sort of an agreement, does anybody seriously believe that Russia will live up to it? There's no record of them doing that anywhere. But let's go to the point of your question of what would a enforcement or what would security guarantees look like. Obviously, I'll say what many have said is that NATO is the best security guarantee. These things that Mr. Witkoff has said about a NATO-like or a NATO-style guarantee, what a meaningless statement. I mean, what does he mean by NATO-like? That means an attack on Ukraine would be considered like an attack on the U.S.
All right. Retired Lieutenant General Ben Hodges, the former commanding general for U.S. Army Europe, thank you so much for joining us here on Bloomberg. Make sure to join us later for the late edition of Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and Radio. Bloomberg Business Week is up next.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stenivek, live on Bloomberg Radio, television, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
A very good afternoon, everyone. Live on Bloomberg TV, radio, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals. It is Bloomberg Business Week Daily. I'm Tim Stenivek. That is Emily Griffeo from the Bloomberg News Cross Asset team. She's in for Carol Masser today. Carol is out. We got a big show, Emily. All eyes focused on Washington, D.C.
Yep, that's right, Tim. This is where President Volodymyr Zelensky is meeting with Trump and a number of EU leaders, including EU Commission President Ursula von der Leyen and NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte, among a number of other European leaders, of course, to hash out potentially getting to an end of this Russia-Ukraine war.
Well, the White House and the president's meeting with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, the two of them just wrapping up this press conference in the Oval Office. Now they are meeting without press there. The president, though, at the end of that press conference, he did say he'll call Russian President Vladimir Putin after meeting with Zelensky and European leaders at the White House. Emily mentioned a few of the names. There are more than half a dozen who came in specially for today. They actually met with Zelensky earlier in the day before heading to the White House. We're going to be all over everything happening at the White House and in Washington, D.C. throughout the program. Our team on the ground with the latest from the White House and a possible end to this war, Emily.
We're also going to be speaking with our senior geoeconomics analyst for Europe, who's going to join us from Geneva with analysis. And the Trump administration is in discussions to take a stake of about 10% in Intel. We'll get an update from the Bloomberg exclusive on that Thursday.
Stocks lower fractionally, but standing by with an update on exactly how markets are doing and all the business news. Here he is, Charlie Pilot.
Thank you very much. And here's what's going on from Washington to Wall Street to Jackson Hole. We got you covered here at Bloomberg. Right now, we are looking at a down day for the Dow, the S&P, and the NASDAQ Composite Index. Wall Street holding its breath ahead of Jackson Hole. S&P right now down 8, 64.41. That is a drop of 0.1%. The Dow lower now by 66, down 0.1%. NASDAQ Composite Index down 34, a drop there of 0.2%. Our Mag 7 Index down 0.4% on a down day for the broader market. The Russell 2000 Index of small cap shares is gaining 0.4%. The 10-year 4.33%, with the 2-year 3.76%. Gold lower little change, down under 0.1%, 33.33 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.9%, 63.38 a barrel on WTI. And Bitcoin $116,500. Bitcoin down by 1%. Sources tell Bloomberg the Trump administration is in discussions to take a stake of about 10% in Intel. Intel down now by 3.2%. Recapping stocks lower, S&P down 8, down 0.1%. And for on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks for that update, Charlie. Do appreciate it. We begin in Washington, D.C., where the president is meeting with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky and other European leaders as we speak. These two, along with Vice President J.D. Vance, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, and U.S. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff, they spoke to reporters from the Oval Office earlier today. Here's what President Zelensky partly had to say.
We need to stop this war, to stop Russia, and we need support American and European partners. And we will do our best for this. I think we show that we are strong people, and we supported the idea of the United States, of personally of President Trump, to stop this war, to make a diplomatic way of finishing this war. And we are ready for trilateral, as President said. This is a good signal about trilateral. I think this is very good.
There you have it. President Zelensky at the Oval Office just in the last hour speaking to reporters alongside President Trump. We've got with us Bloomberg News managing editor for U.S. Economy and Government, Mario Parker. He joins us from Washington, D.C. Mario, we're going to get to the strategy, the possible end of this conflict here, but I think it's important to note that the last time these two sat alongside one another in the Oval Office back in February, it was a lot more contentious, a very different tone to today's press conference.
Everything about it, Tim, was 180 degrees different than what we saw earlier this year, right, when one of the most brusque displays in the Oval Office in recent memory. What we saw when President Zelensky even arrived from the White House, he had a suit on, right, which was the starting point of the contention during the last meeting. He and President Trump exchanged some friendly banter about the president's attire as well. And then that warm tone carried over into the Oval Office spray that we just saw.
What do we understand right now about what is the current position of the other European leaders that are in attendance at the White House right now?
Well, it's unclear exactly what the position is right now. One of the positions, I mean, obviously the fact that they all hurried, some of the most powerful leaders in all of Europe, hurried to Washington, D.C. to be here. And I think that not to be lost with the comment that we just talked about with the attire, you can see that Zelensky was coached and prepared by some of his counterparts in Europe who understand the stakes right now. Just given the about face that President Trump has made in the last couple of weeks, we saw the president go from threatening secondary sanctions on Russia, India for buying Russian oil, and then he had the meeting on Friday in Alaska, in which he came out largely understood to be towing the line that Vladimir Putin had suggested about a peace agreement before a ceasefire. So you could see Europe wanting to make sure that the United States doesn't pressure Zelensky into taking a deal that would threaten that alliance with NATO, but also cede too much territory from Ukraine.
Well, help us understand where the daylight remains here between the U.S.'s position and perhaps the European position. Is it fair to say, Mario, that the European allies, at least who showed up alongside with President Zelensky today, they want the exact same thing that Zelensky wants? Or perhaps a better way of saying that is they would be willing for Ukraine to give up and ask for the same things to end this conflict? Are they aligned here?
I think it is safe to say that Zelensky and the European allies are very much so aligned. Now, a couple of things that came up during the spray that we knew about as well. President Trump was non-committal, but not hostile toward the idea of some type of U.S. security guarantee. That lines up with our reporting over the weekend that Europe and Ukraine wanted some type of guarantee of U.S. backing going forward as to prevent or deter Vladimir Putin from launching another attack at some point against the country, vis-a-vis what happened after Crimea as well. Some of that, again, President Trump seemed open to without necessarily committing U.S. troops or intelligence. He characterized some of the support on our artillery and weapons as being sold to NATO and essentially making its way to Ukraine, as opposed to just handouts, is how he characterized it previously.
Zelensky said that Ukraine is ready for a trilateral meeting with Russia and the U.S. I'm wondering how realistic you think that is, that we do get that trilateral meeting, and what we could see come out of that potential meeting.
Well, I think it's a positive sign that Zelensky invoked it, because we know that that's something that President Trump dearly wants, right? So part of the gambit with Trump and the dynamic, I should say, between Trump, Putin, and Zelensky is that everyone knows that Trump really wants an end to this war. He kind of alluded to it as much in this Oval Office spray, where he said that he thought that this war would be one of the easiest to solve. Recall the campaign pledges that he made to satisfy it on day one. He says that it's been much harder for him to get to that result. A trilateral agreement, according to the two men, would signal that some progress has been made, both in this bilat with Zelensky, also coming off the heels of the bilat with Putin, and then whatever the White House discusses with the European leaders, and find if they are able to find some common ground as well. So a trilat would signal something going in the right direction, and the fact that Zelensky seems open to a trilat also is a positive sign there.
Mario, based on your reporting and the reporting from the Bloomberg team, the analysis, the analysts that you and the team have spoken to, is it realistic to think that this war could end without Ukraine giving up some sort of territory?
That, based off of our reporting, that does not seem very likely. It'll come down to what parts or what territory Ukraine would be willing to cede. We saw President Trump over the recent days mentioning Crimea, specifically that Ukraine wouldn't get that back. We know that Putin would like the eastern flank of the country, representing about a fifth or so of Ukraine's territory, maybe possibly even solidifying the battle lines from the war. Whether or not Ukraine will be on board with that, whether or not that's too much of a price for Europe as well, we'll see. But I think it's fair to say, based off of our reporting, that some territory will be, at the very least, some territory will be ceded to Russia.
Hey, before we let you go, Mario, speaking of your reporting and the team's reporting, Bloomberg News reporting that the Trump administration is set to discuss taking a 10% stake in Intel. This is a follow-up to the Thursday exclusive from our Bloomberg News deals team. What have we learned since then about what this stake could look like?
Well, it looks like it's moved forward. Last week we reported that was something that was on the table. Today we reported that it does look like that's a 10% stake or so, to the tune of some $10 billion, $10 billion plus dollars. It would be essentially grants under the Chips and Science Act that would be converted into a U.S. stake into the beleaguered chips maker.
All right, Mario Parker, managing editor for U.S. Economy and Government, joining us from Washington, D.C. Well, speaking of Washington, D.C., and back to what's happening at the White House, our own colleague Enda Curran writing on the live blog, which you can find on the Bloomberg terminal and at Bloomberg.com, that the outcome of today's discussions on Ukraine and Russia has important ramifications for global inflation, given the potential for an impact on oil and gas prices. I want to bring in Jim Bianco, founder and president of Bianco Research. It focuses on macroeconomics and the implications for financial markets, as well as provides market commentary. He joins us from Chicago. Jim, why did you want to talk about Jackson Hole and what you think of Jay Powell's task ahead of him, the rethink of the American labor picture? We're going to get to that, but since we are so focused on Washington, D.C., from a macro perspective, how are you watching what's happening at the White House today?
Oh, with great interest, because I think it is what Enda just said. It's about whether or not we get a deal that will bring some stability to the oil market, or we don't get a deal and it adds more instability to the oil market. Russia is the largest oil producer in the world. They are a larger oil producer than Saudi Arabia or the United States. So they matter on the margin. And if the world is trying to either sanction them or ostracize them, it matters. If we don't get a deal, President Trump has opened the door to potentially sanctioning Russian oil, and it would matter at the margin.
So, Jim, for Jackson Hole this year, just pivoting here to that economic symposium, the theme is labor markets in transition, demographics, productivity, and macroeconomic policy. What are you expecting the discussions to sound like at Jackson Hole this week?
Simply, what's happened in the U.S. over the last 120 days is probably the most underreported story right now. The border is closed. That's not underreported. The population growth of the United States has
to do democratic.
It's an amazing phenomenon. I said that.
I can identify the 50 million jobs it might do away with. You could start with automated driving, and you could start with the job of driver, which is the most popular job in the United States. I think it's like 12 million people list on their tax reforms that their job is driver, whether it's bus driver, taxi driver, forklift driver, or anything in between. And so, yeah, I understand those jobs will go away, but it will lower the cost of transportation, and it will open up whole new industries that don't exist. Think of what the App Store did a couple of years ago when Steve Jobs held up the Apple iPhone 1. Did anybody say, oh, that's the end of the taxi industry, or that's going to forever change the hotel industry with Airbnb within 3 or 4 years? That's what technology changes do. They create jobs as much as they displace jobs.
Jim, love it when you join us. Thank you for taking the time this afternoon. We went a lot of places with you. It's exactly what we wanted to do. Jim Bianco, founder and president of Bianco Research out there in Chicago. Coming up next, we are absolutely laser focused on Washington, D.C. We're going to be joined by our senior geoeconomics analyst for Europe for Bloomberg Economics. He's out there in Geneva with the European perspective. Markets slightly down. This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
It's 2:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. A move lower for the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ back to work Monday. We are looking at losses right now on the S&P 500 index, down 8 to 64.41, a decline of 0.1%. Dow Industrials lower by 73, a drop there of 0.2%. The NASDAQ Composite Index down 27, down 0.1%. The Russell 2000 Index higher on a down day for the rest of the market. Russell 2000 up by 0.4%. Our Mag 7 index down now by 0.4%. 10-year at 4.33%. The 2-year 3.76%. Spot gold is down 0.1%. 33.32 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude up 1%. 63.45 a barrel. And Bitcoin now down 1.1% at 116,369 on Bitcoin. Sources tell Bloomberg the Trump administration is in discussions to take a stake of about 10% in Intel. Intel down now by 2.5%. Economic data, home builder confidence fell this month to match the lowest level since 2022. Among home builders today, Toll Brothers up 0.8%. Pulte little changed, up under 0.1%, and KB Home down 0.8%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks for that update, Charlie. Staying with our top story today, what's happening in Washington, D.C. between President Trump and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, and also leaders of more than half a dozen European countries in Washington, D.C. as well. I want to bring in Antonio Barroso, Senior Geoeconomics Analyst Europe for Bloomberg Economics. Antonio joins us from Geneva. Antonio, I want to kick off a question to you that I kicked off to Mario Parker last hour, and that had to do with the goals of Volodymyr Zelensky and the European allies who are there with him. European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen, NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte, British Prime Minister Keir Starmer, German Chancellor Friedrich Merz, Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni, Finnish President Alexander Stubb, among others. Are there goals aligned with Zelensky's goals?
Oh, I think European leaders' goals are completely aligned with those of Zelensky. Look, I think the main goal is you take into account the fact that neither Zelensky nor the European leaders were at the table during the meeting between Trump and Putin. They want to make sure that they won't be at the menu. And by that, I mean that they want to make sure that they show openness to a peace negotiation with Russia, to keep Trump engaged, to keep the United States engaged in Ukraine, while at the same time trying to avoid having to accept concessions that might be detrimental to the sovereignty of Ukraine and even to the long-term security of Europe.
Isn't any concession of land detrimental to the sovereignty of Ukraine, though, Antonio?
It is, but Zelensky and Kiev has shown a certain flexibility to negotiate around the front line. What is not acceptable for Ukraine is basically reports that Putin might have suggested a land swap by which they will control the full Donbas and essentially Ukraine giving up on territory that Russia doesn't control, especially because of the strategic dimension of that territory. So yes, obviously in any negotiation about territory, there might be some loss of sovereignty. But I think the important thing here in a negotiation about peace is about the long term, and it's about the fact that there is a strong and credible deterrence on the ground that will allow Ukraine to fend off future Russian, or at least deter Russia from future invasions.
The meeting is underway right now. I'm curious just what you make more broadly about exactly what kind of progress we're going to see come out of this meeting in terms of this war getting one step closer to coming to a close. Are we going to see any progress, really?
I think we will see some clarity, to be honest. I think there were a lot of contradicting narratives coming out of the Trump-Putin meeting. We saw, for example, U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio saying, look, we are not close to a deal and a ceasefire is not off the table, while President Trump said effectively that Ukraine should go straight to a ceasefire, right? Sorry, to a peace deal, not to a ceasefire, right? So I think Europeans and Zelensky are going to get some clarity on what can be negotiated. And then, as I said, show openness to that negotiation to make sure that they're not the ones blamed for any potential failure in the peace negotiations. I think when you look at the positions of Ukraine and the position of Russia, they remain quite far apart. So we believe that a swift peace agreement, a quick resolution, the quick win that Trump is looking for is going to be very hard to get there.
I want to talk about security guarantees and what that means in your view, Antonio, based on your analysis, the team's analysis. A security guarantee, a guarantee is only as good as a guarantee. It's somebody's word. What is a security guarantee in this context? In the context of a Russia that has shown that it won't abide by guarantees of the past?
Well, you're absolutely right. In this case, a deterrent force is only as credible as the military that is backing it, right? And that's why European leaders want the US to be engaged in any kind of security guarantee, because let's face it, the US is the most powerful military in the world. So I think, some of the issues that are going to be discussed and that need to be clarified is, first, when Trump talks about the US being implicated in this security guarantee, what is he talking actually about? In the past, he has refused to put US troops on the ground. Is he talking about providing some sort of extra support, air, et cetera, et cetera? So I think the main thing to clarify first is what role is the US going to play if there are security guarantees on the ground, and then how this is going to be a structure if Europe is going to be, at the end of the day, leading that security guarantee, that deterrent force on the ground.
What would be the best case outcome for Ukraine here, in your view?
Well, the best case outcome for Ukraine is one in which they get a ceasefire, first of all. I think Ukrainian President Zelensky has made very clear that he wants a ceasefire and that essentially the killings will stop. But then, if there is a negotiation, that it is a negotiation in which he's not forced to accept things that cannot be accepted at home, right? Because let's not forget, in international negotiations, leaders normally negotiate at two levels. They negotiate at the international level. In this case, will be Zelensky, Trump, Putin, the Europeans. But then there is domestic politics, right? So Zelensky needs to be able to sell whatever he negotiates at the international level at home. So I think, as I said, the main thing is a ceasefire for the time being. And then if there is a peace negotiation, something that he actually can sell at home and is acceptable for Ukrainian people.
What does it seem like the U.S. appetite is for continued support, at least from the perspective of sending weapons, or perhaps sending weapons to other European countries that then are able to sell them to Ukraine or give them to Ukraine? What is the U.S. appetite for that?
Well, I think the U.S. Administration stance towards Ukraine has sort of slightly changed since the beginning of the year. Let's not even go to weapons yet. We can talk about sanctions, right? So there has not been any movement from the point of view of the U.S. on additional Russian sanctions. Now Trump is saying, well, Putin doesn't show a true willingness to move towards peace. I might actually impose additional sanctions, right? He talks about secondary sanctions and the like. So that shows that there has been a slight change in that regard. Trump has said repeatedly that he will be willing for the U.S. to continue selling weapons as long as Europeans pay for it. And I think, not only on the US side, also Europeans have become more aware of the fact that the future of Ukraine's defense lies with them, right? And that they are willing to actually step up and pay for those US weapons that are critical to Kiev's security. We were talking about the best case scenario. The worst case scenario for Kiev will be one in which the US completely withdraws all support, including crucial operational intelligence, and that essentially Kiev and Europe are left to essentially defend Ukraine by themselves. I think that would be the worst case scenario for the Zelensky.
Bloomberg has reported that Russia's economy looks to be weakening. I'm wondering how much leverage you think that gives Ukraine and the EU more broadly.
Well, I think it gives it leverage if Europe is able to convince the US, and more specifically Trump, who is the key decision maker, that additional sanctions should be imposed on Russia to go further in the effort to hurt the Russian economy. But Trump is not there yet. We have seen it, like following the meeting between Trump and Putin, there was no talk of secondary sanctions. He mentioned, those are off the table for now. So, the ability of Europe, the US, and Ukraine to put more economic pressure on Russia depends on their ability to impose sanctions. And for now, Europe has been pushing for more. In fact, President von der Leyen, European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen has announced that a 19th package of sanctions is coming on the EU side. But you really need the US on your side, basically, for those sanctions to bite quite a lot on the Russian economy.
We're speaking with Antonio Barroso, Senior Geoeconomics Analyst Europe for Bloomberg Economics. He joins us from Geneva, Switzerland. We're also looking at pictures right now from the White House where we expect a family photo, a so-called family photo, President Trump and Volodymyr Zelensky, alongside other European leaders, including European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen, NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte, British Prime Minister Keir Starmer, French President Emmanuel Macron, German Chancellor Friedrich Merz, Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni, and Finnish Prime Minister Alexander Stubb, expected to appear a little bit later. We will bring you those images when they do appear. In the meantime, I want to get back to our conversation with Antonio. Antonio, I'm wondering from the perspective of European security. I just listed off a name of more than half a dozen European leaders. Obviously, this is incredibly important to the entire continent. Is this a Russia that is more emboldened than it was 3.5 years ago and has more territorial expansion aims than it had 3.5 years ago? In other words, is this a Russia that greater Europe has to be worried about?
Well, I think that's the fear among several European countries. And I think this explains to a large extent why so many European countries are rallying so strongly behind Zelensky, because they realize that fighting in Ukraine is actually cheaper than a long-term confrontation, or cheaper in terms of, by the way, economic terms and in terms of human lives, that having to fight a wider war with Russia in the long term. Bloomberg Economics, we try to model different impact of different types of conflict with Russia, between Europe and Russia. And the worst case scenario is one in which Russia might attack the Baltic countries, right? Which will be, really negative for Europe. So I think there is a concern that Russia has territorial expansions beyond Ukraine. I think different European countries, I think this perception of the threat, it's true that it changes and varies across different countries. The perception of the Russian threat is not the same in the capital of Poland, Warsaw, than in the capital of Spain, Madrid. But overall, I think there is a significant number of European countries that fear that what might be next after Ukraine might be actually a wider confrontation with Russia. And that's why they are putting so much support behind Ukraine.
What does that support look like with or without the United States?
Well, that support already looks is starting to shape up a little bit like a wall in which Europe carries the burden of supporting Ukraine in the bulk of support, at least. Right now, Europe supplies more in terms of monetary cost of weapons and financial aid, supplies more aid to Ukraine than the United States. However, the key problem here is that the US supplies some key things that Ukraine needs. For example, as I mentioned, operational intelligence, crucial for Ukraine's war efforts. Things such as key weapon systems, HIMARS, Patriot missiles, things that are actually quite important in the efforts by Ukraine to defend itself. So I think if the US were to withdraw, I think in monetary terms, Europe has the funds. It can find the funds to help Ukraine. The problem is it doesn't have some of the capabilities that Ukraine requires and that, frankly, only the United States, at this stage at least, can provide.
Do you think we learned anything after the Trump-Putin-Alaska meeting, or even just what we've seen from the tone of the meeting at the White House today, about where the U.S. is currently standing on potentially wanting to withdraw that support? Have we learned anything new about that?
Well, I have to say, with Trump, it's always difficult because, he at the beginning of the year, he was extremely critical of Ukraine. We all remember now, it's written in the books of history, how, that meeting between Zelensky, Trump, and U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance, in which there was open conflict essentially in the air for everyone to see. Now he seems to have changed at least his stance towards Zelensky, his stance towards Ukraine. He became much more, let's say, aware of the fact that Putin might be stalling any kind of peace talks and that he was delaying efforts to achieve peace, which is essentially, at the end of the day, what Trump wins is to get a peace deal and to be the mediator or to be the generator of that peace. So I think Trump's opinion has changed quite a lot in the last months. Now the question is whether, if he considers that he really needs a quick win, a quick peace deal, the question is whether he sees that both parties, Russia and Ukraine, are not getting to a deal, whether he says, okay, that's enough, I'm just pulling out because I tried and I cannot get a peace deal, right? I think, as I said, that's the worst case scenario for Ukraine, and it will be, in terms of the Russian war efforts, will be the best case scenario for Putin.
Yeah, I think one thing that I'm really struggling to understand is what peace looks like if there is no ceasefire, or what an end to the war looks like, or some sort of negotiation if a ceasefire is not included. Is that even a possible scenario to talk about?
Well, the thing is that you look at international peace negotiations normally. I mean, the sequence, you normally get a ceasefire, and then you negotiate things such as territorial concessions, which, by the way, are always one of the most difficult things to negotiate. I mean, we're talking about countries giving up on their land, right? Especially in the 21st century, where interstate war had practically disappeared. So I think we are putting a little bit the cart before the horses here. Now, the question is whether in the path to a peace agreement, whether actually Zelensky, the Europeans, and Trump can put for an actual ceasefire so the killing can stop. Because otherwise, Putin, this favors Putin's strategy, which is to continue making territorial advances on the ground while not having to concede anything, right? So I think I completely agree with you. It's difficult to see how you get to a peace settlement right away. At some point, the violence needs to stop.
We were speaking with Bloomberg News' Mario Parker a little bit earlier in this hour, and we were talking about just kind of zooming out whether or not some territory will most likely have to be ceded to Russia for this war to come to an end. What's your take on that right now?
Well, it's a tough one because, as I said, it's difficult for Zelensky to accept that any territory might be ceded to Russia. Now, that being said, I think there is also a recognition of the facts on the ground, right? And that Russia has occupied territory, that maybe Zelensky is willing to negotiate not to recognize de jure, that means legally recognize that Russia holds those territories, but to de facto say, okay, for now, Russia holds them because they have the military advantage, and if this is what it is required to make peace, that might be a possibility. But as I said, it's really difficult politically for Zelensky because any kind of sessions in terms of territory are very politically difficult for a leader that essentially has vowed to fight until the end, right? So you might well see that maybe some territorial concessions might be part of a deal, but in no scenario that will mean that Ukraine legally recognizes those territories as Russian. So it might be more sort of a de facto acknowledgement that peace needs to be, that essentially the war needs to be frozen at the current front lines.
We're looking at a shot of the White House right now, where we do expect to see more than half dozen European leaders, along with President Trump and President Zelensky, when they do appear for what is referred to as that family photo. We're also speaking to Antonio Barroso, Senior Geoeconomics Analyst Europe for Bloomberg Economics. He joins us with the European view from Geneva. On that European view, let's say that Ukraine does indeed have to cede territory to Russia. Does that mean that people who live in that part of Ukraine will now be Russians?
Well, these are all questions that are very hard to answer because we are not even there. As I said, territorial concessions are really the last thing that you normally negotiate in any peace discussions because, as I said, they are the most difficult thing to do. I think the key issue for Zelensky now is trying to get some sort of ceasefire where the killing can stop, and then with the backing of the Europeans and with the backing of the United States, try to get an arrangement that actually works for him and works for the Ukrainians. The key problem here is that the positions of Kiev and Moscow remain so far apart that getting that quick win that Trump wants is going to be extremely difficult.
Antonio Barroso, Senior Geoeconomics Analyst Europe for Bloomberg Economics, joining us from Geneva. Antonio, appreciate you taking the time this afternoon. Thank you so much. Hey, I do want to get on over to Charlie Pellet because he's been watching the markets and watching all the business news happening. Hey there, Charlie.
Hi, thank you very much. Little change for the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ right now. Interestingly, on a down day for the rest of the market, the Russell 2000 index of small cap shares is pushing higher, looking at a gain of roughly 0.4% on the Russell, but the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all in the red. Little change, perhaps the key takeaway at this hour. Right now, the S&P is down 6, drop there of 0.1%. Geopolitics certainly coming into play. We've got the Dow down 66, down 0.1%. NASDAQ Composite Index down 18 right now, a drop there of 0.1%. Your 10-year at 4.33%, with a 2-year currently yielding 3.76%. Gold is down 0.1%, 33.31 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude now up 1.1%, 63.48 for a barrel of WTI. Bitcoin down 1%, 116,510 on Bitcoin. Sources tell Bloomberg the Trump administration is in discussions to take a stake of about 10% of Intel. Right now, Intel shares, they're down 3.3%. And Novo Nordisk is slashing the cost for Ozempic for cash-paying patients to $499 a month through NovoCare and partnering with Good RX Holdings to offer it at the same price as U.S. pharmacies. Novo Nordisk shares, they're up by 4.2%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks so much for that update, Charlie. As we've been talking about throughout the program today, our top story is what's happening in Washington, D.C. The conversations happening between Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky and President Trump of the United States, alongside more than half a dozen European leaders. We're awaiting what's referred to as a family photo of those European leaders and the president. You can see that there on the screen if you're watching us on Bloomberg TV, YouTube, or Bloomberg Originals. We'll bring you that image and any commentary as we do get it. Right now, the latest, though, is that the discussions in Washington are continuing. As we read a little earlier on the program, Enda Curran on our Bloomberg News economics team, noting on our live blog that the outcome of today's discussions on Ukraine and Russia has important ramifications for global inflation, given the potential for an impact on oil and gas prices. I want to broaden the conversation a little and bring in Elena Anderson. She's got about a $1.1 billion fund. She joins us from Chicago. That fund is the William Blair International Leaders Fund. It's up close to 17% this year. Elena, good to have you with us. Appreciate you joining us. I want to start big picture and talk a little bit about this geopolitical environment. Because if I look at the Bloomberg terminal, WILIXUS is the ticker for the William Blair International Leaders Fund. When you think about geographic allocation for this, more than 11% is the UK, more than 8% is France, more than 8% is Germany. The three leaders of those countries are in Washington, D.C., doing these negotiations right now. How do you invest against a backdrop of geopolitical uncertainty such as this?
Well, thanks for having me, and thanks for the question. We think that there are several factors that are impacting the current market backdrop, and we think that the current backdrop, despite the geopolitical turmoil that you mentioned, is quite favorable for non-U.S. equities. Chief among those factors is that growth differentials between U.S. and non-U.S. jurisdictions are narrowing. And they're narrowing because of tariffs that we expect to take a bite out of U.S. household income wealth. We'll probably start seeing that here in the second half. They're narrowing because of shifts in policy priorities that are happening abroad. You're seeing investments in growth and competitiveness that are being deployed outside the U.S., and we expect to see inflections in growth because of that. And then they're narrowing because of some concerning macro developments here in the U.S. Think rising deficits, weak dollar, inflation that's been sticky to the downside. So all of these elements, combined with the fact that valuations in the U.S. are quite full, make that valuation per unit of growth equation quite favorable for non-U.S. equity investing.
Tim mentioned that your fund has top geographic allocations to a number of countries in Europe. How are you thinking right now, though, about countries outside of the European Union? Is that an area that you would want to be investing a significant amount of the fund in?
Certainly. Europe has been well discussed, I think, as a place where growth is inflecting, whether that be because of defense spend or infrastructure spend. We've heard various jurisdictions of Europe make commitments in that regard. But we're seeing opportunities across all developed markets and across emerging markets and across various industries. You can imagine, and we probably have to remind ourselves, that most of the AI ecosystem is located offshore. While the hyperscalers are here in the US, it's the equipment companies and the testing and packaging companies and the semiconductor manufacturers that are really driving that growth.
Elena,
and they're located outside the US.
I'm so sorry to jump in. Sit tight. I just want to go to our shot at the White House right now, where we see President Trump flanked by Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky and French President Emmanuel Macron, in addition to other European leaders, including European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen, NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte, British Prime Minister Keir Starmer, German Chancellor Friedrich Merz, Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni, and Finnish President Alexander Stubb. This is what's called and referred to as the family photo taking place live right now at the White House.
Elena, let's get back, though, to what you were just talking about.
Just a reminder that all these leaders are in Washington today, and what they're doing is they're really trying to negotiate on behalf of Ukraine, discuss with President Trump a way to end Russia's invasion of Ukraine, Russia's war in Ukraine. A reminder that President Trump, at the end of that, I don't want to call it a press conference. It wasn't a formal press conference, but he took questions from the press in the Oval Office in the last 90 minutes or so alongside Volodymyr Zelensky of Ukraine. And he said that he would call President Putin of Russia to push for a trilateral with Zelensky. He said that at the end of their meeting. The leaders of these European countries and the leaders from Europe, along with Zelensky and President Trump, have now retreated from that family photo to ostensibly continue discussions at the White House. We'll continue to bring you updates from the White House as we do get them.
And we will go back now to Elena. Elena, you were mentioning the supply chain investing. One of your top holdings here, TSMC, that's a stock that has had an incredible run lately. I'm wondering how you kind of square continuing to invest in semiconductors with, of course, concerns about valuations.
Sure, valuations are a key part of our due diligence process, and we are focused on looking at long-term value creation. So we're always balancing our notions and thoughts on long-term value creation with risk reward. And so we still see that the risk reward for a company like TSMC is quite favorable. And that is because they have an unrivaled position as a global leader in semiconductor manufacturing. They're only increasing their footprint globally. And we feel like they're very well entrenched, and that really does underpin how we think about risk reward for TSMC.
Do you rethink at all your geographic allocation here based on macroeconomic events, or do you look at these solely based on companies? And the reason I say macroeconomic events, I'm not just talking about conflict like we're talking about right now and risks to the European continent, for example. What I'm referring to is tariffs, for example. Like, do you rethink your investments in these companies outside of the US as a result of American policy?
Certainly. While we are fundamental bottom-up investors, it is hard to invest internationally without some consideration for macroeconomics or geopolitics, particularly in the current environment where geopolitics are becoming so fractured and where macroeconomic considerations are becoming so robust these days. So we are looking at those companies that should be somewhat insulated from tariff policy that seems quite volatile. How do we lean into companies that have more of a domestic demand architecture in terms of how they generate revenues rather than a U.S. Revenue generated base? And in that way, we've been able to find a number of leaders for our portfolios or lean harder into names that we own. I think it's one of the reasons why defense has been getting such a bid, not only because of the conflict between Ukraine and Russia, but also because that spending is largely local rather than export-based and should be somewhat insulated from tariffs.
How do you persuade those clients that come to you, you're managing an international fund, and they say, why should I invest outside of the U.S. when the S&P 500 has been so resilient to
year after year,
year after year, geopolitical headlines, inflation concerns, earnings have still been fairly good. Obviously, as Tim mentioned, your fund is outperforming the S&P and the U.S. market year to date. But I imagine you still get those clients that are just hesitant to go anywhere else outside of the U.S.
Sure. I think our comments now are that it's just a better setup for the non-U.S. equity market at the moment. And we don't think this is just a moment, rather a movement. We think this is a multi-year phenomenon where non-U.S. equities will reassert their relevance in global equity portfolios. Why? Because of what I mentioned regarding the narrowing growth between U.S. and non-U.S. markets.
Elena, I'm so sorry to interrupt. We have to run. The president is making comments now at the White House. He is flanked by leaders of about a half a dozen European countries. Let's listen in.
President Zelensky and all of the discussions that we've had, we covered a lot of territory. And I spoke indirectly with President Putin today. We're going to call President Putin right after this meeting. I'm sure we're going to have a solid meeting, good meeting, maybe a great meeting. And we're going to try and work out a trilat after that and see if we can get it finished, put this to sleep, because this is not since the Second World War has there been anything like this. So I'm honored to welcome NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte, who's a great gentleman, great political leader in Europe generally, but now he's the NATO Secretary General, and you're doing a fantastic job. Thank you very much, Mark. Prime Minister Starmer of the United Kingdom, our friend and my friend, and doing really well. And people like him a lot. We all like him. Everyone knows President Macron of France, who's been with me from the beginning, one of the first people I met as a foreign dignitary, and I liked him from day one. And I like him even more now. That's pretty good. That's unusual. That's a pretty unusual thing. Prime Minister Meloni of Italy, who's a really a great leader and an inspiration over there. She's served now, even though she's a very young person, she's served there for a long period of time relative to others. They don't last very long. You've lasted a long time. You're going to be there a long time. Chancellor Merz of Germany, who is a very strong person and a very strong leader and very highly respected in Germany. And he's my friend, and it's an honor to have him as my friend. Thank you very much. Very good. You look great with your tan. Where did you get that tan? I want to get a tan like that. President Stubb of Finland, and he's somebody that, where are we here? Where? I'm right here. Oh, you look better than I've ever seen you look. But you've done a great job, and we wanted to have you here because you're somebody that we all respect. And you've had a lot to do with the success, I think, and the potential success. And thank you very much for being here. We appreciate it. And the President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, who is somebody that we just made a big deal with all of those countries. I don't know. I think you might be more powerful than all these guys at this table. I don't know. But we had a great negotiation, and you're respected all over the world. So I want to thank you very much for being here. It's a great honor to have you. The Alaska Summit reinforced my belief that while difficult, peace is within reach, and I believe that in a very significant step, President Putin agreed that Russia would accept security guarantees for Ukraine, and this is one of the key points that we need to consider, and we're going to be considering that at the table also, like who will do what, essentially. I'm optimistic that collectively we can reach an agreement that would deter any future aggression against Ukraine, and I actually think there won't be. I think that's even overrated, largely overrated, but we're going to find out. And I think that the European nations are going to take a lot of the burden. We're going to help them, and we're going to make it very secure. We also need to discuss the possible exchanges of territory, taking into consideration the current line of contact. That means the war zone, the war lines that are pretty obvious, very sad, actually, to look at them. And negotiating positions. President Putin, also, you have President of Ukraine, who is, you just met a little while ago, and we're going to try and get a three-party meeting, maybe as soon as we can. And I have a feeling you and President Putin are going to work something out. Ultimately, this is a decision that can only be made by President Zelensky and by the people of Ukraine working also together in agreement with President Putin. And I just think that's very good things are going to come of it. So I hope we have a good meeting. And if we can have a good meeting, I'll set up a meeting with President Putin. And if you'd like, I'll go to that meeting. And not that I want to do that, but I will do that because we want to save a lot of people from dying. A lot of people are dying, and we got to save them. Got to save 5,000, 6,000, 7,000 people sometimes a week. All of us would obviously prefer an immediate ceasefire while we work on a lasting peace, and maybe something like that could happen. As of this moment, it's not happening, but President Zelensky and President Putin can talk a little bit more about that. You know, in the 6 or so wars that we stopped, we haven't had a ceasefire. And so I don't know that it's necessary. You can do it through the war, but it would be, I like the ceasefire from another standpoint. You immediately stop the killing. But I believe a peace agreement at the end of all of this is something that's very attainable, and it can be done in the near future. With all of the wars that I got involved in, we only have this one left. Of course, as I walk out the door, there'll probably be a new one starting, and I'll get that stopped too. But I thought this was going to be one of the easier ones. It's actually one of the most difficult. They're very complex. The next step would be for a trilateral meeting, and that will be worked out. And I just look forward to working and having a great result. We're going to spend a lot of time today talking about, and we're really honored you guys came over. I mean, these are the heads of major countries and respected all over Europe. And they speak for, largely, I think I should say, but pretty much for the other countries of Europe. And we will come to a resolution today, I think, on almost everything, including probably the security. And that's pretty much the story. I'd like to say, Mr. President, would you like to say something? You have the media. If you want, you could come over and you could stand, you could use mine, or you could just turn around, whichever you feel comfortable with. Stand, you could use mine, or you could just turn around, whichever you feel comfortable with.
Speak without microphone. Thank you so much. I think that we had a very good conversation with President Trump.
Very good.
Thank you so much. I think that we had a very good conversation with President Trump. Or sorry, maybe the best one will be in the future. But it was really good. Or sorry, maybe the best one will be in the future. But it was really good. And we spoke about very sensitive points. The first one is security guarantees, and we are very happy with President that all the leaders are here, and security in Ukraine depends on the United States and on you and on those leaders who are with us in our hearts. They have been online before yesterday, and etc. So a lot of countries on the side of Ukraine, our people, and all of us want to finish this war, stop Russia and stop this war. We spoke about it, and we will speak more about security guarantees. This is very important that the United States gives such strong signal and is ready for security guarantees. The second point, or maybe the first, humanitarian direction, very important to exchange all the prisoners, and I think that President will help, and I was very thankful to your wife again, Mr. President, for the letter about our abducted children, and I hope that really it can be a historic role for the people to bring kids back to the families and be happy at
Get
their
the people
families.
back, yeah.
Yes, this is so important, and I'm happy that we discussed it, this track with the President Trump, and I hope that we will find decisions. And then what is very important, that all the sensitive things, territorial, etc., we will discuss on the level of leaders during trilateral meeting, and President Trump will try to organize such meeting, and he said that he will come or not come. Ukraine will be happy if you will
both want me there, I will be there. Yeah,
yeah,
you know
thank you. And I think this is very important. Yes, so security guarantees, bringing kids back, and all our people, not only warriors, first of all warriors, and all the civilians, journalists, a lot of people in prison. So we need them back. And guarantees which will work for the years. We spoke about it, and I showed the President a lot of details on the battlefield, on the map. Thank you so much. Thank you for the map, by the way.
Good map.
It was great.
You're listening to President Volodymyr Zelensky of Ukraine. Right now, he's flanked by leaders from European countries who are in Washington, D.C., along with President Trump in Washington, D.C. right now. Let's continue listening.
And so we are happy that we have such big unity today. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much,
for hosting us.
Mr. President. I think you'll see that President Putin really would like to do something else. I think when we set that up, when we do, I think it's going to be when, not if. I think you're going to see some really positive moves. I know there's over 1,000 prisoners, and I know they're going to release them. Maybe they're going to release them very soon, like immediately, which I think is great. But we're going to set that up today after this meeting. So very good and great remarks. I appreciate it. Mark, as head of NATO, maybe you could say a few words, please.
Yes, I will be very brief. I really want to thank you,
Mark
President of the United States,
NATO.
dear Donald, for the fact that you, as I said before, broke the deadlock basically with President Putin by starting that dialogue. And I think it was in February that you had the first phone call. And from there, we are now where we are today. And that is, I think, if we play this well, we could end this. And we have to end this. We have to stop the killing. We have to stop the destruction of Ukraine's infrastructure. It is a terrible war. So I'm really excited. And let's make the best out of today and make sure that from today onwards, we get this thing to an end as soon as possible. I really want to thank you for your leadership, what you are doing for Volodymyr, but of course also all the European colleagues. It is really crucial. And the fact that you have said, I'm willing to participate in the security guarantees is a big step. It's really a breakthrough, and it makes all the difference. So also thank you for that.
Well, NATO also has agreed from 2% to 5%, which is something that is a massive amount of money. And it's 2% that wasn't always paid to 5% that is paid. That's a big difference. And so we appreciate that. That was a great move. Thank you very much. Ursula, maybe on behalf of the Commission, you could say a couple of words.
European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen.
It's a very important moment. Indeed, we are here, Europeans, as friends and allies. We had a fantastic NATO summit. Together as the two largest and biggest economies in the world, we had the largest trade deal ever agreed. And now we are here to work together with you on a just and lasting peace for Ukraine. Stop the killing. This is really our common interest, stop the killing. And indeed, it's very good to hear that we're working on the security guarantees, Article 5 lies security guarantees, so important. But I want to thank you also that you mentioned the thousands of Ukrainian children that have been abducted. And as a mother and grandmother, every single child has to go back to its family. This should be one of our main priorities also in these negotiations, to make sure that the children come back to Ukraine, to their families.
Thank you. And we did. I was just thinking we're here for a different reason, but we just a couple of weeks ago made the largest trade deal in history. So that's a big thing, and congratulations. That's great. Thank you very much, Ursula. Mr. Chancellor from Germany, a very great leader.
Mr. President, Donald, many thanks for having
German Chancellor Friedrich Merz.
Extremely helpful that we are meeting and hearing that the two of you are having such a good meeting today here in Washington. The next steps ahead are the more complicated ones now. The path is open. You opened it last Friday. But now the way is open for complicated negotiations. And to be honest, we all would like to see a ceasefire, the latest from the next meeting on. I can't imagine that the next meeting would take place without a ceasefire.
So let's work on that, and let's try to put pressure on Russia, because the credibility of these efforts we are undertaking today are depending on at least a ceasefire from the beginning of the serious negotiations from next step on. So I would like to emphasize this aspect and would like to see a ceasefire from the next meeting, which should be a trilateral meeting wherever it takes place.
Well, we're going to let the president go over and talk to the president, and we'll see how that works out, and if we can do that. I will say, and again, I say it, in the 6 wars that I've settled, I haven't had a ceasefire. We just got into negotiations, and one of the wars was, as you know, in the Congo was 31 years long. Another one that we settled last week with 2 great countries was 35 years going on, and we had no ceasefire. So if we can do the ceasefire, great. And if we don't do a ceasefire, because many other points were given to us, many points were given to us, great points. Please, Georgia, go ahead.
Well, thank you very much, Donald.
This is Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni.
Meeting, and I think it is an important day, a new phase, after 3 years and a half that we didn't see any kind of sign from the Russian side that there was a willing for dialogue. So something is changing, something has changed, thanks to you, thanks also to the stalling in the battlefield, which was achieved with the bravery of Ukrainians and with the unity that we all provided to Ukraine. And the reason why I mention it is that we also have to remind that if we want to reach peace and if we want to guarantee justice, we have to do it united. So that's why it's a very good day, the one we are in. You can obviously count on Italy as it was from the beginning. We are on the side of Ukraine, and we do absolutely support your efforts towards peace. We will talk about many important topics. The first one is security guarantees, how to be sure that it won't happen again, which is the precondition of every kind of peace. I'm happy that we will discuss about that. I'm happy that we will begin from a proposal, which is the, let's say, Article 5 model, which was Italian at the beginning. So we are always ready to bring our proposals for peace, for dialogue. It's something we have to build together to guarantee peace and to defend the security of our nation. So thank you, Mr. President, for hosting us.
Thank you very much. Emmanuel?
Thank you, Mr.
So French President Emmanuel Macron.
This meeting and for your commitment. And everything was said, but I just have to say here, everybody around this table is in favor of peace. And we work very hard, and we've worked very hard during the past few years to have a peace which is a robust and long-standing peace. This is why in order to deliver this robust peace for both Ukraine and Europe.
Thank you very much, Emmanuel. Mr. Prime Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and thank you for hosting us here. Can I start where Emmanuel started, which is we all want peace.
This is British Prime Minister Keir Starmer speaking now.
On the Ukrainians who've borne the brunt of it, but it's also had an impact on Europe and on the United Kingdom. There's not a family or community that hasn't been affected. And when we talk about security, we're talking about the security not just of Ukraine, we're talking about the security of Europe and the United Kingdom as well, which is why this is such an important issue. I think this is such an important meeting. As a group, I think we've had a discussion on the phone a number of times, Mr. President, but be able now to be around the table to take it forward. And I really feel that we can, I think, with the right approach this afternoon, make real progress, particularly on the security guarantees, and your indication of security guarantees of some sort of Article 5 style guarantees fits with what we've been doing with the Coalition of the Willing, which we started some months ago, bringing countries together and showing that we were prepared to step up to the plate when it came to security. With you coming alongside, the US alongside what we've already developed, I think we could take a really important step forward today. A historic step, actually, could come out of this meeting in terms of security for Ukraine and security in Europe. I also feel that we can make real progress towards a just and lasting outcome. Obviously, that has to involve Ukraine, and a trilateral meeting seems the sensible next step. So thank you for being prepared to take that forward, because I think if we can ensure that that is the progress out of this meeting, both security guarantees and some sort of progress on trilateral meeting of some sort to bring some of the difficult issues to a head, then I think today will be seen as a very important day in recent years in relation to a conflict which has gone on for 3 and a bit years, and so far nobody's been able to bring it to this point. So I thank you for that.
Well, thank you very much. And, you know, it's very interesting because this is the first for the White House. You can't say that very often. It's seen a lot over the years, since 1800, 1799, to be almost exact. But this is the first where we've had so many prime ministers, presidents, the heads of European nations. And by the way, Alex, I'd like you to say a couple of words, too. You're a young, powerful man. Before I finish up, I want you to say a couple of words. Go ahead.
I'll take the notion of youth back to my wife and try to convince her. Thank you very much, Mr. President. I think in the past 2 weeks, we've probably had more progress in ending this war than we have in the past 3.5 years. And I think the fact that we're around this...
This is Finnish President Alexander Stubb.
Symbolic in the sense that it's Team Europe and Team United States helping Ukraine. And the progress that we're looking out of this meeting is about the security guarantees, which are a big part of this. And then, of course, moving towards a process with a trilateral meeting with you and President Putin and President Zelensky. Some of the international media might wonder, why is the President of Finland here? I think the reason is probably that we might come from a small country, but we have a long border with Russia, over 800 miles. And we, of course, have our own historical experience with Russia from World War II, the Winter War and the War of Continuation. And if I look at the silver lining of where we stand right now, we found a solution in 1944, and I'm sure that we'll be able to find a solution in 2025 to end Russia's war of aggression and find and get a lasting and just peace. The situation is very difficult, but that's why we're here.
Thank you, Alex, very much. Good job. So we're going to be meeting for a while, and we're going to discuss some of the issues. And I don't think there's any issue that's overly complex. It's at a point now where people want to do things. I really do believe. I've known him for a long time. I've always had a great relationship with him. I think that President Putin wants to find an answer too. And we'll see. And in a certain period of time, not very far from now, a week or 2 weeks, we're going to know whether or not we're going to solve this, or is this horrible fighting going to continue? We'll do our best to get it ended. And I believe you have 2 willing parties, and usually that's good news, but 2 willing parties that want to make a deal. And we'll journey together, and we'll go over, and we'll see if it can be done. And it's possible it might not be able to be done. On the other hand, it's possible it will, and we're going to save thousands and thousands of lives a week. And so it's something we really have to do. and or at least we have to give it our best. It's all you can do. You can give it your best, but I think we may have a very good outcome. So I want to thank you all, and the media, I want to thank you. We're going to be staying here for a little while. Then we're going to walk over to the Oval Office, and we're going to have another little discussion about similar matters, and then they're going to go home to their great countries and report. And I'm going to remain here and work, and you're going to go and work. We're all going to be working. We may be in a different location, but that's what we know how to do is work. But I want to thank the media. Has been actually very fair, generally speaking, very fair. I think it's important that they're fair because this is a very important subject. We have to get it ended. And so that's all we ask for is fairness with the media. Thank you all very much. Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Well, there you have it. President Trump wrapping up a press availability to the U.S. press, international press, along with leaders of Europe, from around Europe, including European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen, NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte, Prime Minister of Britain Keir Starmer, French President Emmanuel Macron, German Chancellor Friedrich Merz, Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni, Finnish President Alexander Stubb. We heard from all of them there alongside Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. It is Bloomberg Business Week Daily on this Monday, August 18th, 2025. I'm Tim Stenevec along with Emily Grafeo. She's of the Bloomberg News cross-asset team. She's in for Carol Massar this afternoon.
And just taking a quick look at markets here, we have less than an hour left to go in the trading day. The S&P 500 is basically flat right now. And so is the NASDAQ 100. Small caps are outperforming a little bit. And treasury yields are also basically flat, moving a little bit higher across the curve. But overall, it does seem like markets are holding their breath for Jackson Hole later this week and potentially watching for, the outcome of this meeting and what that could mean for markets.
Yeah, on this meeting, we did hear from every single one of those European leaders just now, alongside President Trump and Volodymyr Zelensky. In addition to what we heard from the president of Ukraine, Mark Rutte of the NATO Secretary General said it's a big step that the U.S. is willing to be part of security guarantees. Friedrich Merz of Germany said he would like to see a ceasefire from the next meeting. And Ursula von der Leyen, the European Commission president, said returning Ukraine's children is a key priority. I want to right now bring in Dr. Angela Stent. She's senior fellow at the Brookings Institution, also the author of Putin's World, Russia Against the West and With the Rest. She's a former national intelligence officer for Russia and Eurasia at the National Intelligence Council. She served in the Office of Policy Planning at the U.S. Department of State. She joins us from Nantucket this afternoon. Dr. Stent, I'm sure like you and the rest of the world, like us, we watched the meeting just now, that press availability, what we heard from these European leaders with great interest, what we heard from Zelensky and Trump in the Oval Office earlier with great interest. One word kept coming up over and over again: trilateral, the idea of meeting to end this war between Russia, Ukraine, and the United States. Is this finally the beginning of the end of this war?
I would definitely hope that it is, but I'm still not convinced that President Putin would be interested in a trilateral meeting. He had what seemed to be a very successful meeting with President Trump on Friday in Alaska, where we had President Trump seemingly agreeing with everything that President Putin said. We heard something different today from President Trump in the Oval Office. And by the way, it was a great relief that there was a successful meeting between Presidents Trump and Zelensky in the Oval Office when you think back to the last time that President Zelensky was there. But the fact that President Trump was willing to say that the U.S. would consider security guarantees to Ukraine were there to be a peace agreement, and even, possibly supplying more military assistance to Ukraine. This is not something that we heard on Friday in Alaska. And Putin has already come out today and said that the Russia would not accept any Western troops in Ukraine. He's in fact said that before. He reiterated that now. So it just makes one wonder whether Putin would be really willing to sit down with President Zelensky and presumably President Trump as well, to sincerely negotiate an end to this war.
Dr. Stent, the two world leaders, Trump and Putin, They met on Friday for hours on end. This meeting that we've seen so far, at least between Zelensky and Trump, it was only about 30 minutes. What is your take on really who came out stronger after the Alaska meeting? Was this a win for Putin?
Well, I would argue that it was largely a win for Putin. I mean, here is an indicted war criminal being given the red carpet treatment, literally, arriving in the United States, meeting with the President of the United States. He hadn't had a meeting with the President of the United States since 2007 on U.S. soil. You had President Trump going into the meeting saying that a ceasefire had to precede negotiations. And he came out saying, no, we'll go right to the negotiations without a ceasefire. And the reason why Putin doesn't want a ceasefire is because he wants to go on fighting. In fact, as all these talks are going on in Washington, the Russians are bombarding the Ukrainians. So it definitely seemed from that Friday meeting that Putin had won a great deal. And if you look at the Russian media, I mean, they were quite ecstatic after this meeting, because they said, you know, finally, we're back to where we want to be. Russia's a great power. And Putin got his meeting with the American president.
And potentially, President Putin gets some land from Ukraine at the conclusion of this conflict. Do you think that will happen, Dr. Stent?
I think it's going to be very difficult. By the way, when you hear the phrase land swap, there's no land swap.
Right.
I mean, the Russians want the Ukrainians to concede or to cede territory to them that they don't control. And this is quite strategic territory. Were the Ukrainians to cede that, they'd be in a weaker position. So I think that they would only get that if the Ukrainians really feel that they have ironclad guarantees, as much as that's possible, from the U.S. and from our European allies to deter Russia from any future attack. So I think that would probably depend on it.
What would those guarantees be if, up to now, there have been no repercussions apart from sanctions or even secondary sanctions on Russia as a result of what it's done in Ukraine?
Yeah, so they're now talking about Article 5 type guarantees. Article 5 is, you know, the essence of the NATO alliance, which is if one member is attacked, the other members will come to its defense, as NATO did after 9/11 when the US was attacked. I'm not sure that anyone really believes that if Russia were, say, to attack Ukraine again, you would have the guarantors then get into a war with Russia, because you always come back to the question that Russia is a nuclear power and everything that involves. So it's still difficult to understand what security guarantees would mean in this situation. Maybe at a minimum, it would mean sort of arming Ukraine to the teeth, and the Ukrainian army is now very strong anyway, as a way of deterring Russia. If the Russians really think, as they mistakenly thought that the Ukrainians would capitulate when they invaded in 2022, if now they believe that if they invaded again, they really would be faced with a very strong Ukrainian army that could push them back, maybe that's a security guarantee. It really is harder to imagine any other one that would be credible.
How should we be thinking about territory right now? Is it fair to say that Ukraine is going to have to cede some territory in order for the war to end?
I think what the Ukrainians will have to do at a minimum is to recognize that Russia does now occupy 20% of Ukraine. That doesn't mean de jure recognition, but de facto does. But that's without ceding more territory to Russia. I think the Ukrainians won't have any choice if the war is to end, but for the time being, to have that land under Russian occupation.
What would this land symbolize to Europe as a result of Russia's ambitions on the continent? The idea that that Russia could go to war with a country, and even, yes, after a 3.5-year very bloody and terrible war for both sides, end with additional territory.
I mean, it's a terrible precedent because since World War II, this is the first time you've had a major war with a land grab like that, entirely unprovoked. So the precedent for the Europeans, I think, would be very worrying, and particularly for those former Soviet states, i.e. the Baltic states, or former members of the Warsaw Pact, Poland, for instance, that are in the vicinity there, and where we know that certainly Russia might have designs, certainly on the Baltic states. So it's a very dangerous precedent, not only for Europe, but really for the rest of the world, that a land grab like that, unprovoked, goes unpunished.
We're speaking right now with Dr. Angela Stent, Senior Fellow at the Brookings Institution, the author of Putin's World, Russia Against the West and With the Rest. Dr. Stent, does it set a precedent for what could happen to a country like Poland, for example? Is it crazy for us to think that that Putin would, I mean, the whole narrative, right, in the last few years and at the beginning of this was what's to stop him moving past Ukraine and into greater Europe? Is that a realistic thing for us to talk about, or is that something that would never happen?
So I think Poland is a member of NATO, and therefore, so far, right, until this point, Russia has not directly attacked a NATO member state, which leads to the argument, correct, I think, that had Ukraine been a member of NATO, Russia wouldn't have attacked it. But we now know that NATO membership at the moment is off the table for Ukraine. So it would be unprecedented because, again, if Russia were to try to invade Poland, then you would have NATO Article 5 guarantees, and then you could have a major war between Russia and NATO, which of course includes the United States. So the two nuclear superpowers, which would be, potentially very dangerous.
Trump has said that Putin wants to see the war ended. I'm wondering, in your view, if you think Putin is showing any sense of urgency to end it.
Putin's not showing any signs of urgency. Putin only wants the war to end on his terms. And right now, his terms are very different than what President Trump and the European leaders and President Zelensky are discussing, because he wants Ukraine to cede all of this territory. He wants Ukraine to cut down on the size of its military, to promise that it will never join NATO. And so he would essentially, he wants the war to end with Ukraine's subjugation. And that's not what's on the table today at the White House.
One thing that I found noticeable today was the topic of children in this conflict. And it's not something we talk about every day. We probably should talk about it every day. We had President Zelensky talk about a letter that he received from the First Lady of the U.S., Melania Trump, on this subject. The president mentioned children in the conflict. We had European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen mention children in the conflict. Is the narrative shifting a little bit?
So first of all, the letter that he was talking about was actually a letter that the First Lady of the United States wrote to Putin, and which President Trump gave to Putin at the summit, which had to do with children. I think it's unfortunate that in many ways the US media haven't talked about this enough. The Russians have abducted about 20,000 Ukrainian children, taken them away from their families, forced them either into the occupied areas of Ukraine or to Russia, trying to annihilate their Ukrainian identity. And by the way, this is part of a broader problem, which is the way that the Russians are treating Ukrainians in the occupied areas, which Russia now controls, which is they're treating them very badly, to put it mildly. It's good that this has now come up to this level, and that the First Lady of Ukraine has apparently written a letter to the U.S. First Lady thanking her for bringing this up. But I think there should be much more focus on the humanitarian catastrophe that has befallen so many Ukrainians in this war.
What do you mean by that?
Well, just first of all, the abduction of children, the bombing of civilians, the bombing of maternity hospitals, all of the things that the Russians have done in terms of their attacks on Ukraine, what it's done to families, the thousands and millions of refugees really, and displaced people, all of that is part of this war. And we probably don't read enough about that or see enough in the media.
Right, and these are attacks that are ongoing to this day, even as we have the leaders coming together and talking about, a potential end to the war. What would an end look like? Is a ceasefire something that, we should be paying closer attention to? Would a ceasefire stop the fighting and these humanitarian issues that you bring up?
Well, the ceasefire might if it were properly observed, but even then, even if they did say, well, we agree to a ceasefire, it has to be properly implemented, it has to be properly monitored, so that in itself, could be more complicated. And the thing about the ceasefire is it would be important that it not be one in which Russia could then recoup and then attack Ukraine again. So you could have, a 30-day ceasefire, which is what people were talking about a few months ago, and then in the interim, then you could negotiate more of a peace settlement. I just heard one of the people in the press conference talk about maybe some kind of a pause if there were to be a trilateral meeting, which, as I said, I don't think is very likely soon, but at least to have a pause in the fighting. But so far, when the Russians have said that they would observe, there was a brief ceasefire that was supposed to be observed just in terms of attacking the energy infrastructure of the other countries. They didn't do it. So even that would have to be very closely monitored to make sure that the Russians didn't violate it.
We're speaking with Dr. Angela Stent, Senior Fellow at the Brookings Institution, also the author of Putin's World, Russia Against the West and With the Rest. A reminder of where we are right now. The president participated in a so-called family photo with European leaders at the White House in the last hour. He, alongside President Zelensky and Europe's leaders, spoke after their first meeting ended. The second meeting now underway with European and NATO leaders. The president reiterated that he will call Putin after the meetings, and he will try to arrange a three-way meeting after that. Dr. Stent, what do you make of the notion that the president, at the end of the speaking to reporters in the Oval Office, said that he would call Putin after the meetings? What does that mean to you? What does that symbolize to you?
Well, it symbolizes to me that even though he's making an effort now, obviously with our allies, to listen to their concerns as he tries to bring peace, he had apparently quite what he considered a successful summit with President Putin. And he wants to keep President Putin informed of what's going on. And so it means he wants to keep up all of those contacts with President Putin and make sure that Putin doesn't change his mind about anything.
On the prospects here for a trilateral meeting, do you think that something would have to maybe give way before we see Trump, Zelensky, and Putin all in the same room together?
Yes, I mean, so far President Putin has refused to sit down with President Zelensky because he doesn't consider Zelensky his equal. And because, as he keeps saying, Zelensky is an illegitimate president because they haven't had elections in Ukraine since the war began, presidential elections, because there's a war going on with martial law. So that is what would have to change. It's Putin being willing to do that. And again, he's already been criticized by the more militant bloggers in Russia for sitting down with President Trump and talking about peace. So he in some ways, he has to worry about domestic opinion. That is to say, the people who are, fanatically in favor of continuing this war.
Right. So how are we supposed to understand, Trump's comments then? He said to reporters today, if everything works out well today, we'll have a trilat. We're going to work with everyone. I mean, how do we interpret that then?
Well, I think that's probably what President Trump would like. And he would like people to believe that he can bring that about. But, that doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to happen. And we don't know what President Putin told him privately in Alaska. Maybe he believes that Putin would be willing to sit down with President Zelensky. But again, those of us that follow this very closely and follow what Putin says and does, we'd be more skeptical about it.
On a weapons front, the idea of the U.S. supporting Ukraine through weapons sales or weapons sales to European allies, does that continue? Does the U.S. have the appetite for that? Do politicians have the appetite for that? J.D. Vance, the vice president, has been outspoken about this, at least before he became vice president.
Well, we've barely started the process by which the Europeans are going to be purchasing weapons from the United States and then giving them to Ukraine. There's been an agreement on it. My sense is that it hasn't actually begun yet because the Europeans are waiting to get these weapons from the United States. I think that will continue as long as President Trump's MAGA base understands that, in fact, manufacturing those weapons and selling them to the Europeans, these are American jobs. I mean, much of the assistance that the U.S. has given to Ukraine, even since the war began in February of 2022, has been, enhanced the American economy and given Americans who work in the arms industry and things like that jobs. So I think that would continue. I think that what is more difficult, I think, for President Trump would be to say that we'll supply weapons to Ukraine without making them pay for it.
Just zooming out here, what do you think are the key takeaways that are going to come out of the meeting with the EU? What is at stake for the EU leaders here? And when we're talking about this, this meeting tomorrow, what do you think we're going to be talking about?
Well, I think the EU leaders really would like to have a ceasefire in place, even though President Trump has now said maybe we don't need one. That'll be one thing they'll focus on. And then I think the security guarantees, talking about, well, if Ukraine is forced to make some kind of territorial concession to Russia, then are we sure that there will be real security guarantees which are backed up by the United States?
One thing that we were talking about before we heard from these European leaders and before we heard from Zelensky was how earlier the European leaders actually met ahead of time at, I believe it was at the Ukrainian embassy, but do not quote me on that. I'm just looking through my notes here. They met ahead of their meeting at the White House today to get aligned on what their goals were. What would you say their goals are? Obviously, they want an end to the war, but what do they want that end to look like? What are they unified on?
Well, they did meet at the Ukrainian embassy earlier today. You can look at the pictures of it.
Great.
Well, they want to make sure that this war ends in such a way that Russia, it's easy to say, as President Trump did earlier, will never again attack Ukraine. Given, hundreds of years of history, I think you have to be cautious about saying that. But to ensure that for the foreseeable future, Russia will not be tempted to attack Ukraine again, and that Russia, under Putin even, will be willing to accept an independent, sovereign Ukraine, which is free to make its own decisions, if we put the NATO issue aside, about where to align itself in foreign policy. So they want to make sure not only that the war ends, but that it won't start again in 2 or 3 years.
I want to get your thoughts on NATO here, just as we talk about, this meeting with the EU. Is there any chance that we would see Ukraine get added to NATO, or is all of this kind of making the chances lessen?
Or would that be a precondition on Vladimir Putin's side, that he says, no, you cannot add Ukraine to NATO?
Well, Putin, that's one of the conditions he has, which is that Ukraine can't join NATO. But I don't think anyone's going to agree to that. I think what the U.S. side would say is not for the time being. And I think certainly President Trump has said that. Might Ukraine join NATO in the future? That's quite possible. It'll depend, on what happens to NATO. It'll depend on what happens after the end of the war. So it's not on the horizon. But it also, I think you can't expect Ukraine or its European backers to say that it will never join NATO.
Why do you think that European leaders are right now all visiting the White House 3.5 years into this? Is it President Trump who's brought them together? Why didn't they do this 2 weeks after the war started, a month after the war started, a year after the war started? Why is this happening now?
Well, because I think under the Biden administration, first of all, they believed that the U.S. was giving a lot of support to Ukraine, and they let the U.S. do that. They were still in the mindset that the U.S., was the most powerful country, had all the weapons. So I think it's a combination of factors. I think it's because the war's gone on for so long. Then you have President Trump coming in and saying he's going to end the war quickly, also questioning NATO, also questioning why the US should be supporting NATO, all of these things. I think what happened at the end of February with the disastrous Oval Office meeting, the previous one with President Zelensky, was a wake-up call. But I think the real wake-up call is understanding that they cannot any longer rely on the United States to support them for their security, or really to provide for their security in the way that it used to, and that they have to take much more of a burden on themselves. And then I think the other factor is clearly realizing after the Alaska summit, but even before then, that they weren't quite sure, that President Trump, wasn't willing to tell Ukraine that it had to accede to Russian demands, which would, could also be quite dangerous for Europe. So I think it's a combination of factors.
Do you see it as a good sign, though?
I do, because I think that President Trump, first of all, will understand now that the Europeans are really quite united about this, and that they're backing Ukraine.
So, Dr. Sten, I want to end the interview with the question that I always ask you, and I've asked you this for the last 3.5 years, and I want to know if your answer has changed based on today. How does this war end?
I don't think anyone knows how it ends yet. I mean, the best solution would be a negotiated settlement, which doesn't take too long, which doesn't involve too many concessions, and which guarantees that Russia will not, in the near future, again, try and attack Ukraine.
Is it closer now to ending than at any point that we spoke to you in the past 3.5 years?
Possibly. I mean, there's too much that we don't know, but possibly it is, yeah.
Okay. Want to let you go. You've been so generous with your time today, Dr. Stent. Really appreciate you joining us. That's Dr. Angela Stent. She's senior fellow at the Brookings Institution. She's the author of Putin's World, Russia Against the West and With the Rest. She's also a former national intelligence officer for Russia and Eurasia at the National Intelligence Council. She also served in the Office of Policy Planning at the U.S. Department of State. She's been a go-to voice over the last 3.5 years for us as we've reported on Russia's invasion of Ukraine. I want to go now to Washington, D.C. and bring in Bloomberg News national security team leader Nick Wadhams. Nick, we've been following this all day today. The latest is that President Trump and President Zelensky are now talking with Europe's leaders. The second meeting followed the Trump-Zelensky bilateral. President Trump has reiterated that he will call Putin after the talks are over. He will try now to arrange a three-way Russia-Ukraine-U.S. meeting, a so-called trilateral, and that's exactly where I want to go with you. Dr. Angela Sten is not confident that that happens anytime soon. What is your reporting about a possible trilateral? The word has come up so much today.
Well, I mean, it's fascinating because this is something that Donald Trump really wants. I'm not sure anybody else actually wants it.
Why is that? Explain that.
Well, because, I mean, you have a situation where Vladimir Putin does not want to be, he loves the imagery of himself being out there in Alaska with Trump and the pomp and the circumstance, but him being in a room and having to shake hands with Volodymyr Zelensky is not something he wants to do. He does not want to be seen as the problem. And if he goes into a meeting where Trump essentially says, okay, put up or shut up, and then he decides not to do anything, then Trump turns his ire back to Putin. So not necessarily a place where he wants to go. I'm sure he thinks he's, capable of handling that, and given his experience, he is. But, Trump basically wants to get these guys in a room so they can do a handshake deal and agree. Putin right now feels very strongly, I think, that he's winning the war. It's a slow process, but Russian forces do continue to take land. Zelensky, what he really wants is a ceasefire. He just wants the fighting to halt. That's what the Europeans want as well. But what they know right now is the best way to get along and to keep Trump on side is to say, yes, your idea of a trilateral meeting is a great idea. So essentially putting the ball now in Putin's court to agree to do that meeting. But what they really want, they don't want, any more conversations. They want the fighting to stop. They want a ceasefire so then they can get to negotiations. So a very interesting diplomatic dance here, but we'll see. Trump says he thinks they can come out of this meeting today with a plan for a trilateral at some point in the next many days.
You had mentioned that, Putin now thinks he's winning the war. Did anything change after the Alaska meeting, do you think that it made Putin maybe more emboldened to ask for more, for more in the negotiations because the meeting seemingly went well for him?
Right. It's a great question because yes, I mean the notion is that Putin actually has very little incentive actually to end the fighting, because as we say, he is making these slow but steady gains. So he goes into the meeting with Trump. Trump had previously said when he went there, success for him would be a ceasefire, stop the fighting, then we can go into negotiations. Putin has repeatedly said, no, let's not do a ceasefire. I want a peace deal where we get some of the Ukrainian land that we've seized. Maybe Ukraine gets a little bit of security guarantees, but there's no advantage for me to agree to a ceasefire. Now, he brought Trump apparently on side. So when they came out of the meeting, what you saw much more was that Trump had drifted closer to Putin's position than the other way around. So he came out of that, I think, thinking, that he got quite a win there, that he got Trump on side. That's why you've now seen Zelensky and all these European leaders scramble to Washington, because what they're essentially doing is trying to pull Trump back the other way once again, see if he can commit to those security guarantees and put pressure on Putin. So it's sort of this tug of war between the Europeans and Ukraine and Russia, with Trump in the middle.
Nick, thanks for jumping in on such short notice. I know you've been watching everything happening out of the White House today. Don't go too far, because we might be calling on you again in the next couple of hours. Nick Wadhams from our Bloomberg News team. He's Bloomberg News National Security Team Leader. He joins us from Washington, D.C. We are just about 12 minutes away from the close of equity trading on this Monday, August 18th, 2025. Equity markets not doing much right now, but that doesn't mean there's not a lot to tell us. Let's send it over to Charlie Pellet, who's been watching everything happening. Hey, Charlie.
Thank you very much, Tim and Emily. And with minutes to go ahead of the closing bell, we have got the S&P 500 index in the green, little change. That perhaps the key takeaway as we head toward the closing bell. The Dow swinging between gains and losses, but right now, at this moment in time, it is higher. Little changed, up by 1 point. NASDAQ Composite Index up 14. That is a gain of just about 0.1%. Lots of moving parts to this market today as we focus on Washington, Wall Street, and of course, Jackson Hole. And yes, we got you covered here at Bloomberg Radio. Bottom lines, quiet start to a key Federal Reserve week. Geopolitics very much in play. The 10-year, 4.33%. The 2-year, 3.76%. Gold down 0.1%, 33.32 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude oil up 0.7%, 63.27 for a barrel of WTI. And Bitcoin now down 1.2%, down roughly $1,400 at $116,293 on a Bitcoin. Sources tell Bloomberg the Trump administration is in discussions to take a stake of about 10% in Intel, a story we were reporting on last week. The sources say the federal government is considering converting some or all of Intel's grants from the U.S. CHIPS and Science Act into equity. Intel shares, they're now lower by 3.4% among other chip names. Advanced Micro Devices down 0.8%. NVIDIA higher now by 1%. By the way, our Mag 7 index today is lower by about 0.1%. News about the economy. Homebuilder confidence fell this month to match the lowest level since 2022, forcing firms to lean more heavily on incentives to counter high mortgage rates and persuade unmotivated buyers. An index of housing market conditions from the National Association of Home Builders and Wells Fargo slipped 1 point to 32 in August. Among some of the home builders today, Toll Brothers up 0.7%, Pulte Home down 0.1%, KB Home down now by 1.1%. And Air Canada is pulling its financial guidance through year-end, citing the impact of a strike by flight attendants that has caused the airline to cancel hundreds of flights. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
I'm driving in my car.
How about you let me drive?
Oh, no. This is not a toy. Who's gonna drive you home?
Honey, please, I'll do the driving.
Drive on.
Excuse me, I want to drive.
It's the question that drives us.
This is the Drive to the Close.
That funky music will drive us till the dawn.
On Bloomberg Radio.
All right, welcome back, guys. It's time for the Drive to the Close. We're here today with Andrew Cry. He's co-chief investment officer at Crescent Grove Advisors. It's got about $5 billion in AUM. Andrew's joining us from Milwaukee. We've been talking all about geopolitics today. We've been talking about the meeting at the White House with Ukrainian President Zelensky, Trump, and a number of other European leaders. So we have to start there, Andrew. How are you factoring in geopolitical risk into your investment strategy right now?
I would say from our perspective, I think the markets have largely been desensitized to the geopolitical circumstances that we found ourselves in now for the last several years, whether you look at Russia, Ukraine, you look at the situation in the Middle East. Perhaps there's a little bit of excess risk premium that could still be wrung out if we were to find some sort of resolution over the coming weeks and months. But nonetheless, we tend to think it's more about just the fundamental economic drivers, the business cycle, the Fed. We're more focused, let's say, on Jackson Hole this week than we are on what's happening with these geopolitical negotiations that are happening.
Let's go to the Federal Reserve and to Friday, where we'll hear from Fed Chair Jay Powell. Emily, remind me, what was the Fed theme this year?
Oh, I don't have it in front of me, the title, but it's labor. It's about labor.
It's about labor. And
some fancy words.
We spoke to Jim Bianco earlier about the changing labor market. And I mean, he's kind of just blowing my mind with this idea that if we don't have immigration into the U.S., the numbers that we'll see when it comes to the monthly jobs report will be very tiny. And I'm wondering how you're looking at the labor market. Obviously, that's half of the Fed's dual mandate. What does Jay Powell say about it? How does it shift in this no immigration environment?
Yeah, I think that's a key factor to look at for sure. I think you've ended up in this situation where we're kind of low hiring, low firing. I think that's actually a phrase he's used now several times. But we've got a situation where one of the metrics we look at is continuing claims as a percentage of the labor force. It's ticked up modestly, but it's not anything that's terribly concerning, particularly in a historical context. You look at sort of initial claims. Yeah, they've moved up somewhat, but again, not to the point where it's ultimately an acute issue, we would say, again, from a labor perspective. So I think it's something that the Fed's clearly watching. And you go back to the jobs report most recently and the revisions that we saw. Needless to say, they're going to be concerned about it, and that was a real headline grabber. But I think they've got this dual mandate, and they're going to have to balance, sort of a pick your poison scenario here, where they want to support the labor market that might be softening somewhat, or do they want to risk, inflation ticking back up because they're cutting and providing stimulus into an environment where inflation hasn't really been tamed at this point. And I think there's still a lot of uncertainty around the tariff impact on inflation.
Yeah, there is certainly a lot of kind of, I guess, just still lack of clarity on how the tariffs are being passed on to companies and being passed on to consumers. What's your assessment right now of whether consumers are feeling the effects of tariffs? Or have you seen, at least in the earnings, that the companies are, I guess, the party able to absorb the tariff increases?
Yeah, I think what we've seen so far is that there's clearly a lagged effect here that's happening. There's an element where companies are able to absorb some of the price increases. I think it's yet to be seen the full impact, and if we're able to kind of spread this over a long enough period in terms of these incremental pricing increases along the way, then maybe we don't see a real uptick in inflation in sort of a meaningful, acute way. Kind of this concerning number where CPI spikes, PCE spikes, those sorts of things. But we just slowly kind of adjust and see this, not a step function change again, but just an insidious level of sort of inflation building in the system. And then I think part of the argument that the Fed's making here too for being a little bit more, I guess, cautious about this whole scenario is that it could really just be a one-time reset then as well, right? And then we start going to comps next year on a year-over-year basis, and once we've gotten through this initial wave of the tariff adjustments within pricing, then really it's all baked into the cake at that point. And we're kind of back to where we started in terms of figuring out the balance between what's fundamental inflation, what's sort of that underlying structural level of inflation, and then what's the labor market doing, and then they're balancing their dual mandate and their policy settings around those two factors.
So it sounds like what you're saying, Andrew, is you don't find the tariffs being inflationary.
Well, for sure, they will be inflationary to a degree. I think it's this idea that we were going to see this one-time or really acute sense of a 3-month period where inflation spikes really meaningfully. I don't think the evidence is suggesting that that's what we're going to see. It's going to be spread out over several months, which I guess tells us that we just have to be a little bit more patient in terms of understanding the full impact of these tariff levels, which, mind you, are still changing as well. I think that's part of the other issue.
So how should investors and traders think about that? Like, in the sense of how should they think about them still changing, or should they think about them being, well, President Trump's favorite word in the dictionary is tariff, so they're here at least while he's president?
Yeah, I think we've reverted back to some level now of what we can expect going forward in terms of, we look at the most extreme version that was put forth going back to the March-April Liberation Day discussions, right? And we've reverted back to something that's not nearly as extreme as that. So if there's some band, I guess, around where we are today, okay, that's reasonable enough. But I think from investors' perspectives, we start to zoom out and look at sort of derivative effects of everything related to not only tariff policy, but broader trade policy, broader America First policy. And for us, that's still this sort of incremental shift away from dollar assets from U.S. markets, looking at things that might be cheaper in non-U.S. markets in particular, in areas where we've potentially got a catalyst as well. So like Europe, for instance, where now they're loosening the fiscal purse strings. They've got consumers that didn't spend down all of their COVID stimulus that are still pretty well healed from a savings perspective that could support their economy were they to fall on a little bit of a hard time. But we just tend to think that there's an interesting catalyst in non-U.S. markets. And again, this idea that the dollar may not be kind of the end-all be-all that it once was, this haven currency for a variety of reasons, not least of which is the policies we've talked about.
Andrew Cry, Co-Chief Investment Officer at Crescent Grove Advisors, joining us from Milwaukee. The close starts now.
Consequential week despite the lower volume. All that comes in our global simulcast, a simulcast that starts right now.
The Closing Bell, Bloomberg's comprehensive cross-platform coverage of the U.S. market close, starts right now.
And right now, we are 2 minutes away from the end of the trading day. Romaine Bostic here with Scarlet Fu, taking you through to that closing bell with a global simulcast. We're joined right now by Tim Stenovic in the radio booth, Emily Grafeo in today for Carol Masser. Welcome to our audiences across all of our Bloomberg platforms, including our partnership with YouTube, here on a relatively subdued day in U.S. equity markets.
Yeah, equity markets are subdued. We've been laser focused on everything happening in Washington, D.C., hearing from European leaders, but also thinking about Friday. And that's when we expect to hear from Jay Powell. The big question, is he going to signal a September cut or is he not?
Laser focused on that meeting at the White House today, but I couldn't help but notice the small cap outperformance today. The Russell 2000 is moving up higher when basically the other major indexes were pretty much flat today.
Yeah, that's a really good point. But we've seen this happen so many times, and it doesn't, whatever outperformance it has or it enjoys peters out pretty quickly. I was telling Romaine about this. The swing in the Dow Industrials today from peak to trough, 130 points and a half. That is the smallest move in the Dow Industrials since May of 2024. Not a whole lot going on here.
Not a whole lot going on at all. And it gets to the idea, maybe some of this is seasonal, but also the idea that so many of the catalysts that were moving this market, whether up or down, those catalysts, at least for right now, if not absent, certainly definitely a little bit tamped down. And that might be a part of the reason why you're seeing that tight trading range.
Does it have to do, Romaine, do you think, with what's happening in Washington today, or have investors and traders completely looked beyond this?
Well, we've asked several folks here on the television program today about it, and they say, look, it's at least in the short term, it's not as consequential.
Yeah.
Obviously, anything that strikes, any sort of deal that is struck could be bullish for investor sentiment, and that could feed through. But right now, this is a market much more concerned about economic fundamentals. You saw that in a great note out today by David Kostin, talking about the earnings season that is now starting to wrap up, an earnings season that came in well above everyone's expectations. The S&P 500 ending of the day, we're going to call it unchanged, 49 and change as we wait for these numbers to settle. The Dow down about 0.1% on the day. The NASDAQ up less than 0.1% on the day. But once again, all three of the major indices there unchanged. The Russell 2000, as Emily was pointing out just a second ago, outperforming, up 0.4%.
Even though the S&P 500 pretty much unchanged today, we did see fewer stocks move higher than lower today. 233 stocks advanced, 269 on the declining side.
All right, let's take a look at the IMAP. A pretty mixed day here when you look at the 11 sectors in the S&P 500. Of course, you do have tech and consumer discretionary among the biggest sectors in the S&P, which is why it looks like there's more green. Industrials were the best performers, up about 0.4%, followed by consumer discretionary. On the downside, real estate investment trust losing about 1% on the day. Communications services and materials also lower by at least 0.5%.
Taking a look at stocks that were on the rise today in the S&P 500, the best performer, 26% to the upside, was Dayforce, the human resources management software provider. Look at that, 26% today. Thoma Bravo is in talks, our Bloomberg News team reporting, to acquire the company. This according to people familiar with the matter. The firm planning to take the Minneapolis-based company private in a deal that could be announced as soon as the coming weeks. The people said asking not to be identified as the matter is private. Once again, Dayforce all day, up about 26%. And then among the most actively traded stocks today, GoodRx shares just soaring today, at one point as much as 37%, finishing the day higher by more than 37%. It was the biggest intraday jump in more than a year. The company higher on news that Novo Nordisk is slashing the cost of Ozempic and partnering with GoodRx to offer Ozempic and Wegovy at U.S. pharmacies. And yes, I'm actually talking about a meme stock yet again because this was the most actively traded U.S. stock today. Open Door shares surging again today, extending that 3-day winning streak of about 60%, up today by close to 20%. Retail traders on social media continued to encourage buying. It goes off the momentum on Friday. After last week, we learned that the CEO, Kerry Wheeler, is stepping down immediately. That announcement sent the stock surging. Eric Jackson among the hedge fund managers and folks on social media talking about this. We've spoken to him a few times over the last couple of weeks. Yeah. He says he's bullish on the fundamentals.
I was just taking a look at that right now. The volume on that 400 million plus shares traded hands today. That's the highest amongst all the stocks out there on the day. The second highest is half of that, and that's Intel.
That's so wild. Yeah. It's like, what does it say about this era? Where are we?
I don't know. Emily, where are we?
Well, let's take a look at Intel because that is my first decliner. That stock was down about 3% today. The latest update here on the Trump administration's plans to take a stake in this company. Bloomberg reporting today that the administration is in discussions to take a stake of about 10%. This is according to a White House official and other people familiar with the matter. And this, of course, would involve converting some or all of the company's grants from the U.S. CHIPS and Science Act into equity. According to the people who asked not to be identified because the information is confidential. Intel was up much higher last week, but we saw those shares moving lower today. I'm also looking at a small cap. We were talking about how the Russell 2000 was outperforming the broader indexes today, but actually there was one small cap that fell in a big way. Riskified. This is a software company. They provide software as a service fraud and chargeback prevention technology, but they fell about 16% today. It was the most intraday in about a year after the company posted second quarter gross profit that shrank from the year ago period. And then finally, Plug Power. Not a ton of fundamental news out of Plug Power today. They did report earnings about a week ago, but it did fall 2.4% as its peers, according to a Bloomberg group of peers, advanced. I'm bringing this one up because Tim and I are talking to the Plug Power CEO in just a couple of minutes. We'll ask what those investors are missing with this stock lower today.
All right, I'll always be selling, Emily, always be selling. Meanwhile, in the Treasury market, honestly, about as boring as the equity market today. You can see modest moves across the curve of 1 to 2 basis points with, once again, the longer end of the curve seeing most of the action, 2 basis points higher on your 30-year yield. A bond market, we should say, right now, heavily focused on Fed rate cuts and, of course, a big speech on Friday by Chairman Jay Powell.
Before that, Romaine, I'm surprised to see you at the office today.
Me too.
Do you know why?
No, why?
Because the annual Pro Farmer Crop Tour has kicked off. Do you know about this?
Yeah, I do, actually.
You used to cover this,
I used to
didn't
cover
you?
ag,
Yeah.
I used to live across the street from a cornfield.
So what this means
recommend
is you have farmers, analysts, journalists traveling across fields from Ohio to South Dakota, and they're looking at the health of the corn and soybean crops. I know we have earnings crossing right now, but there's an issue with corn.
All right, I'm being told to go. Palo Alto Networks, their earnings just coming out, adjusted EPS in the most recent quarter coming in at about 95 cents a share. Revenue looks like it's coming in relatively in line with estimates at about $2.5 billion. Here's the guidance that the company is giving. For the full year, the company says that revenue for the fiscal 2026 will be 10.48 to 10.53 billion. The low end of that range is above the average of analyst estimates, which is basically 10.44 billion. But the real actual story here right now is another headline. This on Nir Zook, one of the founders of Palo Alto Networks and currently the chief technology officer. We're learning that he does plan to retire from the company, and they have already named a successor. The product chief is going to take his place as well. So once again, it looks like pretty much matching estimates on the bottom line and the top line and providing guidance, at least on the revenue for the full year, slightly above the average of analyst estimates.
And we also have some forecasts for this quarter, so some more near-term estimates on what they're expecting. And for the first quarter, they see adjusted EPS of 88 cents to 90 cents. Analysts were looking for 86 cents, so that range is higher than the average analyst estimate, which is certainly encouraging. And you can see the stock extending its gains in after-hours trading up more than 5% right now. And just to reiterate what Romain was telling us, the founder and CTO Nir Zook retiring, and the product chief Lee Claridge will be succeeding Nir Zook.
Okay, I want to get back to this corn story here. It is one of the most read stories on the Bloomberg
He's obsessed
terminal.
with it.
I am. Well, the U.S. government is forecasting this record corn crop, but I don't know if you guys have seen this. There are these pictures of corn with missing kernels due to tight tassel wrap, which has triggered concern about the upcoming harvest. Apparently, it's a result of some environmental conditions, including rain.
Yeah, I mean,
Definitely not a good look.
It's a lot of climate change, too, and we've seen this sort of, that corn belt continues to move further north, and that's not necessarily a good sign. I thought it was interesting, too, because, believe it or not, I was actually in a cornfield this weekend.
A maze?
Yeah. Well, no, it wasn't a maze. It was just a cornfield.
What were you doing?
I mean, it was down the street from where we were staying, so we went over there. But it gets to this idea. I mean, you could see some of the blight on that, and I don't know if that was just a one-off for that particular field or anything, but it was definitely visible.
Ugly corn feels like the
I can see
phrase
we've
of the
really
week.
got Scarlett and Emily's attention.
No. The pictures
We can
are
talk
really
about this all day,
disturbing.
Romain.
I mean, looking at it, what do they do with that corn? If it is healthy, do they just make it into canned corn or cream corn? I don't know.
Or corn syrup or some other
Corn syrup.
byproduct.
This is a
ethanol,
lesson in
ethanol.
why when you're grocery shopping and you get corn, you always have to peel the
Yes,
corn
thank you.
first. You can't just take the outside for granted. You have to look at
That's
what's
a good
inside.
point.
Thank you. Picnic at Emily's this weekend.
I will say, if you're in the New York City area, the corn that we have been getting from upstate has been very good in recent weeks. So shout out to that
Perfect
corn.
kernels, right?
Perfect kernels. Yeah, so far so good. No ugly corn. Hey, that is going to do it for our cross-platform coverage of the market close today. Don't worry, though. We are going to be back tomorrow, same time, same place.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stenivek, live on Bloomberg Radio, television, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
It is Bloomberg Business Week Daily. That is Emily Grafeo from the Bloomberg News Cross Asset team. She's in for Carol Masser today. I want to get back to our top story out of Washington, D.C. The president and President Zelensky of Ukraine are now talking with Europe's leaders. It's a second meeting that followed the Trump-Zelensky bilateral that we saw earlier today. The president has reiterated that he will call President Putin of Russia after talks are over, and he will try to arrange a three-way Russia-Ukraine-U.S. meeting. I want to bring in Jennifer Welch. She's been watching this very closely. She's chief geoeconomics analyst for Bloomberg Economics. She joins us from our Washington, D.C. bureau. The signs out of the meeting with Zelensky earlier today, there was certainly a different tone. Jennifer, I'm wondering how you're viewing this, and then also the commentary that we got from more than half a dozen leaders of NATO and Europe.
All signs so far look positive. The meeting is still ongoing, which is also a positive sign. This is very much a strong contrast from Zelensky's last meeting in the Oval Office, which ended early, which blew up into fireworks in front of the press. The camaraderie that Trump and Zelensky were demonstrating to each other in front of the cameras, first in their bilat, and then again when surrounded by European leaders, I think just signals how far that relationship has come. And I think in particular, how far Zelensky and European leaders have come in developing a playbook for how to deal with Trump. And we saw this in the way in which they all engaged in that press conference just about an hour ago, going around the table, praising Trump, sort of incepting this idea of maybe we should really emphasize a ceasefire first to give time to negotiating a larger peace deal. And the security guarantees are going to be a really important part of this. And thank you so much, President Trump, for bringing us all here today. So I think we have moved quite a bit from where we were earlier this year. The key question, though, is what are the terms that they're all going to agree on and that Trump will then be presenting to Putin? Will those be enough to kind of get us forward momentum towards an ultimate peace deal of some sort?
Yeah, it was really interesting to just watch, at least the footage that we could see here, the European leaders and Trump. The tone looked fairly positive. People were, laughing, making jokes, at least in a lighter kind of casual sense. And you mentioned that it seems like the European leaders are taking a different approach to Trump now, maybe more willing to all work together. What, in your view, has sparked that change in tone?
I think part of it is a recognition of presenting a united front to President Trump, right? The fact that all of these leaders came into town today to join President Zelensky when he was meeting with Trump. So it's not just Zelensky and Trump one-on-one. I think that was really critical. I think also it gives Trump the opportunity to kind of play host, to look like the peacemaker, which is something he signaled over and over again he's really interested in doing. And I think all of these tactics are kind of born out of seeing what didn't work earlier in the year, which was Zelensky meeting one-on-one with Trump, or rather being the only foreign representative in the Oval Office with Trump and his team, having that more combative conversation. European leaders have been coaching him behind the scenes on how to deal more effectively with Trump, and I think that has shown a lot of fruit by the time that we get to the meetings happening place today.
It's pretty remarkable that that's working so well. And it's clear. Yeah, go ahead.
No, it is. And you have some really clear players at the table earlier today, most notably the NATO Secretary General, Mark Rutte, who's someone who is in part picked for that job because of his ability to know how to work well with Trump. And the fact that Trump seemed to not so subtly indicate that part of his openness to security guarantees for Ukraine is taking place in the context of what he sees as NATO agreeing to spend more on defense. NATO members beyond the United States, that is what I mean, spending more on their defense is for him a consideration when it comes to thinking about how much skin the U.S. is putting in this game for Ukraine.
What do you think they're talking about as we speak right now?
I think there are a couple of key issues it sounds like are still being worked out at the moment based on that press conference we saw the last hour. The first one is this question of, are we going for a ceasefire first or a full peace deal? Coming out of his meeting with President Putin, Trump seemed to be emphasizing, we're just going to go for the peace deal. We're not going to pause. We're not going to focus on sort of this lower end of a ceasefire. We're just going to end this thing once and for all. European leaders, Ukraine, have actually been pushing the opposite direction. They want a ceasefire first, one, because they don't want to be negotiating something as massive as a peace deal while under fire, quite literally, and two, because this tends to be kind of a Russia delay tactic to push for a larger peace deal that's going to take a long time to resolve while still trying to make gains on the battlefield. So I think that's one issue that seems clear they're going to be still discussing. A second one is going to be territorial issues. Russia, again, we don't know exactly what Putin and Trump discussed on Friday, but most likely Putin was reiterating some of Russia's longstanding demands that Ukraine cede over formal recognition of territories that Russia has occupied for some period of time, as well as withdraw from territory that Russia doesn't currently control but would like to occupy. Those have been non-starters for Ukraine and by extension for a lot of European leaders as well. And then the third issue that I think they're likely to discuss, and was a huge point of emphasis in that press conference, is what are the nature of security guarantees that the U.S. and Europe will be providing to Ukraine to hold this deal firmly in place. President Trump said himself that he wants the deal to last. He doesn't want to have to be going at this again in a couple of years if the deal breaks down and we see conflict heat back up again. That's also a key concern for European and obviously Ukrainian leaders as well. Security guarantees could ideally hold that deal in place so that we're not just existing in some sort of frozen armistice or frozen conflict that could reheat at any point in time.
Given the fact that Russia is not in the room right now, Putin is not there as a part of any of these discussions, how much progress can the EU and Zelensky and Trump make on all of these points that you raise right now with Russia not there?
I think from European and Ukrainian leaders' perspective, what they're probably more focused on, even obviously they all want to reach a peace deal, but they want to reach the right peace deal for Ukraine. They don't want to make concessions just so that Russia will agree to it that could end up compromising Ukraine's security and by extension, Europe's security down the line. I think what they're more focused on in this current moment in time is making sure that they don't look like the obstacles to peace. So in a sense, a still positive outcome for them out of this meeting would be they get Trump to agree to certain terms or conditions. He said earlier he was going to call Putin right after this meeting. If Putin doesn't agree to them, now Putin's the one who's vetoing the peace process, right? And the onus is back on him and back on Moscow. I think it's very likely that we're going to reach a sort of stalemate here, just given how far apart the different parties of this are on the key terms for a deal, and the fact that Russia probably still thinks time is on its side. And so it's playing for that time because it thinks the more that it has time to make gains on the battlefield, the more it will win back, the more fatigued the West will become, and the more likely President Trump will move on to other issues. So they are not necessarily genuinely interested in resolving this conflict at this moment in time. And I think that reduces the chance that they'll agree to anything, even terms that could otherwise be considered relatively favorable to
So
them.
what does that mean? You said stalemate, but a continuation of what we've been seeing?
Continuation of the conflict, potentially a continuation of efforts at peace. But ultimately, we think Moscow isn't really interested in ending the war right now, let alone agreeing to some sort of ceasefire or something that would put it on pause and give Ukraine a chance to kind of recoup and reconstitute its forces.
Jennifer, 30 seconds left here. What position does that leave Europe in?
I think Europe's main focus right now is maintaining that united front, figuring out ways that they can backfill support for Ukraine without the United States being the direct provider of it. And so far, this weapons for money scheme that they've worked out with the U.S. seems to be working.
Jennifer Welch, always great when you join us. We really appreciate you taking the time this afternoon. Jennifer Welch is Chief Geoeconomics Analyst for Bloomberg Economics. Check out her research on the Bloomberg Terminal and the entire team's analysis from Bloomberg Economics on the Bloomberg Terminal and at Bloomberg.com. Taking a look at how markets closed out the day today, well, not much of anything happened. The S&P 500 down ever so slightly. The Dow down less than 0.1%. The NASDAQ higher by not even 0.1%. Coming up next, we've got the CEO of Plug Power, Andy Marsh, back with us. This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
It's 4:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Little change for the U.S. equity market today, and this Bloomberg Business Flash is brought to you by Oracle. Attention growing businesses. Oracle's offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move to Oracle Cloud Infrastructure. For new U.S. customers with minimum financial commitments, see if your company qualifies at oracle.com/Bloomberg. After hours, after earnings, Palo Alto Networks surging by roughly 6%. The network security company sees 2026 adjusted EPS in the range of $3.75 to $3.85. Now, keep in mind, the estimate was for $3.65. After hours, we got Palo Alto Networks moving higher by roughly 6%. Wall Street saw a quiet start to a key Fed week with geopolitics coming into play. We got you covered on Bloomberg, and we'll have any developments out of Washington World for you live. S&P today, end of the day, down half a point at 64.49. The Dow was down 34, lower by 0.1%, while the Nasdaq Composite Index eked out a gain of just about 6 points, up by under 0.1%. The Nasdaq 100 Index also little changed, up 1 point. The Russell 2000 Index of small cap shares up 0.3%, but a down day for the Bloomberg Mag 7 Index. It was down by about 0.2%. 10-year at 4.33%. Spot gold down $2 the ounce, 33.33, and West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.8%, 63.33 a barrel. Bitcoin down 1% at 116,461 on Bitcoin. And sources tell Bloomberg the Trump administration is in discussions to take a stake of roughly 10% in Intel. Intel today was down 3.7%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks for that update, Charlie. Shares of the green hydrogen company Plug Power closed 2.5% lower last Tuesday. That was the first day of trading after the company reported net revenue for the second quarter that came in above estimates. But the bottom line was the issue. EPS missed the average analyst estimate. Plug provides hydrogen products, including electrolyzers, hydrogen transport, storage, and dispensing solutions, and more, to a variety of customers, including Walmart, Amazon, Home Depot, Airbus, AT&T, Kroger, FedEx, PG&E, Coca-Cola, and more. We've got back with us Andy Marsh, the CEO of Plug Power. He joins us from just outside of Albany. Andy, always good to have you on the program. I want to start with your customers. I mentioned just about 10 of them. The list goes on. What are you hearing from them in a world where green energy is no longer sort of the buzz phrase, the buzzword? There's not the same government incentives for this stuff that there was in the last administration. What are you hearing from them right now?
So the last part of that, Tim's not true. The incentives for 48E, which is the tax credit for fuel cells, in the last bill is actually much better than it was.
Well, I was talking about green energy as sort of a monolith, just to be clear.
Yeah. So when I look at it, first globally, the incentives for hydrogen and fuel cells and green energy remains robust. And if you look at our business in the second quarter, our revenue in Europe for electrolyzers, and all of it's really primarily Europe, actually tripled to $45 million from what it was a year ago. And here in the United States, when we look at the tax landscape, the credit landscape, we actually see it better today than it was a year ago. So
why is that then?
Really happy with, well, I think because when you looked at the tax credit for fuel cells, it was, not well structured or positioned in 48E. And we see an extension of what was essentially the ITC, which was extended the last time under President Trump in 2018, in the latest bill, which extends a credit for fuel cells, which is used by Amazon, Walmart, and many of the customers you mentioned through 2032. So we're actually pretty thrilled with what happened for hydrogen, especially in the last bill.
When you look at Plug Power's earnings, the margins are still negative, but they have improved from the last year. What are your thoughts on just how much more runway you guys need before Plug Power is consistently profitable?
Yeah. So, we I think you hit on the point. We moved gross margins from a year ago by over 60%, and we are targeting to be gross margin zero by the fourth quarter. And there's a clear map with our hydrogen plants and the improvements we've seen in service, and more importantly, selling more. And that really helps us a great deal. And we're targeting being EBITDA positive by the end of next year. And I think with our Project Quantum Leap, where we really focus on cost and selling, that we are on the right track. And I think you're beginning to see it in the financials. Even the miss on EPS was write-downs, which were non-cash write-downs associated with our plans to really align the business for the future to be successful.
What's the U.S. market right now for green hydrogen? That's hydrogen made from water using clean electricity to power the electrolysis process.
So, to be straight, it is a bit slower than what you see in Europe and other places. Our primary focus for electrolyzers are really Europe, Australia, where the climate's right. But we actually operate the largest green hydrogen, liquid hydrogen plant in the world at the moment in Georgia. And when I looked, I reviewed this morning our demand for hydrogen from the second quarter to the fourth quarter, we actually see that our daily usage go up from 55 tons per day to about 67 tons per day by the end of the year. So we're using our plants, we're creating green hydrogen, we're involved in some blue hydrogen projects. So we feel comfortable about the long-term trajectory and even near-term trajectory for hydrogen in the United States.
Talk a little bit more about that demand and where it's coming from. Are you seeing customers, pivoting from other sources of energy, or are you seeing, just increasing need for more sources of energy, and that's what's really driving your growth here?
That's actually a real good question, because when we look at the world, the United States, with what we've deployed already, that's 275 sites in our material handling business across the U.S., we've actually taken off the grid approximately 500 megawatts of electricity. And as I think everybody knows, it has become more and more challenging to bring electricity there's over a 3.5-year backlog to get electricity to facilities. Typical distribution center, we take off 2 to 3 megawatt off the grid, which can then be used for things like increasing freezer capabilities. So if you think about, if you're a food retailer and you want to sell more frozen goods, which is a growth area, one way you can increase the size of your freezer and not have to worry about the power needs is actually use fuel cells and hydrogen from Plug Power.
We're speaking with Andy Marsh, the CEO of Plug Power, joining us from just outside of Albany. Andy, I want to go back to regulatory issues, tax credits, and that sort of thing, because you did say that demand is better, or we were in a better position than you were a year ago. Our own Will Wade and team reporting that a year ago, credits were expected to help lead about 1.2 million metric tons of annual green hydrogen production by 2030. That's according to BNEF, our in-house Bloomberg New Energy Finance. Now, projects with just 150,000 tons of production capacity are expected to qualify for the incentives, dramatically reducing anticipated U.S. output. This is after the Trump administration's tax and spending legislation significantly limited tax credits to produce the fuel. How is that affecting you?
Well, when I look at, I'm already using the tax credits. We expect to have online our additional Texas plant by 2028 before they expire, which allows us to use those credits through 2032. I think when we look at our own needs, we're looking at other expansion opportunities. We think that we'll be able to generate the hydrogen to meet our customers' needs and be able to take tax credits through 2032. So, quite honestly, I'm very comfortable with the present legislation.
Back in January, there was a Bloomberg News story about the White House confirming a $1.6 billion loan guarantee for Plug Power to build hydrogen plants. How have you guys received that loan yet, and how crucial is support like that to continue to grow Plug Power?
It's important, but it's not. We will still move ahead with building plants ultimately. We're focused, and I've been down to the DOE recently, and we're working on details to make sure we can pull down funding for the plant in Texas, which is a plant that gets very, very low cost electric energy from a NextEra wind farm. When we take a look at that, we're working through the final details to start being able to pull down funding from the DOE. I know they've canceled many projects. We haven't been on the cancel list, and we have a good relationship. I think the Trump administration and their goals of being energy dominant, the world's going to want green SAF. The world's going to want green ammonia. The U.S. is well positioned to be the leader in providing those fuels, and green hydrogen is critical to becoming energy dominant for the long term. Additionally, hydrogen generation is really important for national security. I mean, next to SpaceX, all the vehicles use hydrogen. So we really think about the long-term benefits. And then on top of that, when you think about hydrogen, over 30% of retail food move through a Plug Power fuel cells. Boy, you don't want that disrupted overnight.
No, you don't. Andy, we only have about a minute and a half left, and I want to talk about the stock price. It's down about 97% since the 2021 highs. Even though you're a relatively small company, you're still among, at least today, the most actively traded stocks with $54.7 million shares rather, trading today. It's massive. The volume this year has been massive. You've got 28% of your shares floated. What's your message to investors and traders right now?
Well, I think I would tell them it's a great opportunity to come in. You can look at the financials. Revenue growing at 20%, gross margin improving dramatically. The deployments in Europe, where the electrolyzer industry is really happening today, has tripled in the past year. I think this is the opportunity to successfully enter the stock. And it's one of the reasons our CFO has made significant investments, and I'm putting about 25% of my salary to work buying stock, actually 50% of my salary to work buying stock every week.
Andy, thanks for coming on. Appreciate you taking the time this afternoon. Always good to check in with you, and it has been quite a few months since we last spoke, so don't be a stranger. Come back soon. Andy Marsh, CEO of Plug Power, joining us from just outside of Albany. Coming up next on Bloomberg Business Week Daily, we're going to speak about the impact of Latinos on the U.S. economy. That's next.
It's 4:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Palo Alto Network shares, they're up 5% after hours, jumping on a stronger than expected annual forecast as the company seeks to provide customers with a bundle of AI-enabled cybersecurity products to fend off attacks. The company said fiscal year sales will be about $10.5 billion. Analysts on average estimated $10.4 billion, according to data compiled by Bloomberg. After hours, right now, we do have Palo Alto up by about 5.2%. A little change for the U.S. equity market today, with the S&P ending the session 64.49, down under 0.1%, falling half a point. We had the Dow Jones Industrial Average down 34, down 0.1%. NASDAQ up 6, also little changed. 10-year at 4.33%, the 2-year 3.76%. Gold down $3 the ounce, 33.33, down 0.1%. West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.9%, 63.35 a barrel, and Bitcoin down 1.3%, 116,092 on a Bitcoin. So it was a mixed day for the U.S. equity market, with the Dow and S&P both lower, NASDAQ higher. Sources tell Bloomberg the Trump administration is in discussions to take a stake of about 10% in Intel. Intel down 3.7%. Recapping after earnings, Palo Alto Networks after hours up by 5%. And for on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thanks so much for that update, Charlie. Do appreciate it. I want to get back to our top story of the day. We're watching what's happening in Washington, D.C. President Trump and Volodymyr Zelensky of Ukraine are now talking with Europe's leaders. It's the second meeting that followed the Trump-Zelensky bilateral earlier today. The president reiterated that he will call Putin after talks are over, and he will try to arrange a three-way Russia-Ukraine-U.S. meeting. I want to bring in Bloomberg contributor Jeannie Shanzano. She joins us here in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. Jeannie, our live blog, quoting John Bolton, who served as national security advisor during the first Trump administration. He said today's scenes in the Oval Office were 180 degrees different from the contentious meeting the two leaders had in the White House in February. There was a little discussion about what Zelensky wore. It was kind of in jest, but the tone was completely different. What do you make of it?
Yeah, the tone was completely different. The optics were completely different. Of course, this time he was not by himself, as you just mentioned. He had a bevy of European leaders there, many of whom have a close relationship with President Trump. So the optics were completely different. But to me, what has not changed is Donald Trump's willingness to pressure Russia. We see him calling for a meeting, and Vladimir Putin has said repeatedly he would meet with Zelensky when an agreement was signed. And the reason is he doesn't see Zelensky as the leader of Ukraine because they haven't held elections. And so there's just no indication that Putin has changed his mind. In fact, as I keep saying, Putin is the one person in this story who's been remarkably consistent. Maybe not right, definitely not right, but consistent. And Donald Trump has been all over the map, quite frankly, on what he is willing to do. Secondary sanctions, no sanctions. And yet again today, we heard no sign that he's willing to pressure Putin. Without that pressure, I cannot see how anything changes from what we saw on Friday in Anchorage.
What we have heard from Trump is that he wants to have a trilateral meeting with Volodymyr Zelensky and Putin and Trump all in the room. Have we learned anything from the meeting today about whether that looks more likely than maybe it was before the Alaska meeting?
I just don't see it as more likely because, again, there's three parties to this. Trump and Zelensky willing to meet, and Vladimir Putin, who has never expressed a willingness to meet. And in fact, if you think of it from the Russians' perspective, it's simply not in their interest. They're winning on the battlefield. They have little incentive to meet. And what Vladimir Putin got on Friday was he got the president to agree that he shouldn't pressure him economically. Without pressuring him economically or pressuring him on the battlefield, there's very little incentive for Russia to meet. And so I'm not sure how or why that would ever come to fruition at this point.
At the end of the day, if Zelensky is unwilling to give up land, which, by the way, as Bolton noted to our Bloomberg News team, John Bolton, that did not come up in the public discussion. today around the table when we heard from all of those European leaders? They didn't talk about the land question. We know that is at issue here, but does that mean the war won't end?
I'm not sure how it could end, right? As you mentioned, they took the land issue, the map redrawing off the table. And it's been fascinating to hear the Trump administration talking about land swaps. They're talking about Ukraine giving up land, but there's no indication that Russia is giving any land up, right?
Yeah,
so it's
Angela
like
Stent of Brookings pointing that out to us,
yeah.
not just today, but several weeks ago when this whole idea of a land swap came up. It's not a swap if just one country is giving up territory.
Like, I'll swap you for your jacket, but I'm not going to give you anything of mine. I mean, it's an odd way to do business. And then, of course, they took NATO off the table. And so how can Ukraine feel secure, right? Even if they agree to give up land, how do they feel secure? Maybe this, quote unquote, Article 5 sort of security arrangement. So you're sort of quasi part of NATO for Article 5, but not. And I'm not even sure that Putin would agree to that. So I don't see a lot of movement today.
Is there, you don't see a lot of movement today. Is there anything that could that the European leaders present right now at the meeting could do to change that narrative and maybe, tip this closer in favor for Ukraine?
Yeah, they could keep working with Donald Trump to keep him on their side, and particularly on the security guarantee. I think right now that is the biggest issue, and that's why we've seen them over here in force. I'm not even sure we saw this many Europeans on U.S. soil in the end of World War II, quite frankly. It is quite remarkable what we're seeing. And as we know, sort of Donald Trump on this vacillates like the wind. He talks to Putin. He's no longer interested in certain things like a ceasefire that he had said was, going to happen. And then we'd have secondary sanctions if it didn't. All of a sudden that was gone. So they could keep pressuring him. But who's to say he doesn't talk to Putin after this meeting and go in Putin's direction again? And that has been one of the beautiful parts of what Trump has done. He is friend to everyone. But one of the difficult things is that you just don't know where he's going to come out. It really is, again, the last person he spoke to. He seems to adopt or adapt to what they want and need.
Why, Jeannie, do you think that this meeting is happening now and it didn't happen during the Biden administration? It didn't happen in the first 3.5 years of this war?
I think the European leaders did not feel they had any reason. They felt pretty comfortable that Joe Biden, was on their side. They didn't feel the need to come over and try to sway him because he was, the #1 advocate on behalf of Ukraine right along with them. Donald Trump has shown that he is willing to deal with Putin. He is willing to talk to him. He may in the future do business with him. He's willing to sort of take him out of his isolation and, put him back on the world stage. And so they want to make sure that he doesn't move any further in that direction.
Jeannie Shanzano, thanks for coming into the studio.
Thanks for having me. Fun.
Jeannie Shanzano is Bloomberg Politics contributor. She joins us here in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. Let's talk a little bit about the U.S. economy and specifically the role of Latinos in the U.S. economy. According to this year's U.S. Latino GDP report, this is a study that UCLA does along with Cal Lutheran. They found that the GDP from Latinos hit a record high in 2023, up to $4.1 trillion. That's up from $3.7 trillion in 2022. Needless to say, Latinos are a huge part of the U.S. economy. And I think a lot of people have questions right now about what immigration policies and what deportation policies mean for that number. We've got with us right now Ana Valdez. She's president and CEO of the nonprofit, the Latino Donor Collaborative. She joins us this afternoon from Los Angeles. Ana, good to have you with us this afternoon. How would you
so much, Emily and Tom.
Just describe the how you look at the definition here of Latinos and of how you're measuring the data and their economic impact here?
Absolutely. First, let me tell you that this report that I'm going to talk about was done by Arizona State University. We work with the Economic Center there. And so what we found is that after measuring the Latino GDP in the United States, and remember, Tom and Emily, that all these numbers are based on official numbers. And we do that so that the credibility is there, so that there is no way out of it. And so after measuring it for 8 years, this year, which are the numbers from 2023, as you know, those numbers don't come until 2 years later. The Latino GDP of in the United States, remember this is U.S. Latinos, they produced $4 trillion in GDP. And so that you guys and of course our audience understand, if Latinos in the US would be an economy by themselves, they would be the 5th largest economy in the world. And these numbers are always surprising when it's the first time you've heard them.
Right.
Because, of course, there is this, some unfortunate perception that Latinos come to this country and they don't contribute and they are actually working with the system. The truth is that a large part of the GDP of the United States is produced by this cohort.
What sectors of the economy are Latinos contributing the most to?
So, traditionally, Emily, of course, we see that, manufacturing and, housing and all this, fields, right? The agricultural part and were very important, and they're still very important. What is really interesting of the latest reports in the last 3 years is that the sectors like AI, technology, medicine, and all these different fields where you usually not relate, right? Latinos to the growth are happening. And in the report, you'll see that in the case, for example, of AI, Latinos over-index, Latino businesses over-index in terms of use of AI compared to any others.
Anna, I'm wondering about what this impact could be on the economy, because if we think about mass deportation, the images that we're seeing play out right now, what we're seeing happen in cities and around the US right now, how does this affect workforce growth in the US? Because Latinos have been the main force behind workforce growth in recent years. And even though a large portion, the majority of Latinos in the US are US born now, I think this could still have an effect.
This has tremendous effects. And Tom, not only because of the actual happenings, but also because of the perception, right? People, as you've seen, people that have been here legally, people that are citizens, are sometimes just generalized within this almost cohort profiling, right? Of, deportations, very, very focused on the Latino community. And you asked me, how does this affect? Well, just think about it. According to the Department of Labor and the census, 78% of all the new workforce in the next 10 years will come from the Latino community. So if you are thinking that, as you know, there is a lack of workforce in some of those industries already, right? Actually in all industries already, right? Before the pandemic, there were 11 million jobs not filled because of lack of workforce. After the pandemic, today, there are 6 million jobs not filled. So imagine without this workforce, or at least reduced this workforce, and I don't know if you've seen it, but I'm sure you have. We hear the CEO of Target and the CEO of Constellation Brands and the CEO of Jack in the Box saying, what's happening? We need workers. We also need consumers. And last number, because you brought it up, 80% of Latinos, 81% of Latinos are American citizens. 9% are here with documents, which means green card and work permits and student permits. And only 9% of Latinos are undocumented. But still, the way things are going, this deportation movement is not limited to undocumented people.
Well, let's talk about the job market. Before we let you go, are there more jobs to be filled for the Latino community specifically, or is there more demand for jobs? Is there more supply of workers than there actually are jobs to be had?
Again, we go back to the numbers of Department of Labor, right? And of course, we've heard the industry, the dairy industry, and of course, the agricultural farmers, right? Movements, the meat packing, but also as you know, we're bringing engineers from other places, right? When, you have the Latino cohort over-indexing in growth in the engineering, faculties in the United States. So Emily, I think we're talking about a lack of workforce in general, but also a lot of opportunity from a community that is extremely young The average age for Latinos in the United States is 12 years old. The average age of non-Latinos is 58 years old.
Oh, wow.
So imagine how that's going to look in 6 years if the average age is 12. And another number that would be shocking is 30% of all births, according to the census, are Latino.
It's a fascinating demographic story. It's one we're going to continue to follow. Anna, thanks for taking your time and for your patience this afternoon as we covered so much breaking news. Anna Valdez, president and CEO of the nonprofit, the Latino Donor Collaborative. I'm Tim Stenovec, along with Emily Griffeo. Let's take a look at some stocks on the move today. We're joined by Bloomberg News equities reporter Bailey Lipschultz. Bailey, Palo Alto Networks. Oh, I think Bailey's mic is stuck off too. Why don't you share my mic, Bailey?
See, this is new to me. Yeah, thanks, Tim. Starting with Palo Alto Networks, as you mentioned, ticker PANW, up right now about 4.8%. This comes after the company reported earnings after the bell, beating expectations, though options markets was implying a move of about 7.6%. This is a stock, though, guys, was down about 15% a few weeks ago when it announced a $25 billion deal to acquire CyberArk. So bit of a bid after beating expectations. But again, when you see stocks that can be heavily shorted after M&A, kind of coiled spring, if you will, Emily.
I like that analogy. Okay, Dayforce, I have to admit, I don't know this company.
You would not be the only one, but would you know that it's in the S&P 500? Probably not if you didn't know what the company was.
No, and I write about index reval, so I feel like I should know that. Now I'm disappointed in myself.
Top performer in the S&P 500, ticker DAY. Great ticker for a company named Dayforce. Up 26%. This comes after Bloomberg reporting that the company is in talks to be sold to Thoma Bravo. This is a human resources management software provider. Critical things in this day and age. One thing to keep in mind, though, many of these stocks have at least kind of bounced back from where they were, call it back in the 2021 peak. Prior to the news, down almost 60% from a record close back in November 2021. So analysts kind of calling out that maybe management would consider throwing in the towel.
Yeah, I had no idea this was in the S&P 500 today.
It's actually, it's like 10 billion below the market cap threshold. If it had to be added now,
well,
it would not make it.
If it gets taken private, then it will get replaced.
Yeah.
But I did know it was in the S&P 500 today because that was one of my decliners on the close. And I was like, I don't even know. Yeah, thank you for listening.
I was not listening.
Emily, thank you for listening and watching. I think we got your mic working, Bailey, so I'm going to keep mine. Don't worry about the buttons. They're fine. First Solar, also one of your stock movers today?
One of the stock movers, the second best performer in the S&P 500, ticker FSLR, closing up almost 10%. This comes after the stock rallied alongside the kind of clean energy group last week, closed up 11% on Friday. This coming after news that the Trump administration was kind of walking back some of the guidance as it relates to some of these solar stocks. So we are continuing to see that bid follow through. So again, First Solar, second best performer in the S&P 500, up almost 10%. Are you a fan of home?
The sun?
Roof?
I like the sun. I like the sun. Yeah, solar's cool. I mean, you know this, Bailey. I'm a Californian. You're a Californian. Yeah. My parents have had solar for like 20 years.
Oh.
And it's been amazing because the sun always shines in California.
That it does. Well, the only thing I've always been interested in, because I was talking to a guy in New Jersey who was pitching me on installing solar panels. His issue was that it caused a leak in his roof, and then it was kind of like, who actually is at fault? The solar panel company, your home insurance, your fault? I don't know.
You're the one suffering if that water's coming into your house.
Yeah, it sounded like a big issue for him. I did not do that, so not really my problem, but nonetheless, an issue for some people.
Bloomberg News equities reporter Bailey Lipschultz. For more conversations like this, check out our new Stock Movers podcast. You can subscribe for 5-minute episodes on the biggest winners and losers in the stock market. Check out Stock Movers on Apple, Spotify, or anywhere you get your podcasts. Taking a look at our live blog, the president still meeting with European leaders in Washington as we speak. Germany's Bild is reporting on some movement in the meeting. Trump interrupted Ukraine talks to call Putin, according to Bild. Trump to resume talks after that call with Putin. Bild is reporting this. A big thank you to Emily Griffeo for stepping in for Carol Masters. She's from the Bloomberg News cross-asset team. Thanks, Emily.
I'll be back tomorrow.
Oh, she'll be back tomorrow. That's great. That is going to do it for Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
Balance of Power, live from Washington, D.C.
From Bloomberg's Washington, D.C. studios to our TV and radio audiences worldwide, welcome to Balance of Power. Alongside Michael Shepard, I'm Tyler Kendall.
Tonight, less than 72 hours after the Trump-Putin summit in Anchorage, Alaska, Europe comes to Washington.
The war is going to end. When it ends, I can't tell you, but the war is going to end, and this gentleman wants it to end, and Vladimir Putin wants it to end. I think the whole world is tired of it, and we're going to get it ended.
The intense lobbying effort from Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky and Europe's top leaders pleading with President Trump to stand behind Ukraine after his meeting with Russian President Vladimir Putin on Friday. What both sides came away with after a scene that looked akin to the G7 happening at the White House.
Plus, what the ongoing war could mean for crude and Russia's lucrative oil business following stepped-up attacks on its energy infrastructure, with a key strike on its pipeline system launched today by Ukraine, halting oil to Hungary and Slovakia just as President Zelensky flew to Washington.
Also tonight, a Bloomberg exclusive, the Trump administration in talks to take a 10% stake in embattled chip maker Intel, a move that could see the U.S. become Intel's largest shareholder. The details and how the market reacted up ahead.
And Jackson Hole Week kicks off in Wyoming. The quiet start to the key Federal Reserve week after a series of all-time highs for the S&P. We'll discuss the big week for the central bank as investors keep an eye on the symposium and what Chair Jerome Powell may say about those potential rate cuts next month.
But we begin tonight with a deep dive into today's historic meeting at the White House. The day started off with a bilateral meeting between President Trump and Ukrainian President Zelensky. Follows Friday's Alaska summit with Russian President Vladimir Putin, and both Trump and Zelensky spoke with reporters as the meeting kicked off.
We need to stop this war, to stop Russia, and we need support American and European partners. And we will do our best for this.
If everything works out well today, we'll have a trilat, and I think there will be a reasonable chance of ending the war when we do that.
It was the second time Zelensky met with Trump this year, but this go-round, he came with backup, joined by leaders from the European Union pressing the case for a durable ceasefire in the war in Ukraine.
We have the big news covered for you across the country with Bloomberg's Eric Martin here in Washington, Tony Halpin in San Francisco, and Romaine Bostick in our global headquarters in New York. But we begin with Eric Martin from the White House. Eric, thanks so much for being here. Can we just talk about what we learned today? What progress, if at all, have we heard from this White House when it comes to these meetings?
Tyler, I think the most important thing, arguably, that we've heard today is the tone coming out of these meetings. The tone has been so positive coming from President Trump and his European counterparts. We had this kind of remarkable moment at the beginning of their multilateral meeting where President Trump was going around and complimenting each and every one of them, talking about Merce with saying that he looked tan, talking about Giorgia Meloni, Prime Minister of Italy, and saying that she's going to be Prime Minister for a long time. Positive things about Macron, about everybody, Starmer, everyone there. And also the tone with President Zelensky, of course, was a complete 180 from what we saw 6 months ago. President Trump and President Zelensky having a real positive rapport, at least publicly, and also seeing a remarkable picture coming out from Dan Scavino, an aide to President Trump, looking at, or showing in the Oval Office, President Zelensky and President Trump looking at a map and studying a map of Ukraine. And one of the main things that we're looking to see is what, if any, land concessions are possible on the Ukrainian side, because that's been one of the most contentious areas and one of the most contentious topics under discussion, seeking a potential peace agreement.
Bloomberg's Eric Martin, thank you. 7 of Europe's top leaders were alongside President Zelensky at the White House today, each one speaking before the full group, discussing the ongoing war in Ukraine behind closed doors. The EU leaders highlighting the existential moment facing the bloc, with Putin on the verge of potentially increasing Russia's footprint following hundreds of thousands of deaths since Moscow invaded in February 2022. For a look into how Europe is watching today's meeting at the White House, we're joined by Bloomberg's Tony Halpin. Tony, we have to ask, how is this all playing out in Europe? How is the sentiment there as they look at President Donald Trump racing to reach some sort of deal between Russia and Ukraine to resolve this war?
Yes, Michael. Well, I mean, behind the good humor and the gratitude towards President Trump for organizing the meeting, there's serious concern in Europe that they may be maneuvered into a position where Russia ends up gaining territory in Ukraine as the price of a peace deal, and therefore forcibly changing the borders of Europe, and that Europeans then may be left to police this peace deal, which would amount for them to a large commitment in defense terms, because it's not very clear to them at the current moment what US support may be available to ensure that there are security guarantees for Ukraine that will stick.
Well, Tony, can we also talk about the optics of what we're seeing play out here at the White House? Half a dozen European leaders, some of which I think it's fair to say have relatively warmer relationships with President Trump. He complimented many of them, as we heard Eric say. I'm thinking about the Italian Prime Minister Meloni, also with the NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte. How does that paint the backdrop here for these leaders? How could that change the dynamic as we are talking about these meetings happening inside the White House?
Yes, the Europeans are in a very difficult spot because they watched Friday's meeting between President Trump and President Putin in Alaska. And frankly, they were appalled, most of them, because they saw the end result of that summit was that President Trump was aligning much more with Vladimir Putin's view of how to resolve this war. So the reason that so many of them are here now today in Washington is to try and backstop President Zelensky of Ukraine, to try and ensure that President Trump doesn't give away too much of the shop in reaching an agreement that would be acceptable to President Putin. Because as I said before, they know that they may end up having to police this agreement, and that would amount to a very big commitment of European forces on the ground, something currently that Russia opposes and would be hostile to. So they're very keen to understand what support the US is willing to give in the event of any agreement that does indeed end the war.
All right, Bloomberg's Tony Halpin, we thank you so much for your reporting and coverage. And joining us now with more insight here on Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio is retired Rear Admiral Mike Hewitt, who served 31 years in the U.S. Navy. He's currently the co-chair of the upcoming Ukraine Reconstruction Summit, which is an event that will gather global leaders, investors, and policymakers focused on rebuilding Ukraine's future. Admiral Hewitt, thanks so much for joining Bloomberg. We heard President Trump say today that in a week or two, they will know if they can solve this. We also had the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, over the weekend say, quote, "We are not at the precipice of a peace agreement, but I do think progress was made." So, Admiral, in your view, how should we be measuring progress as these meetings are underway?
You know, it's a great question. And in some cases, you have to measure progress based on what has President Trump done since the inauguration in terms of his foreign policy successes, where he's had several conflicts come to resolution, his domestic successes. And without putting himself into a position of strength as he's done, it would have been terribly challenging to have that first meeting with Putin. I found that first meeting, the expectation was way too high for what people expected to come from it. We should have been happy that there was a second meeting. And that second meeting is what's taking place today. And these 7 European leaders that have come to Washington, I don't believe they're there to ensure that Zelensky's interests are protected. I believe they're there to make sure the United States remains engaged on this conflict, because it was only Donald Trump that got that meeting into position that it was in. And it was also Donald Trump that got those same nations, plus the other NATO nations, to go to 5% of their GDP to fight Russia. So you don't get to an end to the war or a ceasefire, and you're certainly not going to be able to talk about territory or frozen assets or membership in NATO until you get to this ceasefire. So I believe we're at an incredibly fast pace of play, considering where we were just 5 days ago.
Admiral, earlier this afternoon, President Trump shared more about this. President Trump shared more about the security guarantees that he discussed with Vladimir Putin. Let's have a listen.
In a very significant step, President Putin agreed that Russia would accept security guarantees for Ukraine, and this is one of the key points that we need to consider, and we're going to be considering that at the table also, like who will do what, essentially. I'm optimistic that collectively we can reach an agreement that would deter any future aggression against Ukraine. And I think that the European nations are going to take a lot of the burden. We're going to help them, and we're going to make it very secure.
Admiral, we heard the president talking about security guarantees as being a component of whatever peace plan might emerge. But are you hearing very many specifics in there, and perhaps anything that would be enough to offer the reassurance that Volodymyr Zelensky would be seeking?
I think President Trump knows who he's dealing with Vladimir Putin, and sometimes that gets lost in the conversation. President Putin will violate whatever agreement is signed when and if he can, but for certain, he has no intention of honoring any agreement. We've seen that since the Budapest memo all the way up to the invasion of Crimea, and then, of course, his invasion of the sovereign country of Ukraine. So this is not as if President Trump is trying to capitulate with a reasonable person. He knows who he is dealing with. This is the most important part of the conversation, are the security guarantees. Push NATO aside. That's not where we're going to come to a resolution. But the kind of security guarantees that he is offering are similar to Article 5 of NATO, in that these countries guarantee the sovereignty of Ukraine from any threats from Russia now or in the future. And then what President Trump will do is take that security guarantee, which again, I wouldn't trust Putin more than anyone else would on this, but then bolster it with massive commercial entanglement, reconstruction, critical minerals, and ensure that Ukraine is the ally that can protect itself from a sovereign perspective. So these security guarantees will also include, I suspect, a large buildup of the Ukrainian military.
Right, and that goes to Ukrainian President Zelensky's point when asked directly what sort of security guarantees he would like to see. He replied everything. And Admiral, I want to go back to something earlier that you mentioned when it comes to the concept of a ceasefire, because now we have seen President Trump pushing for a full deal, saying that he likes the idea of a ceasefire, but he doesn't think that it is necessary. What is the strategic reason here? Is this providing a sense of urgency, or is this allowing Vladimir Putin to buy more time?
Well, that's a great question, because a ceasefire, in many respects, allows Vladimir Putin to rearm and reload. And so, in some respects, a ceasefire may play more into Russia's hands than Ukraine's hands. So I think recognizing that he's going to continue the terrorism and the civilian attacks and the things that he's doing until we reach some form of an agreement bypasses a ceasefire, but gets us onto the topics that can create what I would call a sustainable peace plan. And I think Putin is not in as a strong position as others believe, because the president has the ability with sanctions and tariffs to put a tremendous amount of pressure on Ukraine economically. They're a petro economy. He did not go to the Middle East to broker deals with the OPEC nations without thinking about this negotiation. So what we need are security guarantees that get to a long-term peace agreement, and a ceasefire at this point in time won't achieve those goals.
Admiral Hewitt, in the 30 seconds that we have left, where do you see this headed in terms of the rebuilding process? That would be the next step after whatever peace plan may emerge.
I think this is the most important next step. Similar to South Korea at the end of that conflict, or Japan at the end of World War II, what America did was invest in the long-term security and the alliance of the nation that had just suffered the war. That is where Ukraine is. Ukraine is an unbelievable asset and ally of America. It's a democracy. It's a values-based democracy. It has tremendous resources in critical minerals, AI, military industrial base. So we win this war by winning the peace. And the peace is economic entanglement between U.S. and Ukrainian companies. And that is why I'm part of the Ukrainian Reconstruction Summit next month here in Washington.
Retired Rear Admiral Mike Hewitt, thank you. A quiet start on Wall Street today, but that will likely pick up by the end of the week as focus turns to the Fed's annual Economic Policy Symposium in Jackson Hole. For the details, we turn now to power moves with Romaine Bostick, who joins us live from World Headquarters in New York. Romain, how are markets digesting what we saw unfold today in Washington at the White House?
It's kind of interesting here, Mike. We talk about a week that's going to be bookended by two big events. Of course, the Ukrainian talks today. You did not see a whole lot of market movement on the back of that, largely because, at least as of right now, we have not seen any sort of material resolution or any sort of material movement towards some sort of peace deal or some sort of negotiated settlement. Of course, at the end of the week, we do get Jay Powell scheduled to give a speech on Friday at the Jackson Hole Symposium, a speech, of course, that comes amid hard conviction right now in the markets that the Fed will indeed start cutting rates at its mid-September meeting. And everyone wants to know whether Jay Powell is going to try to telegraph that to the market during his speech. You take a look at the screen there and you see modest movements in the Treasury space, but those yields actually move to the upside. If the market is betting on a cut in rates, you would expect those rates to move slightly lower here. Overall, this is a market that has been in a little bit of a stasis, but a market, as you know, Mike, is right now beholden to so many things coming out of Washington. In fact, tethered to every sort of policy announcement, every sort of policy ruction out of the president. And that was no different today, not necessarily in the broad market, but certainly when it comes to individual stocks. Take a look at Intel. This was a stock, of course, that had rallied over the past 6 days and, in fact, was up about 28% over the past 2 weeks. It gave up some of those gains today, down about 4%. And this is largely based on Bloomberg reporting that the president is actually considering taking a stake in the chip maker, at least of about 10% here. Now, we did not confirm that with the White House, but reporters who did speak to people familiar with the situation said that this is certainly a plausible scenario, of course, that we have seen play out with regards to U.S. Steel, and of course, that weird 15% kickback agreement when it comes to NVIDIA. So right now, investors really keeping an eye on everything coming out of Washington, whether it's out of the White House or whether it's out of the Fed building, and that, of course, will drive the trade and maybe a little bit more volatility as we get deeper into the week.
All right, always a lot for us to follow here. Bloomberg's Romain Bostic, we thank you so much. And coming up, a look into how oil markets are watching these latest developments between Russia and Ukraine as they unfold. We'll have Bob McNally of the European Energy Group. But first, we'll continue our conversation on what's next for Vladimir Putin after today's meeting with Maria Snagobaya of CSIS. That's next on Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio. This is Balance Power on Bloomberg TV and radio alongside Michael Shepard. I'm Tyler Kendall. Leaders from across Europe traveling to the White House today in a sign of solidarity with Ukraine. Take a listen to what they said about the status of negotiations earlier.
I think that we had very good conversation with President Trump.
Very good.
And it really was the best one. Maybe the best one will be in the future.
I think if we play this well, we could end this. And we have to end this. We have to stop the killing. We have to stop the destruction of Ukraine's infrastructure.
Now we are here to work together with you on a just and lasting peace for Ukraine. Stop the killing. This is really our common interest. Stop the killing.
The next steps ahead are the more complicated ones now. The path is open. You opened it last Friday. But now the way is open for complicated negotiations.
Everybody around this table is in favor of peace. And we work very hard, and we've worked very hard during the past few years to have a peace which is a robust and long-standing peace.
Joining us now for more here on Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and Radio is Maria Snagovaya, Senior Fellow for Russia and Eurasia at the Center for Strategic and International Studies. Maria, thanks so much for joining us here. President Trump, we heard earlier today, said that he is going to call Russian President Vladimir Putin directly after these meetings at the White House. Can you give us some context into how we've seen the relationship between these two leaders evolve? Because in the frequent months, we saw President Trump grow frustrated with Vladimir Putin, even setting a deadline for him to come to the negotiating table.
Absolutely. Well, it seems that President Trump believes that he has a special relationship with Vladimir Putin. During his first term, he was on record saying nice things about Putin in general. He avoids criticizing him. And that was his conviction during his first months into his second term, that he will be able to find some sort of quick settlement with Putin. Over the months, as you flagged, he grew increasingly more frustrated because the Kremlin has shown no significant willingness to negotiate. And in fact, since Trump's taken the office again this year, the amount of airstrikes of Russia on Ukraine has actually doubled at the very least. So that's certainly no evidence of Russia willing to negotiate. But Trump is very committed to pushing forward this deal on Ukraine, and as a result, he seems to be convinced that Putin wants some sort of deal to be achieved. The lot of details remains to be seen. So far, as of Friday's meeting, we can definitely say that it has given certain credibility, certain boost to Putin's at least domestic approval. When it comes to substantive outcome takeaway from this meeting, it remains to be seen. It seems that the key kind of shift in the Kremlin posture is some sort of decrease in the territorial claims. Now Russia mostly wants the rest of the Donetsk region other than the other three regions territory, which it claimed before. And in addition to that, allegedly is open to some security guarantees for Ukraine. The problem with that is that Russia never openly said that it rejects any security guarantees for Ukraine. If you look at the Istanbul agreements, which were agreed in 2022, those were already in those agreements. The problem is those not good enough for Ukraine. And the key intrigue of this coming negotiations between the European leaders, Ukraine and Trump, is whether there is indeed some sort of change in Russia's posture on this particular topic.
Maria, what did Vladimir Putin and his team learn about Donald Trump and the leadership around him as they met on Friday? Was there any new information or even intelligence that they were able to gather in that moment that they might be able to use going forward?
I guess a lot of details of the meeting actually remain to be perhaps discovered. In fact, we have seen on Friday that the meeting was cut short, right? A lot of the events which was scheduled original, like the luncheon between the presidents, did not take place, which made many analysts suspect that the meeting did not go as well as original planned. We can only say that the regional key talking points that Putin held since the start of the war of his aggression in Ukraine, including, quote unquote, eliminating the key roots of this conflict, which frankly mean in Kremlin talk, Ukraine's sovereignty, that very much remained on the agenda, along with these historical cards of Ukraine, some historical books that Putin allegedly gave to President Trump. So from that perspective, it seems that the Kremlin, at least in its major approach to the war, has held on to its key talking points. But it's also very obvious to the Kremlin that the US president is very eager to negotiate. And the key danger here is that the Kremlin will be apt at using this eagerness in order to turn it in its favor.
Maria Snegovaya, Senior Fellow for Russia and Eurasia at CSIS, thank you.
Thank you.
Coming up, how today's multilateral meeting could impact oil markets and Russian President Putin's ability to generate revenue. We'll discuss that with Bob McNally of Rapidan Energy Group next on Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio. This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio. Alongside Tyler Kendall, I'm Michael Shepard. Much more on the unprecedented series of meetings today at the White House when we convene our political panel up ahead. But first, here are the stories that we're watching in today's Power Brief. Hamas and Israel both being prodded to end the fighting in Gaza, but from different directions. A day after 500,000 Israelis held a nationwide strike urging Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to halt the war and win the release of hostages, Hamas said it had agreed to a ceasefire deal backed by Qatar and Egypt. A diplomat briefed on the talks said the terms were almost in line with those advanced in May by U.S. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff. But it wasn't clear whether Israel had even received the proposal yet.
Plus, former Attorney General Bill Barr was back on Capitol Hill today as part of the House Oversight Committee's investigation into convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. Bill Barr is the former first government official to appear before the committee after it issued 13 subpoenas related to the case. Barr served as Attorney General during the first Trump administration and oversaw the Justice Department in August of 2019. That's when Epstein was found dead in his New York cell after he was indicted for charges that included the sex trafficking of minors. The House investigation comes after the FBI released a memo last month reversing a promise to release the files. In a statement tonight, Oversight Committee Chairman James Comer said the DOJ will begin sharing Epstein records starting on Friday.
Novo Nordisk is slashing the cost of Ozempic for patients who pay cash for the diabetes drug that surged in popularity for its use for weight loss. The company says patients can now get Ozempic for $499 a month, about half of its U.S. list price, through Novo's cash pay pharmacy NovoCare. The Trump administration has been pressuring drug makers to lower prices, although the company says its new offer is unrelated to its discussions with the U.S. government. Novo Nordisk closing the day up about 2.5%.
And Hurricane Erin has re-intensified after moving past Puerto Rico, with the dangerous storm expected to increase in size and remain over the Atlantic Ocean as it turns off the U.S. East Coast later this week. Erin's top wind strengthened to 130 miles per hour, bumping it to a Category 4 storm. Heavy rain is forecast throughout the day across Puerto Rico and the Bahamas, and the storm is expected to pass between North Carolina's Outer Banks and Bermuda later this week. If the storm holds to its forecast track, it will avoid a direct strike on any of the islands in the Caribbean or the U.S. East Coast.
Now we want to turn back to our top story tonight. President Trump's meeting at the White House today with major European leaders, including Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. For a look into the global economic impact of today's discussions, we turn now to Jennifer Welch of Bloomberg Economics. Jenny, thank you so much for joining us today. What is your big takeaway from these meetings, which still haven't ended yet, apparently?
Or they might have just wrapped. So my big takeaway so far is that they seem to have gone well. Trump's initial pressers with President Zelensky and then with the European leaders joining him seemed to be a pretty positive tone, warm vibes. I think the fact that the meeting went along as scheduled, we didn't have an early collapse in the talks, those are all positive signs. But hopefully we'll get the details very soon on what they actually discussed and agreed to.
Well, let's get into that. What do we think that they are actually discussing here behind closed doors? Because there are so many different issues. One, of course, is territory. That seems to be one of the main tension points. But the other has to do with these security guarantees. President Trump has floated perhaps something that could mirror NATO's Article 5. What do we actually know about what this could look like in principle?
So the security guarantees point, as you mentioned, one of the crucial aspects of whether or not any peace deal reached between Russia and Ukraine will actually hold. What it looks like, super ambiguous at this point. Europeans have discussed potentially deploying what they call a reassurance force to Ukraine to essentially be the backstop for any deals reached. President Trump indicating, including over the weekend, that maybe the U.S. is open to sending forces as part of that. But what it would look like, the size of the troops, who's going to pay for it, I think those are some of the details that are being worked out at the moment.
All right. Jennifer Welch of Bloomberg Economics, we always thank you so much for your analysis and insight. For a closer look into the impact on the oil markets, we turn now to Bob McNally, founder and president of Rappian Energy Group. He was a White House energy advisor under the George W. Bush administration. Bob, it's good to see you, and thanks so much for joining Bloomberg Television and Radio. I want to just start with the price of oil, which settled higher today. Brent crude futures up 1%. So in your view, what isn't priced in right now?
Great to be with you, Tyler. You know, I think the oil markets have become pretty inured to sanctions risk and disruption risk and geopolitical risk. So what isn't in the price of crude right now is a breakdown in talks, a President Trump who follows through on his threats to not only keep that penalty tariff of 25% on India for importing Russian oil, but also to extend those secondary tariffs to other major customers of Russia, like possibly China, Turkey, Brazil takes a lot of Russian distillate. And so I think what the market is not expecting and what is not priced in here is that there's going to be any big pain put on Russia's oil exports or revenues at the moment.
Bob, we have seen the president talk about severe consequences for Russia and then stop talking about it really last week. So where are we with that? And how have the sanctions really influenced Russia's behavior, if at all?
So the sanctions under President Biden until now, including under the early Trump months, were designed on purpose to help Russia sell oil. We didn't want to reduce Russia's oil exports because it would have kept oil prices at $127 a barrel. That's where it was for a time there in 2022. So it was designed to help Russia keep selling oil, to keep gasoline prices at home low, while crimping Putin's revenues. Didn't do much on crimping his revenues. Now, President Trump says we're going to change all that. I'm going to go to India and say, stop taking your oil. Now, the risk is that that'll send oil prices back up. President Trump says, no problem, we've got shale oil that can compensate. Shale oil cannot compensate. It can't go up by 1 to 2 to 3 million barrels a day, which is what Russia exports, very fast at all. So the challenge is, if we get back into having to put these sanctions in place, which I think the president is willing to do, not just on India, but on other importers, is he willing to accept the oil price increase that would inevitably result, especially if he did it now in the near term. You know, if we look into next year, oil analysts like myself see a softer oil market, a lot more supply, overtaking demand, then it might be a little easier to do without Russia. But right now, I'm afraid you'd be looking at much higher oil prices. So the president has to be a little careful if diplomacy peters out and we're back into sanctions.
Well, I want to drill down on this idea of so-called secondary sanctions, secondary tariffs on those countries that do import Russian oil supplies, because President Trump said over the weekend that as of now, he's not going to lift those tariffs when it comes to China. And he cited his progress in talks with Russian President Vladimir Putin. Why is China different here? And how does China actually factor in to the global oil market when we are talking about those imports of Russian energy supplies?
So China is the big deal, the biggest deal. It is the largest taker of Russian oil and, for that matter, Iranian oil. Just about all of Iran's oil exports flow to China. So getting China to reduce its imports from Russia and maybe perhaps one day Iran is the biggest win you can have if you're trying to pressure Moscow or Tehran. Now, the challenge is, unlike in India, unlike a Brazil or a smaller country, we have a lot on our plate with China. China showed that it could shut down our auto lines. China has control of magnets. China is a much bigger economic power and trade power. So we have a lot of different equities on the table with China, of which its imports of Russian oil is just one of them. So the president's going to be much more careful with pressuring China, I believe, than he has been, say, within India, where we have less vulnerability, the United States, to India as we do with China.
Bob, when we look at the Russian economy, it has really deteriorated since the invasion back in February 2022. And yet we do see Vladimir Putin meeting with President Donald Trump as if he had more economic leverage to bring to the table. How do you explain that sort of disconnect?
Well, I think the main reason President Trump was met by President Putin and he agreed to come out was President Putin wanted to avoid those sanctions. I mean, we saw with Iran, President Trump, he'll go the last mile in diplomacy. But when he gets frustrated toward the end and he identifies, in this case, Russia as being the impediment to peace, to a deal, he threatens sanctions and he will go through with it. He saw that with Iran. He went the last mile and then ordered an attack on Fordo. So if you're Putin and you're seeing President Trump decide to flip 3 years of diplomacy and say, I don't care, I'm going to go after your oil imports. I'm not like Joe Biden. I'll go to India, I'll go to China. If you're Putin, that's got to terrify you a little bit. And so I think President Putin decided the time had come to try and woo President Trump back onto his side. And by all accounts, he was at least partially successful in Anchorage.
Well, Bob, we had reporting last month that the EU was edging closer to potentially a new price cap regime on Russian oil. A person familiar cautioned that nothing had been determined yet. But in your view, how realistic is that? Is that an option here on the table when we are talking about Russian energy supplies?
You bet. So the Europeans have been in the forefront of imposing energy sanctions on Russia. They were the ones who worked with the United States on that price cap mechanism. My understanding is they indeed have decided to lower the price cap to about $45. It was $60 a barrel. That'll start next month. And so they have squeezed them. More importantly, the EU has passed a rule that says starting in January, there's going to be no more imports of refined products like diesel or gasoline that has been refined using Russian oil in, say, India, and then it comes back to the EU as refined product. Well, they're going to close that loophole. My clients among the trading companies believe that the Europeans are quite serious about that. So while the Europeans have had to be careful and they've loosely enforced their rules to some degree, they have by far gone further than anybody else in punishing Russia's energy exports for the invasion of Ukraine.
Bob, in the 30 seconds we have left, where do you see the critical minerals agreement that was reached with Ukraine factoring into these discussions, if at all?
You know, I think it's important because for President Trump, I think he's going to want to avoid as much as possible a NATO-like commitment. The fewer U.S. troops he has to put on the border, the better. For President Trump, he thinks economically. He thinks in terms of trade. And so I think this critical minerals deal, important in its own right, given the importance of critical minerals in our new economy and for national security, but also by sort of creating that linkage between the United States and Ukraine is one more way of saying, we're behind you, we're not going to let the Russians roll over you if you do a peace agreement. So I think it's multifaceted and very important.
Bob McNally, founder and president of Rapid Energy Group, thank you. Coming up, we'll continue our conversation on today's multilateral meeting at the White House and its potential impact to end the war in Ukraine. Plus, the fight over redistricting in the U.S. escalates as the Texas State House reconvenes. We assemble our political panel next on Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio. This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio. Alongside Tyler Kendall, I'm Michael Shepard. Democrats in Texas have returned to the state after a 2-week standoff over Republican redistricting efforts that could net as many as 5 seats for the GOP in the U.S. House. Democrats successfully stalled the first special session, but Republican Governor Greg Abbott immediately announced a second special session. Now enough lawmakers will be present to meet quorum and move the measure forward.
Meanwhile, state lawmakers in California are back in Sacramento today to consider Democratic Governor Gavin Newsom's plan to counter the Republican redistricting efforts in Texas. That includes a special election on November 4th to get voters' approval for new congressional maps that could add as many as 5 Democratic seats in the U.S. House. Several hearings and key votes are scheduled for this week, which must pass by Friday to get on that November ballot. Here's California State Assembly member Gail Pellegrin earlier today.
We aren't asking Californians to rubber stamp maps drawn behind closed doors. We're putting the maps front and center and giving voters the final say.
Joining us now with reaction to this story and more is this evening's political panel, Bloomberg politics contributor and Democratic analyst Jeannie Shanzano, senior democracy fellow at the Center for the Study of the Presidency and Congress, alongside Republican strategist Ashley Davis, partner at the S3 Group. Ashley, I want to come to you first because, of course, there are razor-thin margins in Congress, which is partly why we're seeing both sides of the aisle here talk about redistricting. How much of a politically charged issue is this going to be heading into 2026?
Well, first of all, good evening. 100% it's a politically charged issue, and it has been for the last 10 years, really, at least, maybe 15. But, I mean, someone that lives in Congress every day, this is just what the problem is in regards to moderates not being really existing anymore. I mean, there's nobody that it's a middle-of-the-road person. And so whatever's happening in Texas, obviously there's going to be 5 seats. I would assume Texas gets 5 seats. I would assume that the ballot passes on November 4th. But this is going to be a tit for tat, which means there's going to be more polarizing issues on both sides of the aisle for the foreseeable future.
Jeannie, as we look at this question of redistricting playing out nationwide, can you give us a sense of how much it has intensified nationally over the years? Have we entered a new level of heat on this issue?
Absolutely. And, you know, we are seeing this in front of our eyes. I can't remember a time in which so many people who weren't involved in politics knew exactly what gerrymandering was and what it meant. But the reality here is that both Republicans and Democrats are playing a dangerous game. And the reason is because we assume that if they redraw these districts, or they're assuming that they're going to win. But they're forgetting you need candidates, you need campaigns, and you have an environment in which all these people have to run, which is why in California you find Republicans, moderate Republicans, concerned that the Republicans are doing this in Texas, and likewise in terms of the Democrats, because they know they have to now face one of their own. They may lose seats that they hold. And also, again, it's politics. We don't know what's going to happen in the midterm. So my view has always been you're better off winning at the ballot box, not trying to choose your voters. It's a very dangerous game.
This morning on Bloomberg Surveillance, Kelly Grieco, senior fellow at the Stimson Center, discussed why NATO membership is not on the table for Ukraine. To get us back to the main topic of the day, let's have a listen to that.
NATO membership is a red line for the Russians. They do not want NATO membership, but this is also why I'm skeptical that the Russians are going to be acceptable with some idea of American or European forces, even in limited numbers, on Ukrainian soil to try to make that kind of Article 5 guarantee credible.
Ashley, when we talk about Ukraine now, it has also been a charged issue domestically, with Republicans expressing reluctance to continue supporting Ukraine. And after the peace plan, there will come the rebuilding. Is the country ready for that conversation?
I mean, listen, this is a horrible war, and the president has been criticized for not being engaged and being engaged. So he has no winning on this topic at all. But I also think that we have to probably have, if they're not going to do NATO, they have to have some sort of peacekeepers in the region, or Zelensky's never going to agree to it, or the European leaders. One thing I want to say is what's being talked about so much is that these European leaders came to support Zelensky. I just want to reiterate that the president invited these European leaders to the White House today. They were invited to our country to come to this meeting. And I think that everyone's losing that sight. I mean, yes, they're there to support Zelensky, but he was the one that laid the groundwork for that to try to get peace.
Right. About half a dozen European leaders here today at the White House. Giorgia Meloni, the Italian Prime Minister, also the UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer, French President Emmanuel Macron. Of course, though, this comes after President Trump had his own meeting on Friday with Russian President Vladimir Putin, and he spoke about giving the Russian president a call today once these meetings wrapped up. Jeannie, we want to play you what he said and get your reaction on the other side.
I spoke indirectly with President Putin today. We're going to call President Putin right after this meeting. I'm sure we're going to have a solid meeting, good meeting, maybe a great meeting, and we're going to try and work out a trilat after that and see if we can get it finished, put this to sleep.
Jeannie, what sort of pressure is this White House under, and how have we seen the messaging from the White House pushing forward for a deal here, as we now have President Trump saying that potentially there could be a trilateral meeting, but we've yet to get any sort of indications that that is actually going to ultimately happen?
Yeah, one of the most important things that happened on Friday was when the president came out and didn't take questions, but made the statement that this is now up to the Ukraine and Russia. It was almost a sort of realization on his part that for all of his talking about him pushing a peace plan, it really is not something he's going to be able to square, because these two sides are too far together. And so today he's talking about this trilateral meeting, and there has never been an indication, in fact, quite the opposite, from Vladimir Putin, who has said he won't meet with Vladimir Zelensky until an agreement is worked out. In fact, he doesn't even see Vladimir Zelensky as the head of Ukraine. He says he is there. He has not called an election, obviously, because of the war. And so Vladimir Putin has even questioned, if they come to an agreement, who would sign that piece of paper. So the idea that anybody thinks there's going to be a trilateral meeting anytime soon, I think is not something we're going to see, because Vladimir Putin got everything he wanted on Friday. Continue the war and no economic pressure from the United States. And unless that comes, it's not likely he's going to change his mind anytime soon.
Ashley, does President Trump have any leverage in this situation with Vladimir Putin to try to bring him along to whatever he might be hearing from Volodymyr Zelensky and European leaders today?
Absolutely. The secondary sanctions, the sanctions that we're threatening. I mean, I think, and what people have reported and are thinking, is that the only reason he's at the table is because of China and because of India and Brazil, right? So he's holding back Congress from putting those secondary sanctions in place. And so this is a money game at this point. And so, yeah, I think we do have power, and he's trying to, right or wrong how people agree with how he's doing it, I mean, he's trying something. This has been going on for 3.5 years. Hundreds of thousands of people have been killed. So why aren't we, trying to support it? Otherwise, he's, being criticized for not supporting it.
Well, Jeannie, just in our last 30 seconds here, would love your take also on this idea of leverage, this idea of so-called secondary sanctions. We've already seen them put into place against India. President Trump says for now he's going to hold off on China. Where do we see this going when we are looking at the bigger picture here for geopolitical ties? Yeah,
very tough for him to put secondary sanctions on China, because they have leverage over us. And you talk about this so much, Tyler, in terms of rare earth minerals, for instance. So it's going to be tough. That's why we went into the summit on Friday, because the president wanted to put those on, and he realized on the 8th deadline he couldn't do it. They called this meeting, and Marco Rubio said over the weekend it doesn't seem imminent. So I think the president realizes what most of us realize, is our leverage is running very thin at this point.
Jeannie Shanzano and Ashley Davis, thank you. To read more about these stories and more, check out the Washington Edition newsletter on the terminal and online.
It was a big day here in Washington. A lot of different news threads to follow, Mike, but of course, one of the biggest ones, this meeting here happening at the White House, as it's our understanding those European leaders are still there.
Yes, and we'll be keen to know what emerges from this and what the next steps are going from here. There's so much at stake given the bloodshed that we have seen over the past 3.5 years. And for Ukraine, it's an existential question.
Right, exactly. Well, we'll be following this into tomorrow. Thanks so much for joining us on Balance of Power tonight. This is Bloomberg. Michael Shepard and I will be right back here. Check us out on the early edition starting at 12 p.m. Eastern on Bloomberg Radio.
This has not been a great time for genius. The people who claim to have it do not seem to qualify for it. The people who diagnose it, others seem to have a very, very narrow definition in mind. And the people we can all agree are stone-cold geniuses always seem to have a dark side. I read in Bloomberg Businessweek about the biggest crypto genius of them all, Sam Bankman-Fried. At his peak, he was worth like $26 billion. And that was before he was accused of running one of the biggest frauds in American history. His defense is that he is not a criminal, essentially, just inept. What does it mean to have genius in work, in the marketplace, in life? And who is even to say? To make anything simple takes actual genius, and we're going to try to live up to that name together tonight. It's the Business Week Show. Hello, I am Max Abelson, and I'm not a genius, just a regular, slightly above average journalist who has spent about the last decade and a half here at Bloomberg News, and sometimes our magazine, Bloomberg Businessweek, writing about Wall Street's money and power. And what that means is I write about ambition and ownership and imagination and survival and risk and second acts and, of course, genius. Tonight, and in the weeks to come, we are going to be talking about those things at this table with people whose lives and careers and ideas are big or interesting or just really fun. So, welcome. This is the Business Week Show, and it's starting right now. If you consider yourself a master of Wall Street, a connoisseur of investing, a soothsaying financial genius, a brilliant portfolio manager, our guest has very bad news for you. Burt Malkiel's book, A Random Walk Down Wall Street, 50 years ago, had a clear and vivid message, which was that Wall Street genius is really just an illusion, and that professionals in pinstripe suits at the end of the day are no better than naked animals. It was a genius and radical idea because what he had to say is that you should forget them and just buy and hold clear, boring, basic, low-cost index funds. He is here to tell us about it. Burt Malkiel, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much. Glad to be here.
Your book is actually, it's pretty funny. It's a little saucy sometimes, your book. I mean, you say no one in finance can really forecast the future, or at least they can't do it successfully, consistently. You know, I think you use the word genius in quotation marks, and you give it to Ponzi schemers and whatnot. Right now, are there any actual individual geniuses on Wall Street? You know, real human geniuses, maybe AI is the genius we've been all waiting for. Can you identify any current geniuses on Wall Street right now?
Well, as you know, I put genius in quotes because I'm not sure there are geniuses in the market. And I've always said I would much rather be lucky than smart. Are there some hedge fund people who have, in fact, made a lot of money? George Soros bet against the British pound and made a lot of money. There were people who sold short in 2000 and made a lot of money. But I am not willing to say that they were geniuses. I want to say that they were lucky, because for every one of them, there was a hedge fund that in fact lost money. No, I don't think there are geniuses. I think there are a lot of very smart people on Wall Street, but it is not possible to predict the future. And, you know, it's kind of very interesting how you talk about AI. I recently had to give a presentation on the economic outlook. And I thought, you know, just for kicks, I will go to ChatGPT and I will ask, can you give me an outline of what I should say? And actually, ChatGPT gave me a wonderful answer. It was a one-sentence answer. I cannot predict the future.
It might not necessarily qualify as genius, but you're able to write about Wall Street with clarity, which is really unusual, because Wall Street, and I suffer from this myself, you know, you speak to Wall Street executives and they absolutely fetishize complexity. Why does Wall Street like to make things sound so complicated? Is there something sinister or something that has to do with the ego?
I don't know whether it's sinister, but this is a very highly paid profession. And someone like me who says, listen, don't listen to anybody. Just buy a simple index fund and keep on investing period after period. If I'm charging you 2% a year to manage your money, I want you to think you can't do it yourself. So sure, you've got a vested interest. This is a very highly paid profession. And these guys do very, very well. Is that sinister? You know, I don't know. You call it sinister, anything you want, but is there an incentive to make it seem like it's very complicated, that ordinary people can't do it themselves? I think that's absolutely right.
The honest truth is, it's not necessarily that I think that the aura of complexity on Wall Street is coming from a sinister place. More like it makes me feel bad or makes me feel dumb, and that I appreciate that your book is sort of written so that I can understand it. But it does make me think about exclusion in a small way, because so many stocks are owned by so few people in this country, because the very wealthiest people in America have such giant portfolios, that when the stock market goes up, inequality goes up too. Is there anything that can be done to change that in the future?
One of the things that's impressed me throughout my life is really how capable so many people are. And I think to the extent that we can eliminate discrimination, I mean, for example, opening up our jobs, our economic opportunities to women has been a very good thing, and I think has been generally helpful for women. I think it's the same sort of thing in terms of racial discrimination. I am absolutely convinced that rather than there being just a small coterie of geniuses, that intelligence is very widely distributed in our population. And so my own sense would be the more we can do with education, the better.
Why is it that we need geniuses, or really just the concept of genius? Is it like the way we need heroes and heroism, you know, to help just explain the world and justify?
I think we need innovators, and I'm not saying that innovation isn't good. We absolutely do, but I'm not going to call them geniuses. And Jack Bogle would certainly never have called himself a genius. But I think we do need innovators. There will undoubtedly be financial products that are actually good for one. You know, I'm not a fan of Bitcoin. I don't think, I don't recommend that any investor buy it. But will there be improvements in the payment system in the future? And will there be digital currencies in the future that are stable and that are useful, as opposed to something that goes up $1,000 or down $1,000 in a day? Absolutely. And there's room for much more innovation in finance. So I think there will be innovation. There should be innovation. I just wouldn't call it genius.
That was great. Burt Malkiel, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I really enjoyed our conversation.
Stay tuned, because next we have a very far-out genius. There is no one way to be a genius. You could be dreamy and far out. You could be scrupulous and scientific. You could work within the institutional establishment, or you could honor indigenous wisdom. All of those descriptions apply to this guest. Moraba Jah is a space environmentalist, an astrodynamicist, a spacecraft navigator, and the first African-American professor of aerospace engineering at the University of Texas. Last year, the MacArthur Foundation gave him a fellowship that is informally known as a Genius Grant. So, if you want, you could call him a genius, you could call him Professor Jah, but you'd rather you call him Moraba. So, Moraba, welcome.
Great to be here, my brother. Thank you so much.
Really glad to have you. I really love the phrase, a stroke of genius. You were in Alaska with your family in a hotel one morning. I think you were taking a shower.
Yeah.
And you had this feeling and this vision that kind of struck you. And you know, whether or not it has anything at all to do with genius, tell us about that moment.
You know, I'm in the shower, and I felt a presence. And in my mind's eye, I saw flashes of scenes from like history and how in the beginning, whatever that means, it seems like there was this intergenerational contract of stewardship with the planet, but that humanity over time has mostly abandoned that intergenerational contract of stewardship and has forgotten about how interconnected things are.
Did that moment change the life you led and the work that you do?
Absolutely. So one of the people that I really look up to is Jane Goodall. I watched something about Jane where she said that she went to a meeting as a scientist and she left that meeting an activist. In very similar ways, I went to Anchorage kind of just this scientist, and I came back both a scientist and now this space environmentalist activist to really try to, I guess, really showcase how we need to protect orbital space.
If there's a kind of genius that means something to you, something that you would want to live up to, or something you'd want to recognize in yourself, what would that kind of genius like actually look like?
To me, the best kind of genius is simply allowing myself to let the universe go through me and I guess use me as some sort of vehicle for the work that I'm trying to do. And if I can keep myself kind of in the moment and in a place of compassion and empathy, then I think genius is just what comes through when you allow that to happen.
There's more garbage orbiting the Earth than there are working satellites. You now work not just to make sure that all that stuff is properly tracked, but to be an evangelist for expanding the way we think about environmental protection so that it includes all that stuff. What can those of us who are not scientists, what can we do to help you?
Every day, the technologies that we have are more and more reliant on these robots in the space that we call satellites. And we're tracking about 50,000 things ranging in size from a cell phone to the space station. 5,000 are working and everything else is garbage. So that's like 90% of the stuff is trash. The thing that most people just don't realize is that these satellites that are providing these critical services and capabilities, position, navigation, timing, communications, internet with the Starlink satellites, right? Any of these things can get schwacked, that's the technical term, get schwacked by a piece of junk, and then it's game over, and then you lose that capability. So I think more and more people just need to be aware that, oh, well, that space, that's somebody else's problem. No, it's our problem because our way of life, our technology is now going through this infrastructure.
There's a real stereotypical idea of genius that I'm thinking of a kind of solitary genius working by herself or himself off in a fun cabin, you know? What does it mean, what would it mean to be a genius collaborator?
Back in the times of like the Renaissance, people looked at folks like, Da Vinci, Michelangelo, and they said, okay, these are geniuses in their own right, right? And people say, well, how can anybody be like another one of those? Science has developed so much beyond those days that there's no way for somebody to be able to be, quote unquote, this Renaissance person that knows very deeply things in all these different fields. Like, those days are gone, okay? But to me, the real genius is recognizing where you bring in smart people from other fields that complement and augment your own to solve wicked problems.
Yeah, connectedness, connections with one another. But my understanding, though, from reading a little bit of your writing, is that you were, I think in your childhood, you felt really isolated.
I did, yeah. My mom was born in Haiti, and she was naturalized citizen. My father, Sierra Leone, naturalized citizen. They got divorced when I was very young, and yeah, my father was just very abusive. At the age of 7, he kidnapped me, and 9 days later, they found me in some apartment in the Bay Area, put me back on a plane to my mom, and my mom had, we had a cousin that lived in Caracas, and so we fled the country because my mom's like, I don't want your father to ever find you again. He never did physically again. But growing up in Venezuela, I felt very isolated. I felt very alone. I came into contact in this void with what seemed to feel like an ocean of infinite love and compassion. And then I realized, I have a choice here. I can choose to meet my experiences with equal anger, or I can choose to act from a place of love and compassion and heal from my pain and make my healing be of service to others. And that's what I've chosen to do.
When the MacArthur Foundation, when they named you a fellow, they said it was because, they used a beautiful phrase, it's because you envision transparent and collaborative solutions for the Earth's orbital spheres. What are those solutions? And maybe when are they coming?
My inspiration for this comes from indigenous people, from traditional ecological knowledge, TEK, I call it ancient tech. And so for me, the vision of my future is seeing Western science and traditional ecological knowledge come together, not annihilate each other, but actually harmonize with each other, so that then that could be the way of the future, so that humanity does recognize interconnectedness, empathy, and stewardship.
Thank you so much for being here and sharing your story and sharing yourself.
Thank you, brother.
Truly enjoyed it.
Thank you.
Coming up next, a genius I would like to be when I grow up. Getting older is not easy, but the good news is time brings opportunities to become a more practiced, a more seasoned, a more you version of you. The guest who's sitting with me at this table is one of the most accomplished people I've ever met, and she is 17 years old. In 2021, Zaila Avantgarde won the Scripps National Spelling Bee, but She considers herself not so much a speller as a basketball player, and she has multiple Guinness World Records in juggling. A few weeks ago, this young genius started the 11th grade. Zaila, so glad you're here.
Thanks for having me.
Truth is, we're all super different. We all have our own gifts. We all have our own limitations. When and how did you come to realize how special you are?
So that's a complicated question, I would say, because I didn't so much realize, I realized I was special, but I became special through a process of like training and stuff. If you look back on it, like I wouldn't say I popped out the womb like a genius or something like that. It's like when people would start to stop and look at me while I was dribbling or practicing at a court, people would like stop and look because, hey, look at this cute little girl. I was very small when I was that age. So this cute little girl dribbling 2 balls and doing all this between the legs, step backs into shots and stuff. So pretty early on, I realized that, yeah, I might be a little bit different than the average kid.
You won this like completely beloved national competition, but it's something that I think you no longer consider your main passion, or maybe you didn't even consider it your main passion then. What does basketball make you feel that spelling doesn't?
I would say basketball gives me even more of like the competitive rush. Like I just really love to compete and stuff. So like, and like spelling is more like, yes, it's not really like person-to-person competition. It's more like person versus dictionary, which is something you hear a lot from spelling bee people. It's like it's me versus the dictionary, because that's where the words are coming from. Whereas with basketball, it's more like physical competition, like, oh, I made it between the legs and there's this girl on me and I have to shield her off, and it's like more tangible competition as opposed to the more philosophical competition of spelling.
I want to ask you about a very different kind of genius. There's this billionaire named Sam Bankman-Fried. Think you've heard of him?
Of course.
Widely considered to be the world's, great crypto genius before he was then charged with fraud, which he has denied. How should the rest of us look at people who get called geniuses, but maybe they still have shortcomings, just like everybody else?
Sometimes I feel like the term genius is like nowadays it's so loaded. Like maybe it's like, oh, it doesn't just mean, oh, look at her, she's a genius, like she's so smart or whatever. But like then like if you're labeled with that like your whole life, that kind of like puts a pressure on you. Like maybe once upon a time, like I listened to a podcast about Sam Bankman-Fried, but I don't know him personally, so I can't speak for him. But hypothetically, like he's like his parents are like, oh my God, you're so smart. He goes to accelerated programs in school, and that's just putting pressure from a very early age. Like I'm a genius, I have to be a genius, I have to always be a genius. So I always feel like people like some of the scammers and stuff should get maybe just a little bit of sympathy, just a little bit, because they are like causing all sorts of trouble, because like they've been considered geniuses their whole life and they had a nice business plan or something, but then it didn't work out. And so what are they supposed to do? Go to all these people who say, oh, you're a genius. That just puts a little pressure on you to like give you that extra push you needed to try to maybe go into the murky waters of life.
The murky waters of life. I want to ask you one final question about pressure. I think that there is sometimes pressure in the United States, maybe everywhere, pressure on really smart people, genius or otherwise, to use their intelligence to like make a lot of money, to be successful. And like, I guess I'm thinking specifically about the finance industry and mathematicians, but it's true of the business world. You're smart, you go make money in business. Do you have a favorite company or an industry or like a job that appeals to you?
I mean, I'm not like super like make millions of dollars. I mean, if anybody who's watching or listening wants to give me millions of dollars, please hit me up. However, like I'm interested in going to neuroscience or maybe working for NASA or maybe being an NBA head coach. But I just realized I've never thought, how much money would I get for this? Because that's not really something like I think of, because you can make a lot of money, not to sound trite, but you can also be really miserable making a lot of money. So that's not even something I actually consider, like how much money will I make? I'll cross that bridge when it comes.
Zaila, you're going to cross the bridge. You're going to have a great time. I have had a great time talking to you. I'm thrilled you're here.
Thanks for having me.
When you ask geniuses, as I just did, what a genius is, or if we need geniuses, or if they're a genius, the answer you'll get will be genius. It turns out that there is not one way to be a genius of finance or of art or of language, just as there is not one way to think about genius itself. What matters is not what you call unusually high levels of intelligence or talent. What matters is what you do with it. Thank you so much for watching the first episode of the Business Week Show. We'll see you again for another one soon.
I am a completely virtuous person. I have no missing virtues. But I do wish I could sing.
People clearly tend to be impatient where they should be patient.
I waste the most money on champagne. I love champagne every day. Every day I have 2 glasses of champagne. That's my thing. 2 glasses of champagne every day.
Risk is everywhere. It is a risk to get out of bed, take a sip of coffee, step into the street, shake someone's hand, eat a tuna melt. Trust risk betrayal, authenticity risk rejection, and if you want to play it safe, doing nothing risks missing out on everything. We associate risk with what you might lose, but there is no winning in the marketplace without it. If anyone ever comes up to you and offers you something that is completely risk-free, buyer beware. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. I read this thing in Bloomberg Business Week about Silicon Valley Bank, which bought billions of dollars of bonds, a risk. Then the value of those bonds fell, depositors went running out the door. The impact of that risk was one of the biggest bank failures in the history of this country. What does it feel like to take risk in business and in life? We're going to try to find out from actual risk takers. It's a risk. We're going to take it together, and we're going to take it tonight.
It's the Business Week Show.
Welcome to the Business Week Show. Tonight, risk. The very idea of who gets to take financial risk in global markets and how they go about taking that risk, and then how they talk about that risk, changed thanks to tonight's first guest. In 2012, Jamie Rogozinski logged onto Reddit, he started a new page, and he called it Wall Street Bets. In the years that followed, it got millions of users. It sparked real frenzies in stocks like GameStop and AMC, and at one point, it got its own Super Bowl ad. But as you may imagine, things did not work out all that well for everyone. And Jamie is here tonight to tell us all about it. Jamie, seriously, thanks for being here.
Thanks a lot for having me.
Risk is a funny thing because it freaks some people out, me included. But there's also something about it that is so attractive and so tantalizing. Why have you been so drawn to it?
Risk is a funny thing because when people say risk, especially when you frame it that way, the implication is either there's an element of randomness, right, or that's the outcome can be very, very costly because it's either unlikely to pay out or the actual, chance of losing might be really costly. But the way that I see risk is really, if you're able to actually quantify those elements, it's really a price that you pay for an opportunity. The way that I look at risk in that sense, it's not that I'm attracted to these thrill seeks. It's, I think this is worth it, right? I think I can identify these are the probabilities or possibilities, and sometimes I can't, but at least I can map them out. And this is what the possible outcome is. And I'm like, let's do this.
Okay, let's do this. Let's really talk about that. Because what you're saying is you're really talking about what it means for something to be risky. When you started Wall Street Bets, the way you've talked about it is that you said you wanted a place where people could talk about risky ideas and they could talk about it kind of proudly, risky trade ideas. You were enabling other people to take risks. So can you tell us, like, what worries did you have at the time that things potentially could go wrong for them?
You know, my definition, my understanding and my position on risk has evolved, right? It's become clear as the years gone by. And early on, I justified this by saying, well, look, they're all adults. You have to be 18 in order to open a brokerage. Same thing if you go to a casino, everyone can go through. And when I said I wanted to be able to discuss high risk, I wanted to discuss high risk, high return, right? It wasn't just high risk is throwing your money out the window and having it go away with 100% certainty. This was high risk with the possibility of making money. And those two obviously go hand in hand. There are some that are irresponsible with it, but I can't make myself responsible in much the same way that there's gambling addicts, right? But outside of that, what I start seeing is a learning process, much like the one that I personally went through. I lost tons of money, but I walked away with so much knowledge and understanding and hands-on experience that a textbook can never explain to you.
I want to ask you about someone who sort of counts as your really, really complete opposite, Jack Bogle. He was the founder of Vanguard. He helped popularize the very vanilla, very boring idea that if you're an investor, you can diversify your bets. He ended up popularizing the index fund. How did it feel that you, in some ways, were kind of singularly responsible for changing the way that just millions of people think about investing? What did that feel like?
It was humbling for sure. It was unexpected to see the enthusiasm. If I were to have predicted the outcome of it, it would have been people looking down at this particular type of activity. Secretly, it was almost a goal of mine. But the beauty of it is what conservative investors do, Bogle, Buffett, whatever it might be, is no different than what gamblers that literally go to sit at a roulette table do. The changes in the vision that Wall Street Bets were, it demystified the idea of finance to people that might otherwise think it's just Excel sheets and discounted cash flows.
You also took a different kind of risk and you sued Reddit and you lost. Will you tell us a little bit about what that felt like?
Terrible. Yeah, that was probably in the top 5 riskiest things, if not 3. I get kicked out, and the stubbornness behind Reddit, they never answered. I tried pleading and sorries and threats and back channels and lawyers. They would just be like, no, you're done. They got to a point where they said, no, we're done trying to negotiate. We want to take you to court with this. And I said, all right, well, I guess now I have to actually go to court. And so this is when I decided to countersue them.
So
and
it didn't feel like a risk. It felt like just something you had to do.
I needed to do a foreclosure. I still had a chip on my shoulder, and I couldn't fully commit to anything. And I'd still kind of look at, every time I'd see Wall Street Bets on the news or people talking about it, it would still have that kind of sour feeling. And so, and I needed to get past that. And I'm like, look, if I lose, I lose. And then it is what it is. And it would have been the fight of the century for me, or my lifetime for me. But but then I can be at peace. Right?
Is that how you feel now? Are you at peace?
Unfortunately not, because it's not over yet. I would have liked for the judge to have been like, no, dude, you lose and it's over. You know, I don't want to cover too much on the legal side of things, but the judge, let's just say they left plenty of room for maneuvering. So unfortunately, it's not over.
I was told, I really don't know what it is. I was told you brought an object, I think, that maybe encapsulates risk. I think Natasha, my colleague, is gonna pass it to us, I do believe. What is this? Okay. All right. Tell us about this guy.
You're familiar with this?
Yeah. Remind me.
So this is from a meme, right? It says, "This is fine." It's a little dog, and this encapsulates so much of both my life and my ability to handle emotions, especially with the volatility of markets, but also life in general. It gives you so many ups and downs and so many ways to go through it. Oftentimes, when faced with adversity, my composure resembles this. It's like, yeah, don't worry about it.
Can I see him?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. Well, this is mine now. Jamie, thank you so much for being here. Loved having you.
Not a problem. Thank you very much for having me.
We have more risk coming up next. When executives across corporate America want to take a little risk or manage it, they often turn to Wall Street. And there is no entity on Wall Street with a more interesting relationship to risk, including Wall Street bets, than the company Goldman Sachs. And when I think about Goldman, which I do often because I'm a Wall Street reporter, my mind often turns to Maeve Duvally. Maeve is a longtime media executive and until recently was a managing director at Goldman. The truth of the matter is we have a cordial relationship, but a kind of antagonistic one because it's my job to report on Wall Street's money and power, and it's her job to push back. Recently, I finished her wonderful memoir, Maeve Rising, which is an account of her journey from being a lonely and angry person to the woman who is sitting at this table with me right now. Maeve Duvally, welcome.
Max, thanks for having me. You know, I would say we don't have a antagonistic relationship. I would say that we've locked horns through the years.
Okay,
is that a better characterization?
I think that's a better characterization, but I'm going to ask you in just a couple minutes about all kinds of risks that you have taken, personally and professionally. Sure. But I feel like we should start first things first.
Yep.
Why is risk, which is really, I mean, it's just a fancy way of saying basically the things that can go wrong. Why is risk so important to the work that happens on Wall Street?
Well, from a market perspective, obviously managing market risk, managing operational risk that somebody pushes a button they're not supposed to, and the trade that happens is bigger than it was supposed to be. Those are obvious risks. And there's also kind of macro risk, right? That a central bank does something that people weren't expecting. But the kind of risk that I manage, and incidentally, everybody at Goldman Sachs is taught they have to manage, is reputational risk.
Okay, so I want to talk about 2018. I think my favorite page of your book. You put on makeup at the office for the first time. What I really want to ask about is, like, tell me about the day. Like, what do you remember in full about that day in 2018?
Well, it was the day of the Knight Bagehot Fellowship dinner, which you've probably been to. Knight Bagehot Fellowship is a fellowship for mid-career financial journalists at Columbia University. I'm a alumni of that program and also on the board of Knight Bagehot Fellowship. It's really a nice gathering. I usually look forward to the dinner, but sometime early that afternoon, I literally had this overwhelming feeling and desire that I needed to wear makeup to the event that evening. And once I had that thought, I couldn't get it out of my mind. And I bolted out the door and walked a third of a mile to the closest Sephora and bought a bunch of makeup, which I put on at the end of the day. And I went to that dinner with some makeup on for the first time.
You put on the makeup, you end up kind of negotiating with yourself. And you say to yourself that you basically have this barrel of femininity, and you think, like, should I just keep the lid on? Should I just keep the lid on? What would you have risked if you had done that?
I think that would have been impossible, but if I did that, I would have been miserable.
I was wondering when I read your book how it felt to kind of risk your male privilege. You were risking your male privilege in a male-dominated industry.
I'm certain I had male privilege, and I'm certain through the years I exercised male privilege, but I wasn't really consciously aware of it. And to be perfectly honest, it's not something that really matters to me.
When it's time for you to choose a name, you pick one that means she who intoxicates.
Yeah.
Which blew me away when I read it, because months before, you stopped drinking. Stopped drinking. Why did you quit?
Well, I had a series of progressively bad bottoms. My last bottom, which was in January of 2018, I holed myself up in an apartment. I only left to get alcohol. I drank around the clock, and I made an attempt on my life. So if I continued drinking, I'm convinced that I would have killed myself. After that episode, I made a decision that I wanted to live. And I knew if I wanted to live, I had to stop drinking.
Look, we have a professional relationship, so part of me feels like it's hard to say this, but it's also hard not to say it. I'm glad you made that decision. A lot of people who are miserable, they don't get out of their misery.
Yeah.
They stay there.
So the reality is there are a lot of drug addicts and alcoholics in the world, and the vast majority of them do not get sober and do not get clean, and they die alcoholic and addict deaths. That's the reality. So those of us who have made it to recovery, don't take it for granted, number one, and two, realize that it was a gift. And it's a gift that has to be nourished all the time, because if you take it for granted, you're going to wind up right back on the street.
When you came out, you got, I think, literal bouquets from traders at Goldman. I think you got like these very warm notes from people. I think you got phone calls.
Yeah.
Those were from traders, and they were not from investment bankers. And you write in the book with clarity, investment bankers were quiet. I was so surprised by that. What can you explain that? Why did that happen?
I think probably some of my relationships with investment bankers were shallower than I thought. And I think investment bankers are very good at having really expansive relationships kind of across a wide group of people. But, maybe some of those relationships aren't as deep as they would appear.
I love that you're accusing investment bankers writ large of a certain kind of interpersonal shallowness.
I'm not sure I said it exactly that way.
That is exactly as you said it. No. I'm hoping that you'll...
You're not going to put words in my mouth, are you?
Well, I'm the interviewer now.
Yeah.
You know, I asked you earlier about male privilege. Coming out as trans in the milieu of, first of all, New York City, where we are, but also a corporation, which I'm sure, as I'm also keenly aware, has a lot of pressures too. Can you talk, if you want to at all, about, I don't know, maybe the kind of privileges that come with having a really good career as you do?
Sure. So I certainly have white privilege. I have the privilege of having worked at Goldman Sachs. I'm relatively well off. I live in the Chelsea section of New York, which is arguably the best place to be an out transgender person in the world. And even before I left Goldman Sachs, I began to, and I've continued to be, an advocate or activist for the LGBTQ community more broadly, because, you know, not everybody is in a position to speak out. Not everybody wants to speak out, but I'm in a position to, and I want to speak out, so I'm going to.
Thank you so much for being here. I really enjoyed this.
Thanks for having me, Max.